have required President Trump to secure congressional authorization before continuing a military action in Iran. The measure failed by a vote of 219 to 212, largely along party lines, with most Republicans supporting the president's authority to conduct the campaign. Meanwhile, opposition lawmakers argued that the vote signaled an unchecked expansion of executive military power. At the White House, House Armed Services Committee, Undersecretary of Department of Defense Elbridge Colby faced intense scrutiny from lawmakers. Members pressed him on the administration's strategy in Iran, including the scope and transparency of ongoing military actions. Let's listen into some of the statements made by the lawmakers during that discussion.
It hasn't been clear to you yet. We're concerned that the president and his staff and minions are disrespecting the Congress of the United States, this committee, and simply going to do whatever a dictator wants to do.
Trump was running for office. He said over and over and over again, I'm not going to do wars. In fact, he very specifically said, if I'm president, we will not go to war with Iran. And here we are. So I'm genuinely curious, what changed? What changed from when he was a candidate to when he was in office that has led us to the level of conflict that we are now experiencing?
I can give you the perspective from the Department of War, which represents the direction that the President has given for the military campaign, which is specifically focused on degrading and destroying the power projection, particularly the conventional power projection capabilities of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and thus especially missile one-way attack drones capabilities and their production, as well as the naval forces of the Islamic.
Additionally, some lawmakers also pushed back on comparisons used by Republican officials to explain the campaign, including analogies to past foreign policy situations. Let's once again turn to their discussions.
Iran to Venezuela is like, I don't know, comparing Kentucky to Venezuela. It's equally valid.
I don't think it's a perfect analogy, sir, but I think I'm just making a point about in terms of the flexibility of the political objective. And of course, the president has said it's a fact, it's a historic opportunity for the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow this noxious government.
As the conflict between the U.S. and Iran deepens, President Trump is also encouraging Iranian Kurdish forces to take a more active role in the fighting. Speaking just 7 days after U.S. and Israeli airstrikes began targeting Iranian sites, Trump has expressed support for Kurdish forces, stating that he would be, quote, all for it if they chose to go on the offensive. This comes as reports indicate Kurdish militias based along the Iran-Iraq border have been in consultations with the U.S. about their potential role in the ongoing conflict. These Kurdish groups, known for their strategic position in the semi-autonomous region of Iraqi Kurdistan, have been preparing for a possible ground offensive in northwestern Iran. Their aim is to weaken Iran's military and to challenge the regime's control, which would contribute to the broader objectives of the U.S. and Israel. Sources say that these Kurdish groups are being supported by both the Mossad and the CIA, and are said to have thousands of fighters ready to engage. Moreover, recent reports also suggest that hundreds of them have allegedly crossed the border into Iran, preparing for an attack. Again, in the backdrop of Iran's leadership crisis is an individual, Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of Iran's last Shah. He emerges as a symbolic opposition figure who some see as a possible future leader if the Islamic Republic falls. In his recent interviews, Pahlavi has urged Iranians to unite and prepare for a peaceful transition, while also outlining plans for democratic reforms in Iran. However, President Trump has not clearly endorsed Pahlavi for the leadership, indicating that someone from within Iran might be a more suitable choice. Pahlavi's support among opposition groups is significant, but that still remains uncertain inside of the country. To understand today's crisis over Iran's leadership, let's also look back at a defining moment in modern Iranian history. In 1953, Iran's democratically elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh was overthrown in a coup, which was backed by the United States and United Kingdom after he had nationalized the country's oil industry. That move directly challenged British and Western oil interests, prompting covert action by Western intelligence services. The coup then restored Mohammad Reza Pahlavi as the Shah of Iran, greatly expanding U.S. influence over the country and ending Mossadegh's democratic government. The Shah then ruled for more than 2 decades as an authoritarian monarch, with strong Western support, but he also received widespread resentment as people frequently protested under his repressive rule. That resentment boiled over in 1979, when Iran underwent a revolution that ended the Shah's regime and replaced it with an Islamic republic, which was led by Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. The revolution was driven by a mix of nationalism, religious fervor, and opposition to foreign influence in Iranian affairs. Khomeini's rise marked a dramatic shift from a Western-aligned monarchy to a theocratic state, which was openly and boldly hostile to the United States. After Khomeini's death in 1989, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was chosen as his successor, cementing clerical control over the Iranian state for decades. Khamenei's rule was marked by staunch anti-Western and anti-Israeli policies, deepening mistrust between Iran and the United States and other Western powers. This historical sequence from a national leader's overthrow to monopoly monarchical control to a religious revolution has set the stage for Iran's complex domestic politics and its fraught relationship with foreign powers. This also helps explain why external involvement in Iran's leadership choices, such as the current debate over influence on Iran's next supreme leader, is viewed through such a charged historical lens. That's all for this episode of Explained. Stay tuned as we bring you more in-depth insights and stories that matter.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
Job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome to Deep Dive on NewsX World. I'm Ellie Richardson. One of today's top story is the latest crisis in the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most important energy choke points, and it is currently at the center of a major global disruption. Let's dive deeper into the energy crisis that is taking place. In the last few days, escalating military conflict between Iran, the United States and Israel has pushed the Strait of Hormuz into a near standstill. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has issued warnings and radio announcements stating that vessels linked to the United States, Israel, Europe and their supporters will not be permitted to transit through the strait. In effect, this has brought commercial traffic to a halt as ships either turn back or avoid the route due to the risk of missile and drone attacks. Maritime traffic has fallen sharply. Industry data suggests shipping through the strait is all but paralysed amid the fighting, with insurers withdrawing war risk cover and many tankers anchored outside the channel. Iran, however, denies that the strait is fully closed to all ships, saying its restrictions are aimed at vessels linked to the US, Israel and Europe, rather than a blanket global blockade. Reporters say only blockaded for US, Israel and EU ships. According to Iranian state statements, the strait remains technically open but restricted for Western-linked shipping. Iranian officials say this move is justified under wartime rights, and they may allow passage to other flagged vessels, including those from friendly or neutral countries. Despite this claim, the reality on the water is stark. Most commercial captains are refusing to risk entry, effectively creating a soft closure. This uncertainty has severe implications for global energy flows. The Strait of Hormuz is a narrow stretch of water, at its narrowest just 21 miles wide. that connects the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea. Geographically, it sits between Iran to the north and Oman to the south, making it the only maritime outlet for several of the world's largest oil producers. It is one of the most critical energy choke points on the planet. Roughly 20% of global crude oil and liquefied natural gas passes through this corridor every day under normal conditions. That means millions of barrels of oil and huge volumes of gas heading to energy-hungry economies like Asia, Europe and beyond transit this narrow channel. If disrupted, it instantaneously tightens markets worldwide. Under usual conditions, energy exporters like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, Qatar, Bahrain, the UAE and Iran send their crude and gas through Hormuz. Around 18 to 20 million barrels of oil per day pass here, a figure representing about a fifth of global demand. Major economies in Asia, including China, India, Japan, South Korea and Taiwan, rely heavily on imports through this route. Disruptions immediately pressure pricing and shipping routes globally. Even alternative pipelines, for example from Saudi Arabia and the UAE, cannot fully compensate because most volumes have no practical bypass outside the route. We are also seeing the fallout. This is the state of energy reserves in important nations. With the strait effectively shut, energy stocks and reserves are now in focus. China has some strategic reserves and may weather short-term disruption. India, importing about 40% of its crude from the Middle East, has limited stockpiles, enough for roughly 40 to 45 days needs, and is now scouting alternatives. East Asian economies like Japan, South Korea and Taiwan hold strategic reserves but will face pressure if supply remains constrained. Many nations are already reducing fuel allocations and rationing supplies amid plunging exports from Qatar, Abu Dhabi and other Gulf producers hit by the conflict. And the markets are reacting sharply. Oil prices surged with Brent and WTI climbing sharply amid war-linked supply fears. US stocks fall sharply with down almost 780 to 800 points and other major indices sliding. Market volatility spikes as investors assess inflation and growth risks. Energy stocks outperform while cyclical sectors lag due to cost pressures. International equities fluctuate with Asian markets mixed and European indices dropping. Exchange rates and central banks under stress with some nations intervening to defend currencies amid oil shock. The Strait of Hormuz crisis is now a central tableau in broader geopolitical conflict. Whether the closure is partial or total, the practical effect is the same right now. Global energy flows are severely disrupted, prices are risking, and markets are in a state of heightened risk. As tensions persist and nations weigh their strategic reserves and alternatives, the world watches closely because any prolonged disruption here will be felt across economies from Asia to Europe and beyond. We are now being joined by Gerald Al-Fil, who's an economist, and he is joining us from Dubai. Thank you so much for joining us here on Deep Dive. Thank you. Our first question is, while Iran claims the strait is technically open to neutral vessels, we're seeing a soft closure driven by the private sector. If maritime insurers like Lloyd's of London continue to withdraw war risk cover or hike premiums by 50% or more, does the legal status even matter anymore? Are we entering an era where insurance companies rather than navies have the final say on global energy security?
Yes, it's a delicate situation. I don't think that insurance companies will dictate now geopolitics, but both go closely together. Also, if you look in the past when there was a rise of piracy at the Horn of Africa, insurance companies likewise said we either have to pull out or there's a solution. And then internationally, many states work together to send more Navy ships to the Horn of Africa to end the problem with piracy. Now, going back to the Straits of Hormuz, technically open, yes, the shipping has obviously declined by 70%, but here in the UAE state news agency WAM reported that both the UAE and Oman, the Sultanate of Oman, the Gulf state Oman, are patrolling the Strait of Hormuz and also trying to reinstall the security here. And the power of insurance companies, going back to your question, is of course now visibly more than ever. If you look at stock prices of major insurance companies in the last 5 days, Germany's Allianz SE -5%, Swiss Re -3%, Munich Re -2.5%. They are under pressure and they are now, of course, forced also by shareholders and stakeholders or demand by stakeholders to pull out of those businesses which are too risky. They definitely go hand in hand. There's a lot of communication, as we hear in the UAE, also on back channels. And also China, you mentioned that Asia is dependent on energy flows. China is demanding an end of the hostilities and trying also to mediate between the parties.
And data shows that over 80% of the crude passing through Hormuz is destined for Asian markets, specifically China, India and Japan. Given that the US is now a net exporter of energy and far less reliant on this route than it was in the 1970s, how does this shift the geopolitical calculus? Is the US military currently protecting a global commons, or is it essentially guarding a supply chain that its primary economic rivals depend on more than itself?
Yes, it's an interesting situation because this US administration under President Donald Trump had been critical about the EU's and NATO's attitude towards Russia and the Ukraine war, and they tried to also mediate and put an end of the hostilities in Eastern Europe. Now, today, a waiver was issued to India that India can import for 1 month Russian oil, which is new, and this is against EU's policy, which demand from the US also to support more sanctions, more boycotts, more restrictions on Russia. Now, it can be that with this situation with the geopolitical situation here in the Gulf region, that now the European Union and the European states will be forced to follow the US line, because sooner or later they will need Russian energy, which they wanted to put down to zero this year. Germany, for example, still gets a small amount through shipping from Russia of energy, of LNG and oil and gas, but they wanted to finish the
physics was known for quite a while, and so I think it hasn't.
Hello and welcome. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on News X World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. Israel carries out heavy airstrikes on Hezbollah-controlled southern suburbs of Beirut and launches a broad wave of attacks on infrastructure in Tehran. Iran responds by saying it fired missiles towards the heart of Tel Aviv as the conflict between Israel and Iran-backed groups continues to expand across the region. Iran launches fresh missile strikes towards Israel, according to the Israel Defense Forces, as the conflict enters another day of expansion. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Bahrain say their air defense systems intercepted attacks overnight. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says American strikes on Iran are about to surge dramatically, warning that Washington is preparing to intensify its military campaign. He adds that access to the UK's strategic Diego Garcia base in the Indian Ocean could help the United States scale up airstrikes against Iranian targets.
But what's happening with Cuba is amazing, and
President Donald Trump says he's not considering sending U.S. ground troops into Iran, calling such a move a waste of time and saying Tehran has lost everything they can lose. The comments come as the United States and Israel continue air and naval strikes against Iran. The United States and Venezuela agreed to re-establish diplomatic and consular relations in a major shift aimed at promoting stability, economic recovery, and political reconciliation. The move comes after U.S. forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in a surprise raid in January, after which he was taken to New York to face drug and weapons charges that he denies. Despite a lack of progress towards a peace agreement and to end their 4-year war, the Russian Foreign Ministry has said Russia and Ukraine have exchanged 300 POWs each today. This announcement follows their exchange of 200 POWs yesterday. Azerbaijan's Foreign Minister Ceyhun Bayramov has said that Azerbaijan is evacuating its diplomats from Iran for their own safety. This comes a day after Baku said 4 Iranian drones had crossed its border and injured 4 people in the Nakhchivan enclave. The U.S. Justice Department releases new FBI records from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, summarizing interviews with the woman who accuses President Donald Trump of a sexual encounter in the 1980s. When she was a teenager, the White House dismisses the claims as completely baseless, saying there is no credible evidence, while the documents come from 2019 FBI interviews conducted during the wider Epstein sex trafficking probe. Now we start this hour with Iran. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has made it clear that the country has no hesitation in defending its dignity and sovereignty. Posting on X, Pezeshkian has stated that Iran is fully committed to lasting peace in the region, but emphasized that mediation efforts should focus on the nations responsible for igniting the conflict, the US and Israel. He firmly believes that those who underestimated Iran should be held accountable. The president's comments highlight Iran's stance of both seeking peace while also standing strong in the face of external pressures. Now we welcome retired Major General Gigi Dwivedi. He's a war veteran and a professor at International Relations and Strategic Studies, joins us live from New Delhi. First, I would like to welcome Professor and Major General Gigi Dwivedi for this. Thank you very much for joining us again. Now, how do you analyze Iran's stance? Although they could be right in their stance, but of course, US and Israel are right in their own stance too. So who would be able to bring these countries realistically to a mediating table? And do you think these countries have lost trust towards US because the negotiations were ongoing and it has ended in this situation now?
Firstly, Suma, thank you very much for having me on your show.
Thank you.
Well, there are a couple of things that would answer the question by you. Today is the 7th day of war, and Iranians are actually taking I think, a very severe punishment or hit from the Americans and the Israeli aerial bombardment, and also the naval assets have been attacked, and the whole conflict has actually now become into multiple theaters. Now, when the war is on, it's how it moves onto the negotiation table. There are a couple of conditions. First and foremost, if the both sides are evenly matched, then there's no desire to go in for the peace. But when one side is taking the hit and the other side has the upper hand, then obviously the side which is taking the hit has desire to go on to negotiation table, because after all, Suma, wars start when negotiations fail, and the negotiations start once the aims and objectives have been achieved on the war zone. So when President of Iran, Pezeshkian, has said that they are prepared for the talks and negotiation, but at the same time, they will defend the honor and the sovereignty of the nation. And that's right, because every nation would fight for its own sovereignty and dignity. And this has been stated by the Iranian leadership even before. So the point I'm trying to make is that as yet, I don't think that conditions are ripe for the negotiations to start, because both sides are trying to outdo each other, though Israelis and Americans have the upper hand, but Iranians also responding in their own way, while their response has come down because there's almost 70% fall in their missile launches and responses. They have lost about 300 launches, and possibly their missile stock is also depleting. So, Azuma, all I can say is that there is, of course, no trust, between Iran and America and the interlocutors also, like Oman. They said that talks were progressing, but suddenly America and Israelis have chosen to go to war. So I think that right at the moment, conditions are not very right. Only after a few days we'll see how the war is going, which side has achieved its aims and objectives, and that will actually set the stage for the negotiation. After all, please remember, the war can't go on indefinitely. At some stage, the belligerents have to come to the negotiation table, but those conditions actually are the ones which are on the ground. And please remember, your position on the negotiation table is your position on the ground. Asuma.
Thank you very much, Major General, for sharing that insight. I'd like to also welcome Dr. Satoru Nagao. He's a fellow at Hudson Institute, joins us live from Tokyo. Now, Dr. Nagao, thank you for staying with us. Building on Major General's answer, what's your take on this? How long can this drag now? And also, who can mediate between them? And what about the timing? What do you think about the timing? Do you think this is not the right time, that they're both not ready to come to a negotiating table, realistically?
I agree with the General. We need to wait a little bit more because there are two reasons. Firstly, when Iran run out of the missile and the drones, the timing will come for Iran to negotiate. But at the same time, currently, Iran lacks leadership. So that's why there is a President Pezeshkian, but he take responsibility of the one part of the Iranian government. So after the assassination of the Khamenei, who will take care of the top leader, or who take care of the Revolutionary Guard in Iran? In this case, still in Iran, they lack the leadership. So there is a possibility Iran still has some weapon, and Iran lacks the leadership. Because of these two reasons, time hasn't come to talk, I think. But next some days, if Iran continue to use missile and drones, they will run out of missile and drones. Of course, they need to keep some for retaliate against other attack from the other country, not only America, Israel, but also many countries they have already attacked, and they will retaliate in the future. So that's why they need to keep some missile and drones, and they will choose someone who take care of the whole country. So that's why Iran needs some days to talk, I guess.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for sharing that insight with us. And Major General, please do stay with us as we come back to you. Now we have a breaking news coming in from Iran. According to Iranian media reports, explosions rocked the key port city of Bandar Abbas on Iran's Gulf Coast. The blasts occurred amid ongoing US and Israeli strikes on Iran. Local outlets, including Etemad and Sharq, reported hearing several explosions. Bandar Abbas, a crucial commercial hub, is among cities targeted by airstrikes. Details on casualties and the damage are not yet available. Now we move on to Israel. The Israeli Defense Forces claim that It has destroyed an underground bunker in Tehran that was used by slain Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The IDF said around 50 fighter jets dropped 100 bombs on the bunker located beneath Iran's leadership complex. According to the IDF, the bunker was designed as an emergency command center for Khamenei, but after his assassination, it continued to be used by senior Iranian officials. The IDF has described it as a key asset for the Iranian regime's leadership during the war. Iran has yet to comment on this. Now we welcome back retired Major General Gigi Dwivedi. Thank you very much, Major General, for staying with us. Now, from your analysis, as the war drags on and escalates, do you think that U.S. and Israel are capable of bringing or putting a leadership in Iran who they think is aligns with their policies while protecting their Iran's sovereignty, like they did in Venezuela with Rodriguez?
Well, Suma, that was one of the war aims, beside the destruction of Iranian military potential, nuclear installations. This was one of the war aims to have a regime change and have a regime which is favorable to the Americans. But the point is that Iran's situation is not akin to Venezuela because it's a totally different ball game. First and foremost, in Iran, the current regime is deeply embedded for last 40 years. So therefore, it's not easy to shake up the foundation. Secondly, I think the whole regime change process has to come from the ground, from the groundswell within the Iranians, because it cannot be externally driven. And third point is that as long as the Islamic Revolutionary Guards are loyal to the government, as long as the security forces are still loyal to the new dispensation, and the Iranian people are still have had a fairly bad experience of the general protest. They are not willing to come out and risk their lives. So therefore, I don't think that regime change is possible externally. But yes, within the regime, like President Pezeshkian is known to be moderate, and if the moderate voices actually come up and say that there's no point going for such a destruction, and they sound moderate, then it can be possible that the negotiation can start. But right at the moment, I think the current regime is only extension of the previous regime. They are hardliners. They are not willing to compromise until enough pressure is brought on them through the military means, which the efforts are going on by the American, Israelis, and of course the number of allies that joined in. Great Britain has joined in, France, Australia, Germany. So I think that the regime will have to either change their line and become more moderate, or possibly they'll have to suffer more. And then the people themselves can come up and say that this war must stop, because after all, please remember, Zuma, the maximum penalty is paid by the civilians because they are unprotected, they are vulnerable. So therefore, I think that American effort to change the regime externally are not going to fructify. This movement has to come from within, but right at the moment, the current regime is fully embedded, and I don't think there is any chance of regime change in the near future, Asuma.
And lastly, what do you think about, the fact that, right, it's a fact that U.S. has been interfering in foreign elections or foreign head of states for decades. It's not a secret. But how ethical is it that now this is so openly done or being said, and we've seen it with Venezuela, it's still ongoing, and now we are seeing this with Iran?
Well, Asuma, the world has moved on from the international law being the guiding force today. It's the countries which are powerful. Well, they are setting the laws, and therefore ethics issue is on the back burner. And these countries, whether it is Russia or America or even China, they are imposing the will through sheer brute force. And therefore, this is the new world in which force matters. There are no ethics, and the governments or the dispensations are willing to go to any extent to achieve their national goals and objectives. So therefore, that is the pattern of the day. And of course, not only American, but the other countries also, like Soviet Union, during the Cold War, they went into Czechoslovakia, they went into Hungary, changed their regimes. So the point is that today's world, I think, talking about idealism, talking about the international law, I think is only a futile exercise, because the countries which have the power will exert power to get to their national aims. And today, 3-4 countries which are very powerful, whether it is America, Russia. Russia went into Ukraine on 24th February 2022, and 4 years the war is on. And same thing, the game is being played by Xi Jinping and the Chinese government. They are almost gobbled up the complete South China Sea, and they are intimidating Taiwan. So in nutshell, Suma, I can say in today, the currency is power. Ethics and value system is on the back burner, Suma.
With that, I'd like to thank Major General Gigi Dwivedi for sharing that insight with us. Thank you. Now we move on to Iraq. The Israeli military has ordered civilians in an industrial area in central Iran to evacuate immediately, citing imminent military actions in the region. The evacuation order came as the military prepares for further strikes. Simultaneously, a drone attack targeted a headquarters of Iraq's Popular Mobilization Forces in Mosul. Though no casualties were reported, this incident adds to the escalating military tensions in the Middle East, particularly between Israel, Iran, and their allies. As military tensions continue to escalate in the region, both Israel and Iran are on high alert, with the possibility of further confrontations looming. The international community is closely monitoring these developments, hoping for a de-escalation in the coming days. Now we welcome back Dr. Satoru Nagao. He's joining us live from Tokyo. Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for staying with us. Now, as Iraq and Iran both have been issued warnings and Israel continues, how do you analyze Israel's capacity? Do you think it's unlimited in terms of their defense capacity, their attacking capabilities, and given US's backing?
Of course, unlimited ammunition, unlimited fuel is not exist, but at the same time, nearly such kind of thing could happen because they prepared well. For a long time, they fought many wars. In this case, they spent many weapons, generally, we can say. But at the same time, the supply of the weapon and fuel is happening as a supply chain. And so maintaining the firepower is as a system they have already prepared. And in case of the attack to Iran, there's a possibility it has prepared for a long time, because nearly the decade they planned. And last year, the US and Israel attacked a nuclear facility in Iran, but that time they have already identified that attack delayed Iran's nuclear program for 2 years or something like that. So that's why they have already identified in the near future they need to bomb again to destroy the capability and changing their will to develop the nuclear weapon. So since then, they have already prepared this military operation, I think. So that's why nearly 1 year they prepared, and so that's why even if they use many ammunition, still they can say the ammunition hasn't run out. And not only ammunition, but also the other factor is related with this, I believe, because they haven't sent ground troops to Iran, and they will not send the ground troops to Iran because the ground troops battle, in this case, it is not easy to withdraw. So that's why they try to avoid it. Missile and drone, relatively easy to withdraw, but if they send the ground troops, war will continue for a long time, but that possibilities exist. So that's why to avoid this, they need someone who takes charge as a ground troops. In this case, for example, the local Kurdish military forces.
Yes, Dr. Nagal, I wanted to ask you about that. You already touched upon it, but how do you think, how are these proxies being used or eyed in this war?
Yeah, in this war, they need local, for example, the uprising people or local Kurdish. So the ethnic problem is exist. That's why the Kurdish people is important. And in case of the Kurdish people, not only in northern Iran, but also the northern Iraq or Turkey or the widespread region Kurdish people are living. So that's why from Iraq to Iran, they try to try to send supply and try to uprise. Something like that is part of plan. So that could happen. But of course, such kind of support could be the double-edged sword. If they succeeded, of course, it will be the effective method to destroy the government. But if they fail, in case one of the scenario is a civil war like Syria could happen. So that's why civil war creates a sanctuary for the terrorists, and the terrorists will attack United States finally is not a good strategy for the United States and for Israel also. So that's why this is double-edged sword, but at the same time, as one of the methods supporting the rebellion is one kind of the tactics instead of sending the ground troops. So that's why this is important, I believe, because of the region. This is the area of the Kurdish or area of the local militia, and when they will fight against Iranian government, so of course, this is a route.
Thank you for highlighting that, Dr. Nagal. Please do stay with us as we come back to you for our next news as well. Now, moving the focus on to Asia, China has urged all parties to cease military actions in the Strait of Hormuz, emphasizing its importance as a key corridor for global trade and energy. This statement comes in response to the ongoing U.S.-Israeli conflict with Iran as the war enters its 7th day. China is reportedly in talks with Iran to ensure the safe passage of crude oil and Qatari liquefied natural gas vessels. The conflict has severely disrupted shipping in the vital waterway, cutting off a fifth of global oil and gas supplies. Let's listen in.
霍尔木兹海峡及其附近水域是重要的国际货物和能源贸易通道。维护这一地区的安全稳定符合国际社会的共同利益。中方敦促各方立即停止军事行动，避免紧张事态进一步升级，防止地区局势动荡，对全球经济发展造成更大的影响。
Now we move on. My colleague and senior editor Uday Pratap Singh has spoken to the Deputy Secretary General of Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, František Růžička, on the ongoing Middle East war, India's economic potential, and the growth of AI at the Raisina Dialogue being held in India's capital, New Delhi. Let's take a look.
Well, joining us now is František Růžička. He's, of course, Deputy Secretary General for Organization for Economic Development and Cooperation. Thank you very much for being with us on NewsX. We are seeing, of course, economic partnerships grow between India and many other countries. Of course, there have been also several free trade agreements that we've seen signed in the last few months. How do you view this potential that many countries are now exploring with India?
I think that there is a huge potential, and of course we see it in the OECD as well. And I have not only participated at this very important and interesting forum, I mean that is organized by, and I congratulate India for, but also in the bilateral discussions with my Indian partners. And we're discussing the different aspects of the cooperation, starting with a cooperation, for example, looking at the investment environment and how to assist from the OECD, I mean to create the environment for investors that is conducive to attract more investments from other countries, but also that is conducive to bring the Indian investments to other countries as well. Then, of course, we are looking at the capacity building and institutional aspects. There are the discussions about the economic survey of India, where we could look at the whole complexity of the Indian economy and to look at the position of the small medium enterprises, how to help these enterprises, to get better access to the digital technologies, how to get the better access to the investments, because sometimes they don't have the capacities. And then, of course, we look at the labor and skills issues, which of course we discussed just right now at the panel, that there is a lot of the complementarity the Indian system may provide for the aging societies in the industrially developed countries.
Now, you're based, of course, in Paris. We had the French president visit recently, Macron, for the AI Impact Summit. Now, AI, how can that be leveraged for further economic progress as well?
I think that, that is the key game changer in the economic progress. And I think that, there is also, I have to congratulate India for the AI summit, which was the continuation of the summit that was organized by President Macron. And I was listening very carefully to the President Macron's statement, where he said, that the Indian specialists, experts are governing the global world in the artificial intelligence as being the heads of the global companies. So AI is the game changers everywhere. AI has the impact on the education. AI has the impact on the social issues. AI has the impact on the labor market, and AI can increase the competitiveness, productivity. And as we discussed also today, I was very much surprised and happily surprised that in countries like India, AI is implemented much more than in some other developed countries. Thank you very much for the music.
Okay, yes. My final question to you is on the Middle East conflict, because we are seeing it continue, of course. Do you believe that could also now have an economic impact on certain countries, because we're going to see oil prices rise if it continues for a while? The Strait of Hormuz also is closed as we speak. That is obviously affecting energy security, oil supply, and also goods movement and logistics movement.
Yes, you put the question and you answer the questions, because you are fully right in the sense that the conflict does not have only the regional impacts or the impacts on the certain countries. The conflict, whenever it ends, will have the impact on the total global economy. And then, of course, we are not seeing only this conflict, but there are some other conflicts that are still, like the conflict in Ukraine, that altogether will bring the new geography in the economic, in the global value chains, in the energy supplies, in creating the connectivities and cooperation in the economic and trade sphere. And of course, we would like to help end these conflicts as soon as they can, because more we go, the more we create the bigger impact on the economies, including the countries like India.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
With journalist Dinesh Uday Pratap Singh in Delhi, NewsX.
That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and when it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
Hello and welcome to Nobel Laureates. This is the show where we sit down with the world's most brilliant minds, recipients of the highest honour in science, to discuss the ideas and breakthroughs shaping our future. Today we are honoured to welcome one of the pioneers of molecular nanotechnology, Nobel laureate Professor Ben Feringa. Professor Feringa was awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2016 for his groundbreaking work on the design and synthesis of molecular machines. Tiny systems made of individual molecules that can move, rotate, and perform controlled mechanical functions. His discovery of the world's first controllable molecular motor opened an entirely new frontier in chemistry and nanotechnology. As a professor at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands, his research continues to explore how molecules can be engineered to perform tasks, potentially transforming technology, energy systems, and medicine. Tonight we discuss what some are calling the age of molecular machines and how chemistry at the smallest scale could reshape the future of human technology. Professor Feringa, thank you very much for joining us here on the broadcast. It's a pleasure to have you.
My pleasure.
Great. Let's get straight into this.
Sure.
For centuries, chemistry has largely focused on understanding molecules and controlling reactions between them. Your Nobel Prize winning work showed that molecules can actually be designed to move and function like tiny machines. Are we now entering an era where chemists are no longer just studying molecules, but engineering machines at the molecular level? And how revolutionary is this shift for science and technology?
It's wonderful that you asked this question. You know, when you look at your own body, when you look at a living animal or so, you know, it is full of motion. Yes? So we should realize that a piece of plastic, or materials that you see around you, they don't move. But your body, can move, it can adapt, it can respond. It has dynamic functions. And I think to bring this motion to materials, to all kinds of science, is indeed a new frontier. And with our design of molecular machines, what we try to do is to bring in these tiny machines to bring motion to otherwise inert materials.
And in further depth, the molecular motors that your team developed operate at a scale millions of times smaller than a grain of sand, yet they can rotate, switch states, as you said, and perform controlled movements. Scientists have suggested that such systems could one day enable targeted drug delivery, nanoscale manufacturing, or self-assembling materials. How realistic are these possibilities today?
Of course. I'm really happy that you asked this question. Of course, it's very fundamental science at the moment at the universities and the research institutes. But indeed, to make things responsive and adaptive, to induce motion, means that you can control all kinds of functions, like for instance assembly, you know, like happens in your body. Due to this motion, things can assemble and disassemble. Of course, the robustness is very important, you know, that's a big challenge, you know, to make it robust and that it doesn't fall apart. And of course you have to power it, because if you don't put energy in there, you cannot make things move or adapt or whatever. Think about your car, but also think about your own body. If you don't eat, you don't get energy, your cells cannot grow or multiply or do all these different functions. Your muscle cannot work. So indeed, there are big challenges to get robustness, to get all this incorporated into materials, and how to power them. We use, for instance, light and electricity to make these tiny machines working, to move. But there's still plenty of nice challenges, you know, to go to real life materials. But to give you an example, at the moment we make already pharmaceuticals, so drugs, that we can switch with light on and off. And we have also make small soft robot arms that can pick up things, you know. So you have to imagine a piece of plastic, you switch on and off a function with light, like an arm, like a muscle. So these are already things that exist today.
You mentioned challenges just then.
Yes.
What are those scientific barriers that are still separating laboratory demonstrations from real-world applications for this matter?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Of course, you know, when you work in the laboratory, realize these motors and machines, they are 1 billion of a meter in size. Now everybody is aware of microtechnology. We see macrotechnology, micro systems everywhere, from our electronics to all our micro machines. But this is nanoscale. So this is more compatible to what you see in the living cell in your body. And of course, to one nanomotor cannot do much, but you have to make millions of them working together. Like, take the muscle in your arm. If you lift your arm, there are millions of tiny machines that make it possible that you can lift your arm, that you can walk, that I can talk, that I can see you. This is, of course, very important, how you can make them working together and to amplify the effect from the nanoscale to the real world. That's one of the big challenges we are working on.
It's fascinating. But of course, in the year of 2026, artificial intelligence, it's the front and center of today.
Sure.
The technology is now being used to predict molecular structures and design entirely new chemical compounds, sometimes faster than human researchers can test them experimentally. Some scientists argue that AI could become the primary engine of chemical discovery. Do you see artificial intelligence as a transformative partner for chemists, or is there still something uniquely human, intuition, creativity, experimental judgment, that machines cannot replace in the discovery of new molecules?
I'm really happy that you asked this question. Of course, AI is everywhere, and honestly, our students use it already in the lab. So we integrate AI with our discovery program. So AI is inevitable and is used already, yes, indeed. But you also have to realize that AI helps us to create new materials, new tiny machines, the things we are working on. But we should not forget that human intuition, creativity is extremely important, and the experimental judgment, when you do experiments, and this critical attitude, what do the data mean that you discover in your laboratory, the measurements you do, etc. I think this is extremely important. So I think what we do with our students, the young researchers, we train them to be creative, to follow their intuition, but especially to learn the experimental techniques and be absolutely critical in their judgment, but also to combine it with these computer methods, artificial intelligence, computational methods, to design and to accelerate the design. Because if you have to do 1,000 experiments in your laboratory, but you can have AI to help you to design the 25 best experiments, you save a lot of time and you might much quicker get to the goal that you reach. Yes? So good combination benefits both worlds.
I mean, of course, it is a technology that one cannot avoid now. Are you concerned about what it mean for what it might mean for scientific discovery? Are you entirely excited by the prospect of artificial intelligence and where it goes?
I'm very excited about that, about the opportunities, but once again, as a scientist, you have to be critical. And I think, as Albert Einstein once mentioned, your creativity embraces the world, So, I mean, the creativity, the intuition, the creative young people, that have a different way of thinking. I think it remains extremely important, of course. If you feed a computer program with a lot of data, AI can help you a lot to select, to do, make maybe discoveries more quicker, etc. But once again, I cannot emphasize enough how important it is, the human factor.
Professor, do stay with us. As another rapidly emerging frontier is synthetic biology, where scientists design microbes that can produce medicines, fuels, advanced materials. In effect, living cells are becoming chemical factories as chemistry increasingly overlaps with biology and engineering. Are we moving towards a future where living systems themselves become programmable chemical technologies, and what scientific or ethical boundaries should guide that transition?
Yeah, this is really an important aspect, because this is already ongoing. You see this with the genomics, the cell adaptation, synthetic cells, etc. And of course, we make machineries, synthetic machinery, that is common to cells, like your muscles, or things that adapt. Yeah, the question is, how far do we want to go? And we had this discussion already with the worldwide genome projects, where you modify your DNA, you do genomics, etc. Of course, this discipline, this interface, I think it will disappear. So we will integrate artificial system, together with natural system. And of course, when you get an artificial hip or you get an artificial knee, nobody is complaining, because it helps us. But in the future, we will do more of this kind of nano engineering, where you might modify maybe some defect cells or whatever, and you introduce some of these functions. If it can help you when you are old to memorize, or it can help you with your body functions, why not? But of course, I am at the university, and we should train our students to think about that, and we should also have these ethical discussions. I think before we introduce it to society, we should have these ethical discussions with all the stakeholders, and particularly the universities are the place to have this kind of discussions. What do we want and what do we don't want? Yes?
Yes.
That's really important. So all these ethical aspects about future prospects for technology, for innovation, that is very important.
And Professor, of course, moving now on to another ethical landmine. Chemistry has been central to modern industrial development, but it has also contributed to major environmental challenges, from plastic pollution to greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, chemists are developing technologies such as carbon capture, green catalysts, and sustainable materials. In your view, can chemistry realistically help solve the climate crisis it partly helped create, or are technology fixing alone unlikely to address the scale of environmental challenges?
Yeah, I think this is a really big challenge for all of us, because chemistry, material science has been extremely successful. Think about your cars, think about our pharmaceuticals, think about all our plastic materials, etc. But we also face a problem that we have to do it more sustainable. And I think these new technologies to do precision technology, using nanotechnology, etc., using adaptive and responsive materials, help us to challenge, to solve several of these problems. So when you think about recycling, new materials, energy efficiency, yes, I'm really convinced that we need this kind of research, and we need it to help us to make a better world, where we can reuse our materials, where we can use them more efficient, also regarding energy use, and recycle materials, making better pharmaceuticals. I think this is all part of the future.
And many breakthroughs in chemistry bring enormous benefits, but also potential risks. Technologies capable of creating advanced materials, powerful catalysts, or synthetic biological systems could also be misused if they fall into the wrong hands. As chemical knowledge becomes more powerful and more accessible, how should the global scientific community balance open research with the responsibility to prevent dangerous applications?
I think we should. This is a very important point. We should have an open discussion on what we want and what we don't want, and potential dangers, and identify them in an early stage. And of course, you mentioned ethical aspects. At the universities, research institutes, we have very high ethical standards, and you know, the chemistry can make new drugs, life-saving drugs. When you have cancer, for instance, or an infection. But it can also make a chemical weapon, and you don't want that. So we should have very strict rules about what we want and not. But of course, also nanotechnology and the things we are doing with these tiny robots and tiny machines. That is always the issue of potential danger, and somebody is going to misuse it. Think about genomics. There was this whole discussion about genomics can cure in an early stage cancer, or help you, when you have a disease that you inherited in your family. But of course, also genomics, you can modify an embryo maybe to make a perfect human being, whatever that may be. I don't think we want that, That is not what we want. That's an ethical discussion. And of course, think about nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is used to the benefit of mankind, but also some countries, they want to make nuclear arms, and we see that now also currently appearing again, the danger of nuclear arms. So nuclear energy, there's nothing wrong with it, but if you have the pollution of nuclear waste, or you have arms race towards atomic bombs, that is the danger of the new technologies. So I think in general, every new technology will bring potential risks, but we should very strictly worldwide clarify what risk we want to take and what we don't want to do. And this is why, and I want to emphasize that, I go to India, I go to Japan, to China, to South Africa. I think that we have a global community of scientists that advocate this and say this is important for mankind, and this is important, dangerous aspects that we should discuss and agree upon. Science and knowledge belongs to mankind, and we should not have borders there. That is my message.
And finally, to wrap this conversation up, when you built the first controllable molecular motor, it was a discovery that initially seemed almost abstract. Yet it opened an entirely new field of nanotechnology. Many of the most important scientific breakthroughs only reveal their true significance decades later. Looking ahead 50 years, what do you believe could be the most transformative discovery emerging from today's frontier in chemistry? Something that may seem experimental now, but could seem and fundamentally reshape how humanity lives.
Yeah, this is a very difficult and interesting question, of course, because predicting the future is very difficult, because we scientists, like myself, we try to invent the future. We try to invent the future through science. And of course, when I look at the future, having these adaptive materials, etc., we can introduce lifelike properties. Think about lifelike functions like recycling. I mean, realize your body, your own body recycles half your body weight every 24 hours. What is one of the big problems we face in this world is recycling our materials, material scarcity, plastic recycling, etc. So I see tremendous opportunities there, but also to build tiny robots, nano robots, that a doctor can inject in your blood vein and go for a defect, for instance, for a tumor, or delivering a pharmaceutical, or do a precise surgery. So in the future, besides the normal surgeons, you will have molecular surgeons, that are injected in your body and will do the job. Of course, we work on smart medicine. So pharmaceuticals that have no side effect, that you can switch on and off precisely, so precise therapy. And finally, think about self-healing. When you have a scratch in your finger and you keep it clean, it will heal itself. But when you have a scratch in your car, it does not heal itself. You have to repair it. So in the future, you will see also these things that you are normal see in lifelike, in your own body, of lifelike systems like self-healing, self-repair, recycling, all these kind of things. And I'm really excited about these prospects for the future.
Professor Feringa, it's been a great pleasure speaking to you. Thank you so much for taking the time and joining us here.
It was my...
Well, that is all that we have time for here on the show on Nobel laureates, where we bring you face to face with people pushing the limits of human knowledge. For more conversations with the world's greatest minds, stay tuned to NewsX World.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
Our job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
Our job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if
Hello and welcome, I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsXL. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. Azerbaijan's Foreign Minister Ceyhun Bayramov has said that Azerbaijan is evacuating its diplomats from Iran for their own safety. This comes after a day after Baku said 4 Iranian drones had crossed its border and injured 4 people in the Nakhchivan enclave. The Trump administration is urging aerospace companies to immediately ramp up production as strikes on Iran deplete U.S. munition stocks. A drone strike on Raf al-Khoury has triggered widespread demands for the removal of British military bases from the island. The attack, which damaged a hangar housing US spy planes, has stoked public fears that the UK presence is dragging neutral Cyprus directly into the conflict with Iran. The Kremlin reports a significant rise in global demand for Russian oil and gas. As the war in Iran disrupts traditional supply chains, Moscow has reiterated its role as a reliable energy partner, positioning itself to fill the void left by the near-total shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz. Despite a lack of progress towards a peace agreement to end their 4-year war, the Russian Foreign Ministry has said Russia and Ukraine have exchanged 300 POWs each today. This announcement follows their exchange of 200 POWs yesterday. The Kremlin warns that Finland's plan to lift a ban on hosting nuclear weapons could raise tensions in Europe and make the Nordic nation more vulnerable. Finland, which shares a long border with Russia, abandoned decades of neutrality by joining NATO in 2023 after Moscow's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The United States and Venezuela agreed to re-establish diplomatic and consular relations in a major shift aimed at promoting stability, economic recovery, and political reconciliation. The move comes after U.S. forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in a surprise raid in January, after which he was taken to New York to face drug and weapons charges that he denies. The U.S. Justice Department releases new FBI records from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, summarizing interviews with a woman who accuses President Donald Trump of sexual encounter in the 1980s when she was a teenager. The White House dismisses the claims as completely baseless, saying there is no credible evidence, while the documents come from 2019 FBI interviews conducted during the wider Epstein sex trafficking probe. For this hour, we start with the breaking news coming in from Iran. According to Iran's local media, residential buildings in Tehran have been hit, with smoke being rising across the capital after recent strikes on civilian areas. The attacks come amid an ongoing wave of airstrikes that have also targeted government, military, and security sites in the city as the war escalates. No further details have been released on these strikes as of now. Now for this, we welcome Professor Mr. David K. Johnston. He's an author and journalist, joins us live from New York. Thank you very much, Mr. and Professor Johnston, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, moving forward, as it continues for, 7 days now, and it seems to be continuing, what's your analysis on how long can this continue? Do you think that President Trump underestimated Iran's capacity or capability?
Well, it's not clear whether he did that. What we do know is that Trump said a few days ago, this war will be over in 4 weeks. I'm assuming, have you ever heard of a war that came with an expiration date, like it's a package in the grocery store?
No.
And so it depends on how they continue to prosecute this illegal, unconstitutional war. So far, it's all airstrikes, which is what I predicted on this show in the past would happen. But yesterday, Donald Trump made some remarks suggesting there might be a ground invasion. That would require a very large buildup of other forces that are not in the region. And it would probably also trigger a response from Congress about how much authority Trump has to pursue this, because a ground war in Iran, a country of 90 million plus people with 1 million people with military training, would not be a simple operation.
Right. I would like to also welcome Mr. Martin Sai-Rides. He's an international affairs expert, joins us live from Ecuador. Thank you very much, Mr. Rides, for staying with us. Now, what's your take building on my question and Mr. Johnston's answer?
So, well, I do agree in some extent to the professor's view. if we talk about international law, is indeed an illegal war. But putting apart the legality of this war, we need also to put in consideration that this regime was absolutely dangerous for the West. Basically, this crazy Islamic terror government threatened several countries, such as Israel and the United States. They threatened to eliminate Israel from the Middle East. They absolutely violated international law and human rights. So I think the violation comes from both sides. But I think if we take in consideration the danger of this regime, it's absolutely important to override the power of this regime, its capabilities and its military infrastructure, so they cannot continue to engage in terrorism in the Middle East and to support their proxies such as Hezbollah, Hamas, and so on.
Right. And building on that, just one more question, Mr. Johnston. How do you think proxies are being eyed or used, or yes, in this war?
If the United States decides it's going to engage in more than an air war, it's absolutely going to need to develop some other support. It's not clear if the Kurds are being aroused by the U.S. or are acting on their own. And let's keep in mind that all of the dictatorships in the Middle East support terrorist groups. Iran is unusual in that it supports Hezbollah and Hamas, but the others support many terrorist groups. The Saudis, for example, support almost 6 terrorist organizations. So where you would find allies for a larger ground war is completely unclear, although we know that the Saudis, the Bahrainis, and the Emiratis are deeply concerned about the presence of the Iranian regime. They see it as a great threat to themselves, and so they might decide they were going to assist.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnston and Mr. Ereitz, for sharing that insight with us. We have another breaking news coming in from Bahrain. Several explosions were heard in Bahrain's capital Manama as tensions in the Gulf continue to rise. According to reports, sirens were sounded in the city as Iran intensified its retaliation campaign. Bahrain's Interior Ministry has urged citizens and residents to stay calm and seek shelter in safe places. This comes as UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer has offered additional defense support to Bahrain during a call with King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa. Prime Minister Starmer stated that 4 UK jets deployed to Qatar could be used to defend Bahrain from potential Iranian missile and drone attacks. Now we welcome back Mr. and Professor David K. Johnston. He's joining us live from New York. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnston, for staying with us. How do you see UK's move? Do you think UK is making up in a way for what US is not destroying, but what US is doing to the trust level which was earned or which seemed to be warming up from GCC countries, including Bahrain, towards Western nations?
Well, a couple of days ago, Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, issued a very legalistic sort of statement saying, you know, we don't have a dog in this fight. All we're doing are defensive actions, and we've allowed Americans to refuel some aircraft at one of our bases, but we're really not in this. And I said on your show at the time, I don't think that that's going to sell in Tehran. You're either in or out of this thing in the view of that regime. And bit by bit, the British are finding themselves drawn into this because they took that approach as opposed to the Scandinavian countries, France and Germany, that said, hands off, you're not landing our planes here, you're not staging on your bases in our countries. So bit by bit, I think we're going to see the British drawn into this, like it or not, from their perspective.
And how do you see the alignment between West towards this war right now?
Well, Donald Trump has spent the last year annoying, if not denigrating, America's closest allies. And so the idea that he could build some strong support for regime change with a ground assault in Tehran is a little hard to imagine. On the other hand, as your other guest quite rightly pointed out, this is a very dangerous regime. They want us to go live in the 9th century. And so it is possible that as a matter of convenience, holding their noses, the major European nations may decide at some point that they're going to join in. But if they do that, I think they should anticipate they would be involved in a very long and bloody war, because if there's one lesson we should have all learned, it's people will defend their homeland. Even if they don't like the government that's in charge, they will defend their homeland from outside invaders.
And you know how now if someone was to mediate, well, it might be too early to talk about this, but if someone was to mediate, who could that be, or who would that be? And do you think United Nations or Board of Peace, do they have any say or any role to play in such case?
Well, the obvious first person to think about for a mediation role would be Foreign Minister Badar of Oman, who was the person conducting the indirect talks in Geneva a week ago. Trump's Board of Peace is a vanity project by Trump designed to enrich himself and to feed his ego. It's not a substantial organization, and the countries that have bought into it are not major players. The UN and the prospect perhaps of UN peacekeeping troops after a war would be a more logical possibility, but I would expect that Foreign Minister Badar would be the person first on the list to mediate any kind of talks. And remember, Donald Trump asserted yesterday that he is going to play a role in picking the next leader of Iran, if not actually doing it outright. I don't know how much more insulting one could be to a sovereign nation, even one you don't like. I mean, imagine if the Ayatollahs were to say, we're going to pick the next president of the United States.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Johnston, for sharing that insight. Please do stay with us as we come back to you. Now we're taking another breaking news. According to Iran's local media, Iran's armed forces say that they attacked a US-owned oil tanker off of the coast of Kuwait amid the widening Gulf conflict. Iranian authorities say the vessel was hit and is now on fire, citing the Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters, which oversees wartime military operations. The claim comes as tensions escalate across the region with strikes on multiple fronts. There has been no immediate response from the United States on this. Now we first welcome back Mr. Martin Reitz. He's joining us live from Ecuador. Thank you very much, Mr. Reitz, for staying with us. Now, looking at this, in case negotiations were to happen, as the situation escalates now, and it seems like, it's adding more and more fuel, a lot of countries and a lot of countries dragging them into this conflict. How do you analyze if negotiations were to happen? Do you think that these countries will trust US again? Because, if we look at past 2 years, every negotiation with US or even US mediating, it hasn't had breakthrough in reality, in the ground, and it has ended up in same situation, just like Venezuela, just like Iran. What do you think?
I think it's very unlikely that negotiations and mediation will take place. The harm is already done. I think this war is already it just started. I don't see any ending for this war in any time soon. We're talking about a very strong and a very determined government like the Donald Trump's government, that he's not willing to give up on his interests. And from the other side, we're seeing also a very authoritarian and even a fundamentalistic regime like the Iranian one. Both sides are very extremist. I don't see any side trying to take consideration for steps for war. Donald Trump is absolutely eager to conquer the world. I mean, he already said that he wants to take Greenland from Denmark. He invaded Venezuela. So he's an expansionist. He doesn't like giving up, and he's not interested in peace. And at the same time, we're dealing with a terrorist regime. So I think the world is in a very difficult situation, because right now the world leaders of the greatest powers are very sick for power, and I think we are in the beginning of a possible third world war.
Thank you, Mr. Wright, for sharing that insight. I would like to also welcome back Mr. David K. Johnston. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnston, for staying with us. How do you think how Arab countries eyeing this cooperation between US and Israel, and the fact that Iran has started to attack all these countries as well? Do you think moving forward, if let's say these countries and Trump decides to host some kind of dialogue again, do you think we will see the welcoming or the atmosphere that we saw when Saudi prince was welcoming Trump last year?
The Saudis have done a very good job of putting Donald Trump in their pocket, because they have put literally billions of dollars into the Trump-Kushner crime family's pockets. And the Saudis will continue, along with the Emiratis and others, to try and win over Donald Trump. And Martin is exactly right, your other guest, that Donald is an expansionist. He's no different than when he and I first started talking almost 40 years ago. He believes he is a special person who is all-powerful, and he just snaps his fingers and things happen. And we may well end up in a much larger war here. Clearly, the regime in Tehran sees that it's in its interest to sow discord, and they particularly want to encourage the Shiite minorities in the Middle East, who almost all of whom live under despotic, ruthless Sunni or nominally Sunni governments, to rise up, to agitate, to make trouble. And we've seen this most significantly in Pakistan, but there's some indications of this happening in the other countries, which have state-controlled media, so we have to rely on news that gets leaked out of places like Saudi Arabia. But there's a significant danger here of a much wider war.
So, Mr. Martin, building on that, building on Mr. Johnston's answer, how do you think how are proxies being eyed or used in this war?
Absolutely. As the Professor Johnston said, Iran is the major force of terrorism from Shia Islam. Okay, Iran is the major power for Shia Islam. That's the reason why the Sunni countries from the Gulf, they hate Iran. They're enemies because of an historical religious war. And basically, Iran is trying to influence the minorities in the Middle East of the Shia Islam, like financing terror groups such as Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, Hamas, all of these terror groups who are aiming to disappear the state of Israel of its place. They're also destabilizing the Middle East, but we need to remember also that the Sunni countries, they're not angels, they're not saints. They also have their interests, and they also have a lot of authoritarian regimes, and they also finance a lot of Islamic terror groups. So we're seeing a war. We're seeing such a new Cold War in the Middle East between socialist Shia powers such as Iran and Sunni Western allied countries against Iran, but each country is self-focused on their interests. I mean, we see that these countries that are allies from the West, even though they're allies, their values are not Western at all. They also criminalize people for their sexual orientation or women. So right now I see that the war is more focused on political and economical affiliation of capitalism against socialism. But again, before engaging in more details, I think that the Iranian regime is very dangerous. I'm not justifying any illegal war, but I think it was very important for this terrible, horrific terrorist regime to fall. They are executing thousands of people. like 40,000 people just died for just expressing themselves. So they are criminals, they're terrorists. And I think this is a complete disaster. The world is just ruled by psychopaths, in my opinion, and I'm sorry for using that word.
No problem. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Johnston and Mr. Eritz for both joining us today and sharing that insight with us on NewsX World. Now we move on to Saudi Arabia. A Lufthansa flight en route to Riyadh was diverted to Cairo for safety reasons, according to the airline's CEO. The flight, which was operating under normal conditions, made the unscheduled landing after an unexpected issue arose mid-journey. Passengers were safely evacuated and no injuries were reported. Lufthansa has assured the public that they are investigating the incident and working to resolve the situation. The flight will resume its journey once the safety checks are completed. Now, my colleague and senior editor Uday Pratap Singh has spoken to the director of Polish Institute of International Affairs, Jaroslaw Karpocian. The India-Poland bilateral ties, the EU trade deal, the ongoing Middle East conflict, and the rising tensions over the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. All this and more at the Raisina dialogue being held in India's capital, New Delhi. Let's take a look.
Well, we have with us now Jaroslaw Karpowicz, who, of course, is director of the International Institute of Polish Affairs. Thank you very much for speaking with us on the sidelines of Raisina Dialogue 2026. Let me begin by asking you, firstly, welcome to India. And let me begin by asking you about the relations between India and Poland currently. Where do you see them headed?
Frankly speaking, it's my first time here during the Raisina conference. I'm very much impressed by the level of speakers, of high-level politicians who decided to come to New Delhi and to talk about global issue. I think Poland is a very dynamic country, quite similar to India. Now we are among 20 biggest world economies, and it's clear for us that we need more channels with India, more instruments to show Indian public opinion and Indian policymakers that Poland is a very important European country, that we are one of the biggest EU member states, and especially now the free trade agreement, which was just concluded between India and EU, may profit our bilateral relations. Economic cooperation and trade volume is not very high between Poland and India, and I think it's the high time to change this situation and to make Indian products more attractive on Polish markets and also Polish products on Indian markets.
I was just going to ask you that about the EU free trade agreement. Do you believe that is going to lead to closer ties between our countries? Also, we hope for its early implementation. The deal has been signed. It has to now get approval from all EU states and then hopefully be implemented.
Yes, hopefully at the end of this year, the whole process will be concluded. It's a process of implementation, but also European Commission has to do its work. It's a very complex agreement, so that's why we need some time. Definitely, the first benefit is the reduction of tariffs. Now they are very high, and we really count on lower tariffs. But not only, I think that investments are very important. So far, Poland invested in India in a few branches of Indian market, and I hope that thanks to this trade agreement, Polish investors would be much more encouraged to invest, to have trust to Indian partners.
What is the position of Poland now on the Middle East conflict? We've seen varied positions in Europe as well. What do you make of that? From, of course, certain countries backing the US action to certain other countries cautioning the US for starting a conflict in this manner.
I mean, for Poland, the most important is to stop war in Ukraine, and Iran is one of the biggest supporter of Russia's aggression war in Ukraine. Iranian drones are widely used by Russian army. So in this regard, we want to stop this conflict. However, Poland is trying to fulfill the mainstream of European Union and to stop also the conflict between United States, Israel and Iran, because probably with time and this US-Israeli attacks and Iranian response, there will be more and more civilian casualties. So that's why we plead to both sides to stop fighting, to stop the conflict. However, we see that the problem with Iranian nuclear program is a big issue. Also, it's very difficult for India to accept this program in Iran. So that's why definitely we would like to introduce diplomatic measures, not just military action.
Diplomatic measures are needed, but do you see a prolonged conflict? What is your analysis? Do you see the conflict getting bigger with each passing day, or you believe that there could be an end perhaps in a week's time?
I really hope that it will end in the week's time, because there is no arguments for US and Israeli military forces to change the nature of this operation and just to launch the land operation. I think that each aerial operation has some limits, and probably we will also face...
Was the regime change important? Do you believe it was needed?
I do not believe that that is possible in Iran to change the regime. There is a huge consolidation of society and Iranian leadership. So I personally do not believe in regime change.
And finally, what about oil prices? Is that a concern? That oil prices could rise, that energy supply and security could be affected as well with a prolonged conflict?
Of course, for Poland, crude oil coming from Saudi Arabia is now more than 40%. So with this conflict, each import of oil from Middle East to Europe or to India is under the question mark. So that's why I think that Poland and India has its role to coordinate our policy. Poland is a member of International Energy Agency, a group of many countries who import oil from different parts of the world, and India is also interested in joining this club. So that's why I think this is one of the solutions, to coordinate countries who has no own crude oil, and unfortunately they have to import crude oil from another part of the world. For example, we may control our level of our oil reserves, and in this regard there's lots of things where India and Poland may coordinate and cooperate much more closer than before.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Journalist Dinesh Uday Pratap Singh in Delhi, NewsX.
That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Thomas Porteous. You're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top stories of this hour. Israel carries out heavy airstrikes on Hezbollah-backed controlled suburbs of Beirut and launches a broad wave of attacks on infrastructure in Tehran. Iran responds by saying it fired missiles towards the heart of Tel Aviv as the conflict between Iran, Israel and Iran-backed groups continues to expand across the region. Iran launches fresh missile strikes towards Israel, according to the Israel Defense Forces, as the conflict enters another day of expansion. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia, Qatar and Bahrain say their air defense systems intercepted attacks overnight. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says American strikes on Iran are about to surge dramatically, warning that Washington is preparing to intensify its military campaign. He adds that access to the UK's strategic Diego Garcia base in the Indian Ocean could help the United States. President Trump says he is not considering sending US ground troops into Iran, calling such a move a waste of time and saying Tehran has lost everything they can lose. The comments come as the United States and Israel continue air and naval strikes against the country. In other news, the United States and Venezuela agree to re-establish diplomatic and consular relations in a major shift aimed at promoting stability, economic recovery and political reconciliation. The move comes after US forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Despite a lack of progress towards a peace agreement to end their 4-year war, the Russian Foreign Ministry has said Russia and Ukraine have exchanged 300 POWs each today. This announcement follows their exchange of 200 yesterday. Azerbaijan's Foreign Minister Yehuv Baranov has said that Azerbaijan is evacuating its diplomats from Iran for their own safety. This comes a day after Baku said 4 Iranian drones had crossed its border and injured 4 people in the Nichchivan enclave. The US Justice Department releases new FBI records from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, summarizing interviews with a woman who accuses President Trump of a sexual encounter in the 1980s when she was a teenager. The White House dismisses the claims as completely baseless, saying there is no credible evidence, while the documents come from 2019 FBI interviews conducted during the wider Epstein trafficking probe. Now, we start today with the escalating situation in the Middle East, which has seen in total 13 countries bombed, Tehran and Beirut at the center of the Israeli campaign today. We have some response coming from the Israeli side in the most recent comments. A senior Israeli official has said that the Israeli-US campaign against Iran is progressing much better than anticipated. The official highlighted the smooth execution of the operations, noting the complexity of the coordination and the heavy payloads being dropped. While stressing that much work remains, the official described the early achievements as quote-unquote epic. Meanwhile, the US Central Command reported that Iranian targets are being decimated by American forces. CENTCOM's statement emphasized the overwhelming military power being used to target key Iranian positions, with ongoing operations aimed at further weakening Iran's military infrastructure. According to US officials, the success of these operations has been pivotal in advancing the campaign. Joining us to discuss the statements coming from the Israeli ministry is Yossi Kopawasa, an Israeli intelligence and security expert. He joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much, Yossi, for joining us. These statements coming out of this Israeli official, what would success look like at this stage? Apparently the campaign against Iran is progressing much better than anticipated. Now, following the killing of the supreme leader, what does that mean?
Well, we are working on a two-pronged effort. One effort is to weaken the regime itself and to hit the leadership and the organizations that support it, the security organizations. And we have really impressive success in that. We're not only eliminating the leader, the supreme leader, but eliminating many of its advisors and the supporters, and hitting many bases of the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, and the Basij that serve as the security forces that support the regime. That's an ongoing effort. And the other effort is to minimize the capabilities of the Iranian regime to hit us and its neighbors and its other neighbors. And we are making a very impressive progress in this effort as well. We hit 300 heavy missiles launchers, and many missiles themselves were hit as well. We hit the nuclear facilities that were left after the operation in June 2025. We are hitting industrial facilities that are used for the purpose of developing and producing those weapons. So it's a very impressive result. And we take advantage of the fact that we have managed to establish air superiority in most of the Iranian territory, so that we can fly not only attack from standoff, but also attack from stand-in against most of these targets.
What a major event, of course, of this war so far, if not the major event, has been the killing of the Iranian Supreme Leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. What have been both the benefits of this and the possible risks that one could equivalate it to decapitating the Iranian regime might bring?
Well, first of all, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for the people of Iran, once we finish the bombardment of and weakening of the Iranian security apparatuses, to go out to the streets and take over the regime. That's a big opportunity. In the meanwhile, there is a situation where we see two options in front of, especially of the United States. They have to decide. One is to really keep on paving the ground for the people of Iran to take over. And the other is to make a deal with somebody who's going to replace the supreme leader and be manageable and acceptable by the United States. I think this is a little bit far-fetched, but this can happen, and definitely it seems that President Trump is interested in such an arrangement that would enable the Iranian state to avoid chaos, because there's a fear that if we let the people take over, because they are divided and not organized well enough, that will end up with chaos. So President Trump is definitely prefers to find somebody from within the regime that he can work with. He has already made it clear that he doesn't think that the son of the supreme leader, of the late supreme leader, is fit for the job, but he's willing to consider other candidates for this job. And the problem is that almost all of the candidates are part and parcel of the regime itself. They believe in the radical approach of this regime, maybe a more moderate version of this radical approach, but still within the framework of this radical approach, which makes it a very difficult job to find somebody who's acceptable.
Do you think that those actions then, killing the Ayatollah as early as the second day of the conflict, was a good move, or does it risk overcomplicating this war and possibly stretching it out? Considering, of course, that we're not seeing any ground troops in Iran as of yet, neither from the Israelis or from the Americans. Donald Trump even said today that he doesn't intend to put any troops on the ground.
Neither does Israel. Nobody wants to put the boots on the ground, because we all believe that if there is going to be a revolution, it should be conducted by the people of Iran for their own interest and not by any foreign force. And the problem is that they are not organized and they are not ready yet to do the job. And but taking out Khamenei not on the second day, and the first day, and the first move of the operation was the right thing, because otherwise we would not be able to reach him. He would probably hide somewhere and nobody would be able to reach him. So it was a golden opportunity that was taken advantage of by Israel and the United States in the opening attack of this operation. And now there is a chance that there's going to be a better leader for Iran, We hope that's not going to be somebody from within the regime, but we'll see what the United States is going to say, because it's a joint operation. We have to listen to our partners as well. Anyhow, I think that any alternative is better than Khamenei. Was a very radical leader of Iran that was committed to building those nuclear capabilities, ballistic missile capabilities, the proxies around us, all those terror organizations that were cooperating with the Iranian regime. We are putting an end to all this structure, and we hope that the next leader of Iran will not try to rebuild it.
Okay, Yossi, stay with us. We're turning over to some further updates coming out of the conflict. Iran's army has confirmed it attacked US military bases in Kuwait on Friday, targeting them with a large number of destructive drones. According to Iranian state media, the ground forces launched the strikes, marking a significant escalation in the ongoing conflict. The Iranian army stated that these attacks will continue in the coming hours. The move comes as tensions between Iran and the US escalate, with both sides increasing their military actions in the region. Yossi joins us once again. Yossi, Kuwait, among other countries in the Gulf which are being struck, importantly Kuwait as well as Saudi Arabia, among other powerful Gulf countries which are currently in the middle of that conflict, are not a member of the Abraham Accords. Of course, Donald Trump and Israel's aim is to get more Arab countries like the ones mentioned into those agreements. Do you think that this conflict has likely increased the chances of expanding that agreement, or put things on hold further when it comes to recognition from these countries?
Well, I think that what they all realize is how dangerous Iran is and how necessary it is to replace the regime there and put somebody who's more manageable in exchange for the current regime. Does that mean that they're necessarily going to have to show readiness to enter the Abraham Accords? Not automatically, but the chances are that one of the bases of the Abraham Accords is the awareness of the Iranian threat. It's not the major reason why people joined the Abraham Accords. There were many other benefits, economic and technological and so on and so forth. But security was one of the issues. And I think that they all realize now, Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and Oman, and even Qatar, how dangerous Iran is and how necessary it is for them to join all kinds of alliances and agreements that can make them better fit to protect themselves. So
yes.
I believe that eventually this is going to move them in the right direction a little bit.
However, Yossi, although they might not have wanted to have believed it, they were warned about this. If Israel or the United States did indeed interject militarily into Iran, the country, she was very vocal about striking those US interests in the region, many of which are in Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, the UAE, many of these Gulf countries who Donald Trump has taken quite a shining to in his second term. Do you think that this has destabilized Israel's possibility of normalizing relations with those countries that aren't in the Abraham Accords, and possibly even soured relations with those who are?
Yes, I think so. This is an opportunity for us and for them as well, that to do the right thing and join the Abraham Accords. I think that I'll be very happy if they do. And I'm talking first and foremost about Saudi Arabia, because the Saudis were considering that before the 7th of October 2023 terror attack on Israel. And afterwards they got some cold feet, but I hope they are going to reconsider it now that they were attacked by Iran, and understand that they should cooperate with Israel for all the benefits that this may prove providing them. And it's beyond just that. We see what's happening in Lebanon. We were attacked from Lebanon by Hezbollah on behalf of the Iranians. We take harsh measures against Hezbollah, and we see that more and more people speak about the possibility that once we manage to bring about the disarmament of Hezbollah in Lebanon, there's going to be a possibility of Lebanon joining the Abraham as well. So the future is, I wouldn't say bright, but there are some lights in the future that we should make our best in order to really use them in order to improve the living conditions in every place in the Middle East.
Okay, joining us as well on this story is Sol Sadker, a political commentator joining us live also from Tel Aviv. Sol, thank you very much for joining us. As the conflict stretches into its second week, what hopes do you have in the coming days? We're of course seeing escalation as time ticks on, with even further Gulf partners of the United States being struck. How is this going down in Israel, and what do you think the responses are going to be ultimately from those Gulf states if this continues?
The Gulf states are very much tied into the American operation. They have taken a lot of hits, perhaps even more than Israel, over the past 7 days, coming up towards 7 days. And the operation so far is a resounding success. People in Israel are extremely relieved. As you can see, life continues around me pretty much as normal. Once every few hours, their alarm goes off and everyone has to run to the shelters. People here are very, very optimistic. They understand that in 2 days they will be marking the 2.5 years since Yahya Sinwar kicked off this large-scale war across the Middle East when he attacked Israel on October 7th. And they recognize, I would say almost everyone recognizes fully at this point, that the difference of Israel's standing in the world between that moment and now is night and day. But it's a revolution for Israel in terms of its position in the world, its geopolitical power, and its peace and security. The enemies that tried to destroy this place are laying strewn across the battlefield everywhere from Yemen to Tehran. All their plans have failed. And now the regime that set this all in motion and worked for 47 years to destroy Israel is itself facing destruction.
Okay, so you said that that the atmosphere is very optimistic in the country. Is it different to any other of the conflicts which Israel has fought in different years, whether that be the Gaza conflict, whether that be Lebanon, or even back in June when Israel launched those attacks on Iran back last year? What's the difference in this war that is going on now, and what's the attitude?
I would say the difference here at this point, most people here don't see the war as having ever ended. They don't see a difference between the war that was in Gaza, the operations that were in Lebanon, the attacks against the Houthis, and the various rounds of fighting with Iran. They view it all as one piece. And they view this now as the end game. And removing the Ayatollah, the head of the entire axis of resistance, so many of his followers in senior positions, and essentially destroying all their arsenals, both nuclear and conventional, and rendering them effectively harmless. That really ends Israel's great enemy, the final boss that it's been dealing with over the past 20 years. Is much longer than the past 2.5 years. People that think about it, I'm sure, all recognize that. Either way, the people that just continue their lives and don't think about this stuff too much certainly are picking up on the general sense of satisfaction that while this has been a difficult 2.5 years for Israel, with much loss, the end result, the end game that's now in plain sight, is one of total victory.
Yossi, I want to come back to you next. There's a lot of skepticism in the United States about the length of this conflict. Donald Trump has reassured the public and says it's only going to last 4 to 5 weeks. He's mulled over the possibility of it being longer, but that's the figure he's said so far. How about Israel? If this conflict does indeed last weeks, months, or even possibly longer than that, would there be the same amount of political animosity if that did occur, or is Israel ready for that?
It's, there are different opinions even in the Israeli public, but the vast majority supports this operation, ready to support it for a long period of time, understands that it takes time in order to reach the goals that we have put forward in front of ourselves, especially weakening the regime to the point that the people of Iran will be able to take over from it and remove it from power. This is going to take time. The operational targets of hitting the capabilities, the military capabilities of Iran may take less time, but weakening the regime is going to take a longer time, and people in Israel are ready to wait until it's done. Because if we manage to bring about this collapse of the regime and replacing it with a reasonable regime, democratic regime in Iran, then we've completed the job. And we have been in the war now for 2.5 years, so we want to make sure that the results we get are the results necessary in order to make sure that this is not going to be reopened again within a short period of time. That's we are ready to wait. In the United States, the story is a little bit different. They didn't live throughout this war of 2.5 years that we did, and so it's a different approach. And more criticism on the American administration for going for that war, but they don't suffer the way we do, and that's to be understood. Anyhow, I think both the Americans and us are saying that we are not under time pressure. We shall do what needs to be done, and we have enough patience, and we have enough force to make sure that we reach our goals.
Gentlemen, stay with us. We're turning over to Lebanon next for some updates. As the Israel-Hezbollah conflict intensifies, thousands of families in Beirut have been left homeless. The escalating violence has forced residents to flee their homes, seeking shelter in makeshift camps as the bombardment continues. The Lebanese capital is facing a severe humanitarian crisis, with displaced families struggling to find adequate housing, food and medical assistance. Local authorities and humanitarian organisations are calling for urgent aid to address the needs of these vulnerable populations. The situation is becoming increasingly dire, with no immediate resolution in sight. Let's in fact listen in to some of the displaced Lebanese residents in Beirut.
نايمين هون بالطرقات، شي نايم بالسيارات، شي نايم على الطريق، شي على البحر، يعني مشردين، هن شردونا وطلعنا. هذا بيقولوا لها مثل التشريد، يعني انا بحياتي ما نمت نومة الارض هيك، مجبر يعني نامها هون، بس على انه غطا ما حدا جاب، قال بكره وبعد بكره، بكره وبعد بكره.
اكيد شيء مش مقبول. وكلبناني صراحه ما اللي اكثر شيء بحير الواحد ما بيقدر يعرف مع مين يكون، يعني ما فيك تكون لا مع هالطرف ولا مع هالطرف، اثنيناتهم مثل ما بيقولوا ظالمين اكثر من بعض، ظالميننا نحن كلبنانيين اكثر من بعض. فكرمال هيك العالم ما عم تلاقي طريقه تقدر تواسي حالها ليش هي وصلت لهون.
Saul, I want to come to you on this. Lebanon, now a new front opening in this conflict after Israel saying that it is targeting Hezbollah infrastructure in the capital of the country. Yossi, I believe Saul has lost connection. Yossi, I'm going to come to you with this. How do you think the situation in Lebanon might develop? Of course, obviously, we know that Hezbollah capabilities have been limited over the past 2 years. We now have seen the suburbs of Beirut be targeted by the IDF. Tensions really seem to be escalating there, especially with those Israeli strikes, which are raining down on those areas of the Lebanese capital. How central is Lebanon in this conflict?
Well, it's the sideshow, but it's an important sideshow. It's not totally negligible. And the Hezbollah, in spite of the damage done to it throughout this war, is still capable of launching missiles and drones towards Israel, as they do on an hourly basis. ever since they decided to join the war. And we take the necessary measures in order to retaliate and charge Hezbollah with a heavy price. And the price is paid by not only the members of Hezbollah that are being targeted by us, but also by their neighbors who have to flee from their neighborhoods in southern Beirut and in the southern part of Lebanon, because we asked them to leave in order to keep them out of harm's way. And that's what's happening right now. They complain a little bit too much. It's only one day, but yes, a lot of damage is being done to the neighborhoods where they operate from. And the southern suburb of Beirut is the major headquarters of Hezbollah. And we take action against these headquarters, and the neighboring buildings are also hit a little bit. And this is the situation in Lebanon. And I hope that by weakening Hezbollah even further, we shall create the conditions that would enable the Lebanese government and the Lebanese armed forces to take finally the necessary steps in order to disarm Hezbollah. They do show a little bit more backbone, and they took steps against the Iranian presence supporting Hezbollah in Lebanon, and they are showing that they are determined to make sure that there's only going to be one weapon in Lebanon that would be used, and these are the weapons of the government. But they've not confronted Hezbollah yet. Once they confront Hezbollah and force it to disarm, then all kinds of opportunities open up, including some better relations between Israel and Lebanon. So far, it has not been the case, and we still have to take severe measures. One of the things we did was to expand our presence along the border with Lebanon, because we know they have special units that are supposed to take action against us along the border. So we have to deploy on the northern part of the border inside Lebanon and make sure that the population that hosts Hezbollah over there will not be present there, and several hundreds of thousands of people from southern Lebanon had to move to the north.
Okay. Yossi Kabawasa, thank you so much for providing us that insight. It's always a great pleasure to talk to you. I want to thank Saul Sadka as well for taking the time and joining us. We now turn over to Europe to end this hour, where Hungary's tax authority has detained 7 Ukrainian nationals, including a former Ukrainian Secret Service general, over suspected money laundering. The National Tax and Customs Administration, or NAV, took action on March the 5th after uncovering the operation, which also involved 2 armoured cash transport vehicles. The arrests come after accusations from Kiev blaming Hungary has taken hostage a group of Ukrainian bank employees. Authorities are now conducting criminal proceedings against the suspects. Well, that is all that we have time for this hour. Keep watching NewsX World for more international news updates.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so I think it hasn't really changed our understanding of the quantum world work.
With the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply.
Hello and welcome. I'm Suma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. Azerbaijan's Foreign Minister Ceyhun Bayramov has said that Azerbaijan is evacuating its diplomats from Iran for their own safety. This comes a day after Baku said 4 Iranian drones had crossed its border and injured 4 people in the Nakhchivan enclave. The Trump administration is urging aerospace companies to immediately ramp up production as strikes on Iran deplete U.S. munition stocks. A drone strike on Raf al-Rotiri has triggered widespread demands for the removal of British military bases from the island. The attack, which damaged a hangar housing U.S. spy planes, has stoked public fears that the UK presence is dragging neutral Cyprus directly into the Iran conflict. The Kremlin reports a significant rise in global demand for Russian oil and gas as the war in Iran disrupts traditional supply chains. Moscow has reiterated its role as a reliable energy partner, positioning itself to fill the void left by the near-total shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz. Despite a lack of progress towards a peace agreement to end their 4-year war, the Russian Foreign Ministry has said Russia and Ukraine have exchanged 300 POWs each today. This announcement follows their exchange of 200 POWs yesterday. The Kremlin warns that Finland's plan to lift a ban on hosting nuclear weapons would raise tensions in Europe and make the Nordic nation more vulnerable. The United States and Venezuela agreed to re-establish diplomatic and consular relations in a major shift aimed at promoting stability, economic recovery, and political reconciliation. The U.S. Justice Department releases new FBI records from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, summarizing interviews with a woman who accuses President Donald Trump of a sexual encounter in the 1980s when she was a teenager. Now we start with Tehran. Israeli forces say they have launched a new wave of attacks on Tehran and Isfahan, targeting Iranian regime infrastructure as part of an ongoing military campaign. The Israeli army has described the operation as the 15th airstrike in the series of strikes, signaling a continued escalation in hostilities. Explosions have been reported in parts of Tehran amid the bombings. Iran has not yet publicly responded to this latest wave of attacks. Now we start this hour with the breaking news. Qatar's government has issued urgent mobile phone alerts warning citizens and residents of a heightened security threat. The alerts sent out nationwide urge the public to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activities to authorities. While details of the threat remain unclear, the government has assured that security forces are taking necessary precautions to protect the public. Qatar's security agencies have intensified patrols across key locations and heightened measures have been put in place to ensure the safety. The authorities have advised people to stay informed through official channels for further updates. Now we have another breaking news. Amid the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, U.S. President Donald Trump has said that the U.S. allies and partners will be working to bring Iran back from brink of destruction and will boost the economy of the region. He has also said that he will be involved in the selection of the next leader of Iran. The U.S. president has also given an ultimatum to Iran, saying that there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. Amid the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, U.S. President Donald Trump has said that the U.S. allies and partners will be working to bring Iran back from brink of destruction and will boost the economy of the region. He has also said that he'll be involved in the selection of the next leader of Iran. The US president has also given an ultimatum to Iran, saying there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. Now we welcome Dr. Satoru Nagao. He's a fellow at Hudson Institute, joins us live from Tokyo. Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, looking at this, what do you think, where is this going, as Iran has been given an ultimatum by US? Do you see Iran abiding by this or taking this as a warning?
This warning is indeed serious because US has the advantage, Israel has the advantage, the number of the ammunition and technology, military technology in this case. So that's why what Iran can do as a retaliation is attacking the soft target, which is a little bit different target. Then instead of attacking the US base or Israel, their missile and drones focusing on UAE or Kuwait. So that's why because of they do not have enough, Iran do not have enough missile to penetrate the defense line of the Israel and the US. They focusing on these soft target and creating the confusion in the economy. But disadvantage of Iran is not only this, because in the near future they will lose ammunition, which is the number of the drones and missiles. So that's why even if this kind of the soft target, Iran cannot attack it. And because of the Iran attack this country, there's a possibility that this country will retaliate against Iran if Iran run out these missiles. So that's why Iran should find something to end this war before they run out all of the stock of the ammunitions. And in this case, two things is needed. Firstly, of course, they should keep some missile and drones, but another one is they need to find someone to talk with the US and Israel in proper time. But still, they are selecting who is the successor of Khamenei. So that's why they should find someone proper to lead all of Iran. So this is a big problem under the war. So some things is Iran need to do. Without this, their military will run out their weapons.
How do you think, if they have the capacity, Iran has the capacity to do so, to keep going?
Of course, Iran tried to save the number of the ammunition they use because they have already prepared the underground their storage, I think, and separately they keep it in the many places. So this is a method. But there's another possibility: is one by one the US and Israel identify where it is and destroy it. So that's why, of course, prolong the time for Iran. It's, of course, some certain level it is possible, but at the same time, anyway, end will come. So that's why they need someone to talk with it. Without this, this war will be the one-side game, because ground troops, US and Israel will not send, means that US and Israel can attack Israel by using the long-range weapons. And in case of the Iran, if the ground troops they can keep, but they cannot retaliate against the US and Israel if there is no ground troops of the US and Israel. So that's why this is a disadvantage for the Iran. And so, but this is the military reality, I think. So that's why under this condition, how to fight or how to negotiate is a matter for Iran.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for highlighting that, Dr. Nagao. Please do stay with us as we come back to you. Now, moving on, we have another breaking news. As the war in the Middle East escalates, Israeli military has said that it targeted a senior Iranian commander in Tehran. Meanwhile, earlier today, the Iranian president indicated more mediation from the countries, while he emphasized that Iran is committed to lasting peace in the region, but have no hesitation in defending the nation's dignity and sovereignty. Now we welcome back Dr. Satoru Nagao. He's a fellow at Hudson Institute, joins us live from Tokyo. Thank you very much, Doctor, for staying with us. Right, if this continues to drag on, who's going to be accountable, or who's going to have to pay for the reconstruction of Iran and the Middle East? Is it again like if you know how Russia is being accounted for, or Europe asks Russia to pay for reconstruction in Ukraine? What do you think will be the situation here?
How to end is a very important factor. What will happen after the war? Because if Iran negotiate with the US and Israel to end this, in this case, there's a high possibility that US and Israel will agree, means that their influence will grow in Iran. So that's why investment came from the US side countries. But if Iran try to keep this situation, which is under sanction of US and Israel and others, in this case, Russia and China are only their friends they can invest, but Russia cannot because of the reason that you mentioned. So they need to spend money in the war in Ukraine. So that's why China is only a matter. But view from China, is it a variable investment that is concerned? Because even if the China invests to reconstruct the infrastructure in Iran, anyway, in the near future, US and Israel will bomb again. So that's why this is not variable for China, and so that's why the investment could be minimum. So that's why view from the infrastructure, indeed, infrastructure rebuilding, in this case, indeed, keeping current situation is not good for Iran anyway. And in this case, we should remember it. Iran says 1,300 people were killed until the fifth day of the strike. But 1,300 is a very small number, so that's why the US and Israel's bombing is not mass killing bombing like the carpet bombing or something, because during the World War II, US used 300 bomber and use carpet bombing tactics to destroy Tokyo, but only in one night they killed 100,000 people in Tokyo. Only one night. Yes. So 5 days, just 1,300 is very small. So that's why the US and Israel's bombing is not carpet bombing. This is quite precision strike against military facilities. So that's why view from the destruction of the infrastructure, indeed, this is minimum, I guess. So that's why when Iran thinks to rebuild the infrastructure after the war, in this, of course, destruction has happened, but not too serious, I think.
Thank you for highlighting that and also sharing what happened in Tokyo before. Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao. Please do stay with us as we come back to you. Now, moving on, Reza Pahlavi, the son of the late Shah of Iran, has condemned Tehran's missile attacks on its neighbors, calling them unacceptable and vowing that a future Iran would be true partners with countries in the region. In a post on X, Pahlavi has criticized the Islamic Republic for its ongoing destabilization of the region, including its support for Assad in Syria, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Houthi rebels in Yemen. Pahlavi has pledged to lead Iran's transition after the regime's fall, stressing the importance of an orderly process and ensuring stability. Pahlavi has called for Arab nations to engage with a transitional government and rebuild Iran's relations to foster regional prosperity. Let's listen into some of the statements released by Pahlavi.
The Islamic Republic has launched missiles at the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, Jordan, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia. It is targeting our Arab neighbors. These violations of their sovereignty are unacceptable and we condemn them. But this is nothing new. This is who the Islamic Republic has always been, and this is why it must end. For nearly 5 decades, this terrorist regime has sown chaos and bloodshed across our region. It propped up Assad, turning Syria into a graveyard. It planted Hezbollah as a state within a state in Lebanon. It armed the Houthis to destabilize the Arabian Peninsula. It empowered militias in Iraq to undermine Iraqi sovereignty. It attacked the economic hubs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates.
Now we welcome back Dr. Satoru Nagao. He's a fellow at Hudson Institute, joins us live from Tokyo. Thank you very much, Dr. Nagao, for staying with us. Now, looking at this, who exactly do you think is capable of, taking power or leading the country in Iran right now? Do we know who is currently holding the military together, or yes, who is in the command for military right now in Iran?
Yeah, in this case, this is a very important mystery. So, for example, we have already listened the English statement. This is English is very important because English is the language of the U.S. and or international community. So that's why he expects this statement will be listened by these people, not the Iranian people. If he wants to send a message to Iranian people, he should use Persian, not English. So that's why ask the United States, ask the Israel, ask the other international community to accept him as the leader of the Iran. That is the appeal point of this statement. So we need to check who can lead the Persian language people. That is a matter. Of course, he can speak Persian, I think, but anyway, in this case, English statement means that audience is international community, and Persian language statement is audience Persian people, Iranian people. So that's why even if the same person speak, the different message, different audiences he expects. So that is a very important part. So who can reach Iran is very important mystery, but currently no one knows, I believe.
Thank you very much. With that, I would like to thank Dr. Satoru Nagao for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout. Thank you very much. Now we move on to our next news. Fresh airstrikes has hit the bases of the exiled Democratic Party of Iranian Kurdistan in northern Iraq on Friday, marking a sharp escalation in the ongoing conflict. According to an official from the PDKI, the Iranian military has launched multiple drone strikes following an earlier attack earlier in the day. The official told media reports that the group's positions were targeted again just 20 minutes after the morning assault, with 6 drones carrying out the second wave of strikes. Despite the attacks, no immediate casualties have been reported. The PDKI, a Kurdish opposition group based in Iraq, has long been a target of Iranian military operations, which Tehran accuses the group of destabilizing the region. Now we welcome Major General Dr. S.B. Astana. He's an international strategic and military analyst, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Major General Doctor, for joining us again.
Thank you. Pleasure talking to you and your viewers.
Thank you. Now, looking at the situation as it escalates today, we also saw reports that, U.S. is eyeing Kurdish forces to either side with them or side with Iran. how do you think proxies are being eyed in this situation or being used in this situation?
See, Kurdish forces traditionally have been siding US when they were fighting ISIS. So, US expectation for them to side can still be there, but notwithstanding that US had abandoned them when they were being targeted by Turkey. So I don't think Kurdish have a very good opinion about US because they have abandoned them at the time of need. So notwithstanding that, I am sure US must be trying and giving them some kind of lurement to act in their favor. At the same time, Iranians are targeting every single ally of US and whoever is in the range. And therefore, you can make out that if Iran has to respond, they have no other choice. They can't reach America by any stretch of imagination. So they can either strike Israel or strike all the bases around them of the Americans, and also some of the allies who have helped America in launching attack on Iran. As far as Kurdish forces are concerned, I think they certainly can't be siding Iran in my point of view. They may not side US is a separate issue. Depending upon if Iranians attack them, then maybe they may perhaps side with US. That could be a possibility. But otherwise, voluntarily, I don't visualize they in any case being of any help or act as a proxy to Iran. Whereas there are other proxies of Iran who are working in that area, like Hezbollah is certainly working there. There are some groups in Iraq who are working in favor of Iran. And I think Iran will depend more on them.
Yes.
Back to you.
Thank you very much, Major General Dr. Astana, for highlighting that. We have another breaking news coming in. Now we have another breaking news. As the US-Iran conflict intensifies, Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has remained firm in his stance against the war. In a bold statement, Sanchez has described the ongoing US military operations in Iran as an extraordinary mistake. His remarks come amid growing European concerns over the escalating violence in the Middle East, which has caused political rifts across the continent. While most countries have supported US President Donald Trump and his ally, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, in their push for regime change in Tehran, Sanchez has consistently opposed the conflict. Now we stay in Europe. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and European Council President Antonio Costa are set to hold talks with Gulf leaders on Monday as the Middle East war intensifies and geopolitical tensions rise. The discussions scheduled with key Gulf Cooperation Council countries aim to address the ongoing crisis triggered by the US-Iran conflict and to seek common ground on regional security, economic stability, and diplomatic engagement. Separately, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has called for the preservation of Iran's territorial integrity as the ongoing war between Iran, Israel, and the United States risks further destabilizing the Middle East. Speaking at a skilled trades fair in Munich on Friday, Merz has emphasized the importance of maintaining Iran's sovereignty, stating that the collapse of the Iranian state or proxy conflicts on its own soil would have severe consequences. Merz has outlined Germany's stance, which including working with international partners to formulate a unified approach to halt the conflict. Now we welcome back Dr. Major General S.B. Astana. He's joining us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Major General, for staying with us. Now, looking at this, how do you analyze, or do you think that they can trust each other, like the Gulf countries who are being attacked, who are, who had nothing to do from the beginning, to do with this conflict, are being attacked and, now being dragged into this situation? Do you think they can trust US's allies, the Western countries, to move on with this discussions that's to take place? How do you think what would be the priority for the both sides?
I don't think the Arab countries would trust America or their allies in Europe. In my opinion, Europeans want to talk for the simple reason because all their oil sources are drying up. They were reducing the oil being imported from Russia. Thereafter, now with the when that was reduced, they had over dependence on Gulf. Now with the Strait of Hormuz getting closed, they are finding it difficult to find oil from there as well. So they have a problem at hand, and that is why they want to reach out to Gulf countries in some manner or the other. As far as Gulf countries are concerned, the basic premise why they allowed their base or the US bases to be there in their soil was that they will protect them at the time of need. Now when the actually need arose, that time I think US had some other priorities. US could not protect them. Whether they wanted or not is a separate issue, but they just could not protect them. They didn't have the capacity because with the limited air defense they had to protect their own aircraft carriers. Then also they had to protect Israel. Then they had to protect their own bases, which they have not been able to fully protect. So when it came to their allies, they ran short of air defense and they just couldn't protect them. So considering that, I don't think there is any case for the GCC to be trusting any of these Western countries. But notwithstanding that, the Western countries would certainly like to approach them for their own problems pertaining to energy, because they will face energy scarcity in very short time, since they have blocked themselves off from Russian oil to a great extent, and blocked and also now the other source, which was a cheaper source, that is getting blocked, and they will finally be left with nothing else but to buy costly oil from US, which is not a very comfortable arrangement for them.
Yes, indeed, we will be eyeing that. Thank you very much, Major General Dr. Astana, for joining us today and sharing that insight. Now we move on to Russia. According to Russia's defense ministry, Moscow and Kyiv have exchanged 300 prisoners of war each. This marks the second round of swaps, bringing the total number of exchanged soldiers to 500 this week, following a previous exchange of 200 POWs on March 5th. The swaps are part of an agreement reached in Geneva. The effort aims to ease tensions and support humanitarian initiatives between Russia and Ukraine. Now, my colleague and senior editor Uday Pratap Singh has spoken to the former Federal Chancellor of Austria, Alexander Schallenberg, on the strengthening of India-Austria ties, the EU trade deal, and Austria's position on the ongoing Middle East conflict. All this and more at the Raisina dialogue being held in India's capital, New Delhi. Let's take a look.
Well, joining us now is former Chancellor of Austria, Alexander Schallenberg. Alexander Schallenberg, thank you very much for speaking with NewsX on the sidelines of Raisina Dialogue 2026. Let me first begin by asking you about India-Austria relations. Where do you see things headed, post Prime Minister Modi forging closer ties with your head of state?
Well, I was present at the time, and I remember as foreign minister, I had most encounters with my counterpart Jaishankar, more than with any other minister, actually. I believe we met 8 to 9 times in a couple of years, and Modi came to Vienna, and we are in the process of preparing a visit of the current Chancellor of Austria. So I believe the things are looking bright. I'm expecting a lot more, actually, because I believe we can learn a lot from you. I'm myself an adept of the multi-alignment India is conducting. We had a very strong history in the non-alignment movement in the 60s and 70s. I believe there are things we can reattach to. And I myself am extremely happy personally because I grew up in India. I had my childhood in Delhi. So then I don't need a lot of convincing to strengthen the ties between Europe, Austria in particular, and India.
We also saw recently, the EU heads were the chief guests for Republic Day Parade 2026. We also saw the FTA finally being signed between both sides. Do you believe that does augur very well for trade and relations between European Union and India?
Absolutely. I was last month at the EU-India Forum, present here in Delhi, and I believe there's a high degree of expectation from both sides. What now is necessary to implement this free trade agreement as quickly as possible. And I would go even beyond that. We just discussed mobility. I would love to see more Indian students in Europe, more European students in India, more exchange also between our workforces, universities, culturally. There are many other things. And my aim would be to make these relations so strong that a change of government doesn't affect them.
We're seeing the Middle East conflict, of course, right now grow with each passing day. What is Austria's position on the conflict? And also, we've seen a kind of conflicting opinion within Europe, with certain countries, of course, backing the action, and certain others, say that this is not the time for war like Spain.
While I don't speak officially for the government of Austria, I'm a private person, I would say we would probably all agree that nobody sheds a tear for Khamenei. He has conducted a policy which we cannot agree on, especially on Israel. And you might know that Austria has a very strong position in the relationship with Israel, also for historic reasons, but not only for that. Israel is the only democracy and liberal society in the Middle East. Obviously, judged by international law, these operations are not sanctions by the UN Security Council. And for a country like Europe, international law is of prime importance. But we have to deal with facts as they are. And let's hope that this does not lead to a burning Middle East, to a conflagration of the conflict, to rising oil and gas prices affecting all our economies. And let's hope that this could lead to a freer Iran for the people there.
Are you hoping for a change in regime?
I'm always cautious. As minister and during my time, I was very cautious to call for regime change. Look at Libya, look at Syria, it didn't work too well. I always said too that on Russia, we are not in the business of regime change. So we should leave the Iranian future to the Iranian people. But yes, the current regime has conducted in the last couple of years terrorism. Look at the Houthis, look at the Hezbollah, look at Hamas. They had cost countless lives and disrupted the Middle East for the longest time. And I hope that the future of Iran is a different one. Let's not forget, and you probably know it better than most people in India, Persia is a culture. Humankind has a lot to thank for Persia. So I would make the difference between Persia and Iran, and I hope we will see more of Persia and less of Iran in the future.
My final question to you is the concern, though, that there is going to be a constraint on energy supply, energy security, oil prices likely to rise, the economic cost for the world, not just for the region.
Well, the economic costs are already there. You know that one of the big projects I'm a fan of is the India Gulf Europe corridor. And this can only work if we have stability, reaching from Gaza to Iran. And there's such a potential there. So the costs are already there and can be seen. As far as energy prices will develop, I'm not an expert on that, but obviously the closing of the of Hormuz, the Red Sea is affected, Suez is affected. That is not a good news either for the businesses in India or in Europe.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
With journalist Dinesh Thakur, Uday Pratap Singh in Delhi, NewsX.
That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
in the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Welcome back to News6 World. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching Focal Length, where we get you a briefing on topics from across the world. The war between Israel, US and Iran has entered a critical phase, with missile strikes targeting Israeli cities and Israeli air strikes hitting military sites across Iran and Lebanon. Human rights monitors report that more than 1,000 civilians may already have been killed in Iran, while tens of thousands of people have fled Tehran amid intensifying bombardment towards the Iranian capital. The conflict, which for decades played out through proxies and covert operations, has now moved into open confrontation, direct indeed, raising fears of broader regional war with global economic and security consequences. Joining us today is Professor Houshang Amirahmadi, an Iranian-American economic and political analyst. He's a professor at the Edward J. Blaustein School of Planning and Public Policy at Rutgers University, a former director of its Central for Middle East Studies, and a senior associate member at the University of Oxford. Thank you very much, Professor, for joining us. Welcome to News6 World. Now, my first question to you is, the war between Israel and Iran has now entered its sixth day, with missiles striking Israeli cities and Israeli airstrikes hitting military sites across Iran and Lebanon. According to human rights monitors, more than 1,000 civilians may already have been killed in Iran, while over 10,000 people have fled. 100,000 people have fled Tehran in the first 2 days of the bombing. At this early stage of the conflict, are we looking at a limited military campaign or the opening phase of a much larger war that could redraw the geopolitical map of the Middle East?
Well, first, thank you for having me. Second, the number of dead people in the Iran side is much, much larger than 1,000. Even in one city of Sanandaj, it was reported that 600 people died. And in one school, girls' school, almost 180 died. And then they have been pounding Tehran and every other city every hour for almost 6 days. So I'm surprised that the number they say is 1,000. I think it's in thousands. That's a very, very miscalculated number, misguiding. So I think the first thing I have to correct is the number dead in Iranian side is much larger than 1,000 or 2,000 or even 3,000. It's much larger. The next thing is, see, this is a war that the US and Israel has imposed on Iran. This is, from the Iran side, is a defensive war. From the other side is an offensive war. I think it is the responsibility is on the shoulder of the offenders, the people who have invaded, that have attacked, to either stop or to expand. Iran doesn't have an alternative, an option to contain this war. Iran's ship has been sank, God knows, 4,000 kilometers from the war zone. So who is responsible for that? That ship wasn't in the war zone, was not in the war. So it's just, unfortunately, the international media is misrepresenting a lot of information that they have to give to the public. Iran attacked some of its neighbors, and I do I do not like that. I think that shouldn't have happened. But Iran attacked these countries because these countries have American military bases from which they attack Iran. Just think about it. If Iran was to establish a base close to India, and then from there to attack India, and then you will say, oh, now India has attacked an area that has nothing to do with it. No, it's like Russian coming and putting military bases in Mexico and then attack from there the American soil. Is that acceptable? No. What the US will do, US will hit Mexico, destroy Mexico. I think that everybody is misunderstanding this as if the Arab countries that were hit are innocent, that they are not in the war. Well, they are not directly in the war, but they are the bases, military bases from which the US is attacking Iran. So as far as the expansion goes, again, it's in the hands of the American and Israelis. They have invaded, they have offended, they can stop. And I believe they must stop as soon as possible, because this war is illegal, it is senseless, it is unnecessary, there is no goal. The administration in the US cannot even tell you what the goal is. Sometimes they say that it is the missile, sometimes they say it is the bomb, which they have already destroyed, supposedly. Sometimes they say regime change. Now they are asking the Kurds to get organized, armed, to come and invade the country. I mean, it's a mess. I don't think the Americans know, the Israelis as well, what it is that they are after. That is a tragedy. And if they don't get to the bottom of their purpose for this war, this could go for a long time. Shifting goal from A to B to C and D isn't the way wars should go.
Now, for decades, Iran and Israel fought indirectly through Hezbollah in Lebanon, Iranian forces in Syria, and covert operations such as the 2010 Stuxnet cyber attack that destroyed roughly 1,000 Iranian nuclear centrifuges. What has changed strategically or politically that has pushed this long shadow war into open, direct confrontation between the two states?
Well, first, it was Israel that attacked Hezbollah. It wasn't Hezbollah who started this. And the second, as you can see, during the war with Gaza, Iran tried everything in its power to stop the war from spreading in Lebanon, elsewhere. They were very helpful. In fact, Iran was very helpful to contain the war in Gaza. And later on, Iran contained the first war against itself to its own country. But this particular war is just something beyond any reasoning that someone may have. I mean, this is an unnecessary war. It has no purpose. I mean, the only purpose I can see is that they wanted to destroy a country, period. They wanted to destroy their country. Every country has the right to have a defensive capability. Iran has no bomb. Iran doesn't have even enrichment at the time. They have destroyed it, that they themselves said it has been destroyed. Iran has missiles, just like every other country in the region and beyond have missiles. The Arab world has more missiles than Iran does. Iran has no air power, very, very weak, has always been weak in air power. Iran has no bombs. And then on the other side, the American and Israelis have tens of thousands of bombs. They have tens of thousands of missiles and drones and everything else. Does Iran have a right as a sovereign nation to have a defensive capability at all? Is it the way international community is going to behave or to have relations with? That only a few countries can have everything and others cannot have anything. Will that work? Can that be sustained? Regardless of what happens in this war, Iran is going to come back at some point and still rebuild itself. Iranians have had 1,000 wars throughout their long history. In most of these wars, they have lost, but at the end of the day, they have stayed, and the winners and the conquerors have disappeared. This is Iran. Iran has a magical staying power. I think Americans and Israelis have to understand that Iran is not their average oil company that they have in the region around them. This is a real country with a great historic structure and backbone, culture, way of life. I think they are miscalculating what they can do to Iran. I think they are miscalculating that Iran's staying power. I mean, we know this Islamic Republic is very maybe illegitimate, they are unpopular, they are hated by the people, but what is happening is beyond the Islamic Republic. It is about a nation, about a country. They are destroying the country. They are destroying their, as they themselves say, their missiles, their ships, their infrastructure, their schools, their hospitals. What is the point of all this?
Thank you for highlighting that, Professor. And now Iran is believed to possess one of the largest missile arsenals in the Middle East, possibly more than 3,000 ballistic missiles, while Israel maintains advanced air power, including F-35 stealth fighters and layered missile defense systems such as Iron Dome and Arrow. Given this imbalance in technology and air power, how does Iran realistically plan to sustain military pressure against Israel?
Listen, Iran has no option but to get hit and stay standing. What Iran should do, no country will just submit, comes to its knee in a situation like this. Iran is a big nation of 92 million people, of 75 million voting population of the 16 above. Iran is defending itself. Every nation will defend. What option Iran has? Yes, the US and Europe and Israelis are very powerful. They have everything in their arsenal. But Iran, even with their fist, if that is only left for them, they will fight. Iranians, remember, they can destroy missiles, drones, planes, ships, but still they have to destroy 70 million people, and at least of which 20 million are in the regime side, armed with just regular guns. So again, Iran will defend. Yes, I think Iran will sustain this war. Indeed, I believe Americans are in a position not to sustain. Americans have been very good in destroying other countries when they invade, but then they had always had problems. They have always had problems to sustain beyond the first stage of their wars. In Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Libya, in Syria, Americans, wherever they have gone, they have first conquered, only then to lose. this will not be the last case. This is just the history. This is the Americans' own experience. They will lose territory then. They will lose that same, country. They will lose billions of dollars. They will lose their own economy here, everything. So I don't know what U.S. is after. Iran is a very wealthy country. It is among the top 10 wealthiest nation on the earth for the oil and gas, minerals, people, geography, consumption, consumer society. Iran is a huge asset. I think if I was America, I would have tried everything in my power to bring Iran back to its orbit as opposed to destroying it. Nobody benefits from destruction. Everybody loses. I mean, Iran may lose 10 times and 100 times more, but Americans are also losing. The Israelis are also losing. And then in the long term, they are all losers in war. War in the long term has no winner. This is another case. Yes, I believe Iran will sustain, and I believe in 4 to 5 weeks, Americans will declare themselves victorious and come home. That's my hope. And then see what else to be done to get this particular issue reversed and put in the right direction for it.
Yes, and Professor, building on your answer, no one is a winner, and in long term in the war, no one is a winner. So in Washington, lawmakers recently rejected a proposal that would have limited President Donald Trump's ability to expand military operations in Iran. Historically, when the United States has entered Middle Eastern conflicts, such as the 2003 Iraq War, which ultimately lasted nearly 2 decades and costed over $2 trillion, wars often last far longer than initially predicted. Do you believe the United States fully understands the scale of escalation it could face if the conflict deepens?
Well, this is the problem with democracy. Democracy has its own problems. Okay, as Churchill said, democracy is the worst form of government, except that there is no better form than this. I mean, at the moment, the Congress is controlled by the conservatives, who is the party of Mr. Trump. So that's the reason it was rejected. The second, about American Congress, believe me, they will tell you, not even 20% of Americans believe that this Congress represents them. Not even 20% of Americans believe that this Congress is their representative. It's a very bad Congress, that people don't trust this Congress. Unfortunate, and this is a democracy. I have lived in this country for 52 years. I have worked with 7 presidents. I know what I'm talking about. So I think American really has to sit back and to see what it is they want to do. After all, this war act that just was rejected yesterday has no impact on Iran. Iran is already in the war. They already have attacked Iran. This is for the other countries. Like, I think now in India has to be concerned that a person like Trump could start a war with India without any restriction. So again, this is an international relations issue. It goes beyond Iran. Unfortunately, I am very concerned, nervous about this international relations. This means we could soon have a World War III. Remember, wars are the product of stupidity, not reason or wisdom. Most wars have been the product of stupidity, and World War I and World War II and the World War III will not be an exception. I think the international community has to come out, get up, and feel the smell. The problem is whatever is happening here in relation to Iran, I can tell you, will spread globally very soon. If you can fight a country, hit a country for bogus reasons, then that's what it is. I don't think that Iranians have acted right. I have been extremely against the Iranian regime. I have worked 40 years to mend US-Iran relations. I have done everything in my power to broker the two countries' relations in the right way. But unfortunately, Tehran kept rejecting anything I tried to achieve, and now they are paying the price. But unfortunately, it is not just Tehran, the mullahs who are paying the price, that the Iranian people are paying the price. The nation as a whole is paying the price. The Americans are paying the price. The Israelis are paying the price. As I said, in this war, nobody will win at the end of the day. We are all losers. Israelis are losers, Americans are losers, Iranians are losers. There is no winner.
Thank you very much, Professor Amir Ahmadi, for sharing such powerful message with us on NewsX World. Now, last but not least, nearly 20% of the world's oil and gas supply passes through the Strait of Hormuz, and even limited disruptions there have historically triggered global energy shocks. Already we're seeing shipping disruptions and reports of tens of thousands of seafarers trapped by security risks in the Gulf. How vulnerable is the global economy to this conflict if it continues to escalate?
Yeah, but the domestic political economy, the global political economy is already in trouble. The IMF and the World Bank will tell you that the world economy is at the edge. In fact, in many countries, it is on the tremendous decline. A few countries are still growing, but it is a very bad situation that this war will make it even worse. I think the oil price has already gone up. The gas stations in the US have added, to the cost, and I think at the same time, people like me who have a few dollars in the stock market are losing. The stocks are crumbling. Okay, yesterday alone, my money declined by, I think, about $16,000. A small amount of money. Think about it. And I think this is across the US. I think the Americans have to be extremely careful with what they are doing. The average American will soon find that life for them will be impossible in this country. Absolutely impossible. So again, it is not just the global economy and the local economy as interconnected. There is no such a thing as a global economy separate from the local economy. When the global economy changes, the local, gets the burden, and then vice versa. The fact is, local global is only one piece, and I can see that what happens globally impacts locally the gas stations of my little neighbor.
With that, I would like to thank you very much, Mr. Professor Hushang Amir Ahmadi, for sharing your insights on Focal Length with us. With that, it's a wrap on this episode of the Focal Length. For more international news and updates, stay tuned on NewsX World.
The physics was known for quite a while.
Hello and welcome. I'm Suma Katauga and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. Azerbaijan's Foreign Minister Ceyhun Bayramov has said that Azerbaijan is evacuating its diplomats from Iran for their own safety. This comes a day after Baku said 4 Iranian drones had crossed its border and injured 4 people in the Nakhchivan exclave. The Trump administration is urging aerospace companies to immediately ramp up production as strikes on Iran depletes U.S. munition stocks. Drone strikes on RAF Akrotiri has triggered widespread demands for the removal of British military bases from the island. The attack, which damaged a hangar housing U.S. spy planes, has stoked public fears that the UK presence is dragging neutral Cyprus directly into the Iran conflict. The Kremlin reports a significant rise in global demand for Russian oil and gas as the war in Iran disrupts traditional supply chains. Moscow has reiterated its role as a reliable energy partner, positioning itself to fill the void left by the near-total shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz. Despite a lack of progress towards a peace agreement to end their 4-year war, the Russian Foreign Ministry has said Russia and Ukraine have exchanged 300 POWs each today. This announcement follows their exchange of 200 POWs yesterday. The Kremlin warns that Finland's plan to lift a ban on hosting nuclear weapons would raise tensions in Europe and make the Nordic nation more vulnerable. The United States and Venezuela agreed to re-establish diplomatic and consular relations in a major shift aimed at promoting stability, economic recovery, and political reconciliation. The U.S. Justice Department releases new FBI records from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, summarizing interviews with the woman who accuses President Donald Trump of a sexual encounter in the 1980s when she was a teenager. Now for this hour, we start with a breaking news. U.S. President Donald Trump has confirmed that the U.S. is successfully evacuating thousands of people from various countries across the Middle East. He has praised the State Department under Secretary of State Marco Rubio for handling the operation efficiently and quietly. As the conflict reached 1 week, the U.S. continues its effort to ensure the safety and security of American citizens and allies in the region amid rising tensions and ongoing conflict. Now we welcome retired Ambassador Jeremy Isakharov. He is a former Vice Director General of Israel's Foreign Ministry and Ambassador to Germany. Joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Vice Director General, for joining us. Welcome to NewsX World.
I'm talking actually from Jerusalem.
Okay, we will correct your location. Thank you for updating us. Director General, Vice Director General, how do you see the ongoing conflict and how do you see the escalation now that you are in Jerusalem? Are you staying safe? What's the situation there like?
Well, we still have various alerts from missile attacks on Israel, primarily also in the coastal area, less so in Jerusalem, but we're taking every precaution. We're very well disciplined. We get a warning that a missile has been launched, and if in the event that it's approaching the area in which we live in, they issue sirens and people go into a protected room or a shelter. The war's been going on now for a week, and this is something that obviously creates a lot of pressures internally, economically, and otherwise. But I think the Israeli people are used to this and resilient and are holding up against all of these particular incidents that we're seeing. But it's not just us, it's also the region as a whole. Iran has been attacking a number of Arab countries in the Gulf, including Jordan. Also, there was a missile that was intercepted by NATO heading for Turkey. They attacked yesterday Azerbaijan. They're attacking the Kurds in the north of Iraq. So in many ways, the Iranians are proving very clearly that they are a threat to the entire region more than anything else.
As you know, like you mentioned, all these countries now, more than 10 countries are being dragged to this conflict. Mm-hmm. are other countries surprised by the capacity or by the actions of Iranian regime?
No, I think that people have been following it very closely. They have a very, very intense effort of producing missiles and rockets that they've been supplying to various terrorist groups from Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, to the development of longer range ballistic missiles that threaten the entire Middle East, threaten Israel, but also can threaten Europe. And even to a certain extent, maybe eventually West Asia. So no one is surprised by the Iranian efforts. We've seen how they produce these weapons over the years. We're also not surprised by their continuing efforts in the nuclear area, the amount of enrichment of uranium. And this is one of the factors that is being put to test also in the operation. To what extent can the nuclear facilities, the nuclear materials, and the missiles and the missile infrastructure and production facilities can be targeted and destroyed?
Thank you very much, General Issakarov, for sharing that. Please do stay with us as we come back to you. Now, moving on to Lebanon, Lebanon's health ministry has confirmed that the death toll from Israeli airstrikes in the country has risen to 217 people. Now, breaking news from Lebanon, with 798 others wounded since the conflict intensified earlier this week. The strikes have caused widespread damage in various regions, exacerbating the humanitarian crisis. Meanwhile, the Israeli military has reported that 8 soldiers were injured near the Lebanese border. 5 soldiers from the Givati brigade were seriously hurt after an anti-tank missile attack, while 3 others sustained lighter injuries. Now we stay in the region. Breaking news. Hezbollah has claimed responsibility for launching 2 rocket attacks at northern Israel in retaliation for Israeli strikes across Lebanon. The group has issued 2 statements confirming its fighters targeted Malkia and Ramot Naftali. The first rocket barrage struck Malkia around 9 a.m. local time, while the second hit Ramot Naftali at around 2 p.m. local time. Lebanon's health ministry has announced that at least 217 people have been killed and 798 wounded in Lebanon since the start of the new war between Israel and Hezbollah. Now we welcome back retired Ambassador Jeremy Issakarov. Thank you very much for staying with us. Now, looking at these, how do you analyze the capacity of Hezbollah right now? Do you think that they are being pushed, although they're being pushed by Israeli forces, they're still retaliating? Do you think this time Israel will make sure that they incapacitate Hezbollah?
Yes, I think the main goal, Hezbollah actually started this last round of attacks with missile attacks on the north of Israel, and we've responded, and we've also been active south of the Litani and asked the Lebanese residents there to evacuate the area so that there won't be civilian casualties. We're also focusing on the Hezbollah strongholds in Beirut, in the Dakhia, and also there have been activities in Sidon. I think it's really interesting that the Lebanese government has come out in very strong statements against Hezbollah. They've also banned the activities of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, in Lebanon, and I understand that they're refusing to give visas to any Iranians trying to enter Lebanon. And they've said very clearly that they want Hezbollah to give up all of its weapons and to disarm. And I think this is a very important development. We, for ourselves, will do all that we can now that Hezbollah has started this to try and defend.
Yes. Ambassador, building on your answer, I also wanted to ask, how do you think, Hezbollah is being eyed by Iran as a proxy? And also, how do you think other proxies in the region is eyed by US and Israel both to be used against Iran, or Iran eyeing them to be used against US and Israel?
Well, yeah, there's no question about it. The Hezbollah is a total proxy of Iran. It's armed by the Iranians, it's funded by the Iranians, it's trained by them, and they've supplied them enormous amounts of missiles and rockets and technology, drones. And so this terrorist organization has become, and it's also been active for the last over 30 years. I remember just the other day, we commemorated the bombing of the Israeli embassy in Buenos Aires in 1992, in which very close friends of mine were killed. So, you know, the Hezbollah and Iran, the Quds Force of Iran, the IRGC and Hezbollah are very tight allies and are being supported wholeheartedly by Iran. In that sense, they are clearly an enemy of Israel and also of the Lebanese people. And that's something that we will deal with as much as possible.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Sakharov, for sharing that. Please do stay with us as we come back to you. Now, moving to Iran, Iranian state television has reported a new drone strike on a vessel in the strategic Strait of Hormuz. The attack, which caused a fire on board, comes on the 7th day of the ongoing war between Iran, US, and Israel. While the type of ship and its origin remain unclear, an Iranian military spokesperson earlier confirmed that a US oil tanker was set on fire after being targeted by Iranian forces. U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright has announced that the U.S. Navy is preparing to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz, a vital trade route, as soon as it is reasonable to do. This announcement comes amid continued disruptions to shipping traffic caused by the U.S.-Israel war on Iran. Speaking to American media, Wright has emphasized that the Navy's actions aim to ensure the safe movement of energy supplies. The move follows comments from U.S. President Donald Trump, who stated earlier this week that the Navy would begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz to prevent global oil supply disruptions. Now we welcome back retired Ambassador Jeremy Sakharov. He is joining us live from Jerusalem. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for staying with us. Now, looking at the Strait of Hormuz, do you think that U.S. and Israel are doing good with this strait, keeping escorting the ships now that they have said they will escort the ship whenever it's reasonable to do so? Do you think that since they knew that Strait of Hormuz will come under hot fire, they should have done so from the beginning?
Well, as you know, the Americans have declared from the first day of the war that one of their primary targets is the Iranian Navy, and they have been, they've said that they've taken out 20 or so Iranian ships. And obviously, I think one of the main purposes of this operation was to secure the right of passage of ships through Hormuz. As you know, there's virtually around 60 ships a day go through the straits, supplying 20 to 25% of the world's oil supply. And I think that the Iranian capability has been more limited in blocking the straits. They haven't actually been able to block them, but they still can use drones and other unmanned aircraft in order to attack ships that go through there. But then again, this is something that is going to be problematic for the Iranians, because it will also make an upheaval in the supply of Iranian oil to other countries in the world. So in many ways, it'll be shooting themselves in the foot. So at this point in time, I think this is not really an Israeli activity. It's much more an activity of securing the Straits of Hormuz that is being assigned to our American partners.
With that, I'd like to thank Ambassador Jeremy Sakharov for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout our news on NewsX World. Thank you very much. Now we move on to, we have a breaking news. The price of US oil has surged after 10% on Friday as tensions escalated following President Donald Trump's call for Iran's unconditional surrender. Fears of prolonged disruptions to global crude supplies sent West Texas Intermediate soaring 10.63% to $89.62 per barrel. International benchmark Brent North Sea crude also saw a significant rise, reaching $91.89 per barrel, its highest level in nearly 2 years. The price spike reflects concern that the US-Israel conflict with Iran could lead to further instability in the Middle East, affecting the global oil market. Now we have another breaking news. Iran's Education Minister Ali Reza Kazemi has written to UNICEF, urging condemnation of attacks on schools, students, and educational infrastructure in the country. In his letter, Kazemi has blamed the US and Israel for strikes that targeted residential areas, healthcare facilities, and schools. These attacks have resulted in fatalities and injuries among students and teachers across several provinces in Iran, including Minab, Fars, Ilam, East Azerbaijan, Tehran, and Qazvin. The letter highlights that around 20 educational centers have been severely damaged, disrupting education for thousands of students. UNICEF previously reported that nearly 200 children have been killed in the region since the escalation. Now we welcome retired Major General Siddharth. He's a senior strategic and international affairs expert, joins us live from Jaipur. Thank you very much, Major General, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, looking at the situation, how do you think that UN or UNICEF, any UN body or any mediator body or such organization is capable to do anything?
Yes, good evening, Asuma. Thank you for inviting me for the show.
Thank you.
This is my personal take. You see, anything is possible in such critical situation, and United Nations has got a role and responsibility to discharge its mandate. And it's just a matter of time, like you have raised, NewsX World has raised the issue, a similar kind of raising the issue at appropriate level. I'm sure it will mobilize the global opinion and it will stimulate some dormant organization to take initiative. More than that, somebody from the affected region or the place should also start making, because the moot question which comes up is, what about these organizations, United Nations, Amnesty International, Human Rights, what are they doing? UNICEF, I myself operated in UNICEF, they are also existing in these kind of places. Why aren't they opening their mouths? But anyway, to cut short, long and short of what I'm saying, it is very much possible. Back to you, Asuma.
Yes, and I also wanted to ask about the other breaking news that we have taken today. You know that the oil price is surging rapidly. How do you think Ukraine is eyeing this situation versus how do you think Russia is eyeing this situation? As you know, we heard Putin say that Russia is open to be the safe alternative as Strait of Hormuz is under fire.
He's absolutely right, absolutely spot on, because in such kind of complexity, the world has to navigate and find solutions.
Yes.
Pragmatism lies in something which we have been discarding, avoiding, and branding it as if fueling the war against Ukraine. It is the largest, one of the largest options, the biggest options available. So why not? He's showing his magnanimity by offering at a critical juncture, because the oil spike, the price spike of the oil is going to not only affect one country, it will affect the entire world. And going from $62.03 per barrel Brent oil cost I'm talking of, jumping across, going beyond $100, and people are suspecting, they're assessing that another 7 days of this conflict in Iran, it will be not only touching, it will go past $150 a barrel. If that is the kind of thing, then it is not only the global south, the entire world. The price rise in food, fuel, fertilizer, everything is going to be affected. So towards that end, we should not hesitate in utilizing the resources which are available, applying the theory of pragmatism, and put aside all the differences, all the grievances that we have. Russia is one of the best options. It should be utilized. I fully agree with Putin and also your suggestion.
Thank you very much, Major General. Please do stay with us. We will come back to you. Now, staying on this, the White House economic advisor recently addressed ongoing concerns regarding Iran and the global oil market. According to the advisor, efforts to stabilize the situation in Iran are progressing ahead of schedule. Despite challenges, the advisor has expressed optimism that the near-term issues can be resolved soon. In case further actions are necessary, sanctions, waivers, and other tools are ready to be deployed. The military will decide when the uncertainty surrounding the situation will come to an end. Now we welcome back retired Major General Sudhakarji. He's joining us live from Jaipur. Thank you very much, Major General, for staying with us. Now I wanted to build on this and stay on this oil market. While Russia eyes this situation like this, how do you think Ukraine is eyeing? As Ukraine has requested, to reschedule the talks that were supposed to happen between Russia, Ukraine, and US, right? So, how do you think that Ukraine is eyeing this?
You see, a new chapter has been opened in the geopolitics of the world order, that is the Iran conflict.
Yes.
In my opinion, this conflict is much more dangerous than that of
Taiwan,
Ukraine, Russia.
Okay.
And also it is much more dangerous than anything happening anywhere in the world. Why am I saying dangerous? Because Middle East is Middle East of the planet.
Yes.
It is West Asia, or it is not East Asia, it is the Middle East. It is middle of the planet. Anything that happens anywhere in the world has to transit through the middle portion of the earth. And unless it is localized and regional kind of activity. So be that as it may, another factor which actually makes it important is that the entire energy security, Middle East per se has got a reserve of 50% of the oil of the world. 50%. 25 to 30% of Delhi, the oil is produced on daily basis from Middle East itself. 25 to 30% of the global produce on daily basis. 20% of the oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. So 20% is a big percentage. And much of the countries, whether it is India or China, we take anything between 40% of the crude goes from Middle East, 60 to 65% liquid natural gas goes from here, and almost about 90-95% of the cooking gas is imported from Middle East by India. And when you look at China, 83.6% of its total energy consumption is bought from outside China. Out of that 83.6%, almost close to 60% is taken from here. So when you see the percentage, actually the dependency and the energy security will actually make this particular conflict much more important, because the way of life, the livelihood, and the future roadmap is going to be drawn out, because it is all interconnected through the Middle East. It is going to have a direct and indirect bearing on the way of life of common people, as also people in the leading economies. Therefore, it will assume importance. And in my understanding, I would say that everything is important, but amongst those important things, there has to be some priority accorded. And to my mind, what is of important priority as of now should be to stop this Iran war at the earliest.
100%.
If by confrontationist attitude, by browbeating, by beating your chest and saying that we'll destroy their rocket launchers, destroy the complete nuclear arsenal or whatever infrastructure they have, we destroy everything in Iran, this destructive mindset is going to spiral, because the real capability of Iran has not been studied, it has not been evaluated, it has not been examined properly by the advisors of Donald Trump, nor has Donald Trump understood Iran in entirety.
It is very important to understand it is much more dangerous than that of Ukraine, if I may say. So therefore, it assumes importance, and hence it should be accorded top priority. A priority according is one of the options, and it should be given due weightage, because unless you do it, in fact, Ukraine itself will be dependent on Middle. It is still dependent. Yes. It's buying diesel, buying fuel from here, not from Russia.
Yes.
At one point in time, the diesel used to be refined by India, used to be going, the Russian oil coming to India used to get refined by India, it used to be supplied to Ukraine. That is how indirect means of supply is to take place. So therefore, sooner or later, we need to reconcile by adopting a very realistic and practical option, and that practical option would be to put them in the right sequence of priority as to what needs to be addressed first and what needs to be addressed later, because opening of this conflict, this front, was not warranted at all. It is avoidable, it is an unprovoked kind of a war which has been unleashed and created by USA and Israel.
Yes, 100%. Thank you very much, Major General, as always, for joining us and sharing that deep insight with us. Now, moving on, White House Economic Advisor Kevin Hassett has discussed the ongoing issue of tariffs, stating that private actors will play a central role in determining how refunds will be processed. He has emphasized that the administration is working on a resolution to ensure that the tariff refund process is efficient and fair. While the government is involved in facilitating the broader framework, Hassett has pointed out that it would ultimately be up to private companies and industries to devise the specific mechanisms. Hassett's comments come as part of an update on the administration's economic policies, which include working closely with the private sector to manage the impact of the trade tariffs. Now, my colleague and senior editor Uday Pratap Singh has spoken to the EGH Minister of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs of Kenya, Musalia Mudavadi, EGH on the growing India-Kenya ties, the ongoing Middle East conflict, all this and more at the Raisina dialogue being held in India's capital, New Delhi. Let's take a look.
Musalia Mudavadi is joining us now today on NewsX, Minister for Foreign Affairs from Kenya. Welcome, thank you very much for speaking with us. Welcome to India. Let me ask you firstly about India-Kenya relations, where you see things headed.
Oh, we have a historical connection with India. As we speak today, the trade volumes are very huge. We see as we import almost about $5 billion worth of goods from India, and we export close to $180 million worth. So you can see the balance of trade is heavily in favor of India. But that notwithstanding, we have a strong Indian diaspora in Kenya. They contribute a lot to our economy, and your technological advancement can also do very well in propelling further growth in Kenya and in Africa. So I see this engagement and this partnership as being very, very strong. And we can only build going forward. So we are pleased to be partners. We respect the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. He's a friend of Kenya. He has been to Kenya himself. And we look forward to see him again very soon when we have, as a guest speaker, I think our government is looking forward to having him there for the Africa-France Summit, where he can again share his experiences and India's experiences with the African continent.
Do you also believe, that we should forge closer relations in trade, possibly free trade agreement as well as we've done with other countries? Also, as far as AI is concerned, yes. Do you believe that also is an area of convergence? We saw how India recently hosted the AI Impact Summit.
Absolutely.
And France participated.
Yes, there's a lot of opportunity. And in terms of innovation and AI, India has been very strong. Kenya is also emerging as a hub in terms of technological innovation. So we can have a lot of things where we can have startups and joint programs that can really help catapult our two economies. For instance, Kenya takes pride in having been the foremost innovator in terms of money transfer, mobile money transfer. The famous M-Pesa was born in Kenya, okay? So, and it has now become global as a brand. So these are things that we can work together as countries. And you're also very strong in manufacturing, in the medical sector and so forth. India has extended to Kenya a trade facility of through the Exim Bank of 250 million USD. We want to activate that facility so that both Indian enterprises and Kenyan enterprises can work together to grow investment in Kenya and use Kenya as a platform for other African countries.
Final question to you. What is the position of Kenya on the current conflict in Iran as well, that is growing with each passing day in the Middle East?
It's very unfortunate. We would want to really appeal for rapid de-escalation. It is causing a lot of upheaval, disruption of supply chains, and it's going to be a major security threat, especially for countries that have had terrorist engagements before. So we worry that this could lead to a very volatile situation globally. So we really appeal for immediate cessation of
Are we wary of that, of a prolonged conflict, leading to civilian lives also going, and also energy security being hampered?
Yes, energy security. And for us, we have about 400,000 Kenyans in the various Middle East countries. Yeah, so it is really exerting a lot of distress and concern to the Kenyan people. So when we talk of a rapid de-escalation, we really mean it in every sense of the word.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. With journalist Dinesh Uday Pratap Singh in Delhi, News.
That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Thomas Porteous. You're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top stories of this hour. Israel carries out heavy airstrikes on Hezbollah-backed controlled suburbs of Beirut and launches a broad wave of attacks on infrastructure in Tehran. Iran responds by saying it fired missiles towards the heart of Tel Aviv as the conflict between Iran, Israel and Iran-backed groups continues to expand across the region. Iran launches fresh missile strikes towards Israel, according to the Israel Defense Forces, as the conflict enters another day of expansion. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia, Qatar and Bahrain say their air defense systems intercepted attacks overnight. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says American strikes on Iran are about to surge dramatically, warning that Washington is preparing to intensify its military campaign. He adds that access to the UK's strategic Diego Garcia base in the Indian Ocean could help the United States. President Trump says he is not considering sending US ground troops into Iran, calling such a move a waste of time and saying Tehran has lost everything they can lose. The comments come as the United States and Israel continue air and naval strikes against the country. In other news, the United States and Venezuela agree to re-establish diplomatic and consular relations in a major shift aimed at promoting stability, economic recovery and political reconciliation. The move comes after US forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Despite a lack of progress towards a peace agreement to end their 4-year war, the Russian Foreign Ministry has said Russia and Ukraine have exchanged 300 POWs each today. This announcement follows their exchange of 200 yesterday. Azerbaijan's Foreign Minister Yehuv Baranov has said that Azerbaijan is evacuating its diplomats from Iran for their own safety. This comes a day after Baku said 4 Iranian drones had crossed its border and injured 4 people in the Nichchivan enclave. The US Justice Department releases new FBI records from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, summarizing interviews with a woman who accuses President Trump of a sexual encounter in the 1980s when she was a teenager. The White House dismisses the claims as completely baseless, saying there is no credible evidence, while the documents come from 2019 FBI interviews conducted during the wider Epstein trafficking probe. Now, we start today with the escalating situation in the Middle East, which has seen in total 13 countries bombed, Tehran and Beirut at the center of the Israeli campaign today. We have some response coming from the Israeli side in the most recent comments. A senior Israeli official has said that the Israeli-US campaign against Iran is progressing much better than anticipated. The official highlighted the smooth execution of the operations, noting the complexity of the coordination and the heavy payloads being dropped. While stressing that much work remains, the official described the early achievements as quote-unquote epic. Meanwhile, the US Central Command reported that Iranian targets are being decimated by American forces. CENTCOM's statement emphasized the overwhelming military power being used to target key Iranian positions, with ongoing operations aimed at further weakening Iran's military infrastructure. According to US officials, the success of these operations has been pivotal in advancing the campaign. Joining us to discuss the statements coming from the Israeli ministry is Yossi Kopawasa, an Israeli intelligence and security expert. He joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much, Yossi, for joining us. These statements coming out of this Israeli official, what would success look like at this stage? Apparently the campaign against Iran is progressing much better than anticipated. Now, following the killing of the supreme leader, what does that mean?
Well, we are working on a two-pronged effort. One effort is to weaken the regime itself and to hit the leadership and the organizations that support it, the security organizations. And we have really impressive success in that. We're not only eliminating the leader, the supreme leader, but eliminating many of its advisors and the supporters, and hitting many bases of the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, and the Basij that serve as the security forces that support the regime. That's an ongoing effort. And the other effort is to minimize the capabilities of the Iranian regime to hit us and its neighbors and its other neighbors. And we are making a very impressive progress in this effort as well. We hit 300 heavy missiles launchers, and many missiles themselves were hit as well. We hit the nuclear facilities that were left after the operation in June 2025. We are hitting industrial facilities that are used for the purpose of developing and producing those weapons. So it's a very impressive result. And we take advantage of the fact that we have managed to establish air superiority in most of the Iranian territory, so that we can fly not only attack from standoff, but also attack from stand-in against most of these targets.
What a major event, of course, of this war so far, if not the major event, has been the killing of the Iranian Supreme Leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. What have been both the benefits of this and the possible risks that one could equivalate it to decapitating the Iranian regime might bring?
Well, first of all, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for the people of Iran, once we finish the bombardment of and weakening of the Iranian security apparatuses, to go out to the streets and take over the regime. That's a big opportunity. In the meanwhile, there is a situation where we see two options in front of, especially of the United States. They have to decide. One is to really keep on paving the ground for the people of Iran to take over. And the other is to make a deal with somebody who's going to replace the supreme leader and be manageable and acceptable by the United States. I think this is a little bit far-fetched, but this can happen, and definitely it seems that President Trump is interested in such an arrangement that would enable the Iranian state to avoid chaos, because there's a fear that if we let the people take over, because they are divided and not organized well enough, that will end up with chaos. So President Trump is definitely prefers to find somebody from within the regime that he can work with. He has already made it clear that he doesn't think that the son of the supreme leader, of the late supreme leader, is fit for the job, but he's willing to consider other candidates for this job. And the problem is that almost all of the candidates are part and parcel of the regime itself. They believe in the radical approach of this regime. Maybe a more moderate version of this radical approach, but still within the framework of this radical approach, which makes it a very difficult job to find somebody who's acceptable.
Do you think that those actions then, killing the Ayatollah as early as the second day of the conflict, was a good move, or does it risk overcomplicating this war and possibly stretching it out? Considering, of course, that we're not seeing any ground troops in Iran as of yet, neither from the Israelis or from the Americans. Donald Trump even said today that he doesn't intend to put any troops on the ground.
Neither does Israel. Nobody wants to put the boots on the ground, because we all believe that if there is going to be a revolution, it should be conducted by the people of Iran for their own interest and not by any foreign force. And the problem is that they are not organized and they are not ready yet to do the job. And but taking out Khamenei and not on the second day, and the first day, and the first move of this operation was the right thing, because otherwise we would not be able to reach him. He would probably hide somewhere and nobody would be able to reach him. So it was a golden opportunity that was taken advantage of by Israel and the United States in the opening attack of this operation. And now there is a chance that there's going to be a better leader for Iran. We hope that's not going to be somebody from within the regime, but we'll see what the United States is going to say, because it's a joint operation. We have to listen to our partners as well. Anyhow, I think that any alternative is better than Khamenei, who was a very radical leader of Iran that was committed to building those nuclear capabilities, ballistic missiles capabilities, the proxies around us, all those terror organizations that were cooperating with the Iranian regime. We are putting an end to all this structure, and we hope that the next leader of Iran will not try to rebuild it.
Okay, Yossi, stay with us. We're turning over to some further updates coming out of the conflict. Iran's army has confirmed it attacked US military bases in Kuwait on Friday, targeting them with a large number of destructive drones. According to Iranian state media, the ground forces launched the strikes, marking a significant escalation in the ongoing conflict. The Iranian army stated that these attacks will continue in the coming hours. The move comes as tensions between Iran and the US escalate, with both sides increasing their military actions in the region. Yossi joins us once again. Yossi, Kuwait, among other countries in the Gulf, which are being struck. Importantly, Kuwait, as well as Saudi Arabia, among other powerful Gulf countries which are currently in the middle of that conflict, are not a member of the Abraham Accords. Of course, Donald Trump and Israel's aim is to get more Arab countries like the ones mentioned into those agreements. Do you think that this conflict has likely increased the chances of expanding that agreement, or put things on hold further when it comes to recognition from these countries?
Well, I think that what they all realize is how dangerous Iran is and how necessary it is to replace the regime there and put somebody who's more manageable in exchange for the current regime. Does that mean that they're necessarily going to have to show readiness to enter the Abraham Accords? Not automatically, but the chances are that one of the bases of the Abraham Accords is the awareness of the Iranian threat. It's not the major reason why people joined the Abraham Accords. There were many other benefits, economic and technological and so on and so forth. But security was one of the issues. And I think that they all realize now, Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and Oman, and even Qatar, how dangerous Iran is and how necessary it is for them to join all kinds of alliances and agreements that can make them better fit to protect themselves. So
yes.
I believe that eventually this is going to move them in the right direction a little bit.
However, Yossi, although they might not have wanted to have believed it, they were warned about this. If Israel or the United States did indeed interject militarily into Iran, the country, she was very vocal about striking those US interests in the region, many of which are in Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, the UAE, many of these Gulf countries who Donald Trump has taken quite a shining to in his second term. Do you think that this has destabilized Israel's possibility of normalizing relations with those countries that aren't in the Abraham Accords, and possibly even soured relations with those who are?
Yes, I think so. This is an opportunity for us and for them as well, that to do the right thing and join the Abraham Accords. I think that I'd be very happy if they do. And I'm talking first and foremost about Saudi Arabia, because the Saudis were considering that before the 7th of October 2023 terror attack on Israel. And afterwards they got some cold feet, but I hope they are going to reconsider it now that they were attacked by Iran, and understand that they should cooperate with Israel for all the benefits that this may prove providing them. And it's beyond just that. We see what's happening in Lebanon. We were attacked from Lebanon by Hezbollah on behalf of the Iranians. We take harsh measures against Hezbollah, and we see that more and more people speak about the possibility that once we manage to bring about the disarmament of Hezbollah in Lebanon, there's going to be a possibility of Lebanon joining the Abraham Accords as well. So the future is, I wouldn't say bright, but there are some lights in the future that we should make our best in order to really use them in order to improve the living conditions in every place in the Middle East.
Okay, joining us as well on this story is Sol Sadker, a political commentator joining us live also from Tel Aviv. Sol, thank you very much for joining us. As the conflict stretches into its second week, what hopes do you have in the coming days? We're of course seeing escalation as time ticks on, with even further Gulf partners of the United States being struck. How is this going down in Israel, and what do you think the responses are going to be ultimately from those Gulf states if this continues?
The Gulf states are very much tied into the American operation. They have taken a lot of hits, perhaps even more than Israel, over the past 7 days, coming up towards 7 days. And the operation so far is a resounding success. People in Israel are extremely relieved. As you can see, life continues around me pretty much as normal. Once every few hours, their alarm goes off and everyone has to run to the shelters. People here are very, very optimistic. They understand that in 2 days they will be marking the 2.5 years since Yahya Sinwar kicked off this large-scale war across the Middle East when he attacked Israel on October 7th. And they recognize, I would say almost everyone recognizes fully at this point, that the difference of Israel's standing in the world between that moment and now is night and day. That it's a revolution for Israel in terms of its position in the world, its geopolitical power, and its peace and security. The enemies that tried to destroy this place are laying strewn across the battlefield everywhere from Yemen to Tehran. All their plans have failed. And now the regime that set this all in motion and worked for 47 years to destroy Israel is itself facing destruction.
Okay, so you said that this that the atmosphere is very optimistic in the country. Is it different to any other of the conflicts which Israel has fought in different years, whether that be the Gaza conflict, whether that be Lebanon, or even back in June when Israel launched those attacks on Iran back last year? What's the difference in this war that is going on now, and what's the attitude?
I would say the difference here at this point, most people here don't see the war as having ever ended. They don't see a difference between the war that was in Gaza, the operations that were in Lebanon, the attacks against the Houthis, and the various rounds of fighting with Iran. They view it all as one piece. And they view this now as the end game. Removing the Ayatollah, the head of the entire axis of resistance, so many of his followers in senior positions, and essentially destroying all their arsenals, both nuclear and conventional, and rendering them effectively harmless. That really ends Israel's great enemy, the final boss that it's been dealing with over the past 20 years. Is much longer than the past 2.5 years. People that think about it, I'm sure, all recognize that. Either way, the people that just continue their lives and don't think about this stuff too much certainly are picking up on the general sense of satisfaction that while this has been a difficult 2.5 years for Israel, with much loss, the end result, the end game that's now in plain sight, is one of total victory.
Yossi, I want to come back to you next. There's a lot of skepticism in the United States about the length of this conflict. Donald Trump has reassured the public and says it's only going to last 4 to 5 weeks. He's mulled over the possibility of it being longer, but that's the figure he's said so far. How about Israel? If this conflict does indeed last weeks, months, or even possibly longer than that, would there be the same amount of political animosity if that did occur, or is Israel ready for that?
It's, there are different opinions even in the Israeli public, but the vast majority supports this operation, ready to support it for a long period of time, understands that it takes time in order to reach the goals that we have put forward in front of ourselves, especially weakening the regime to the point that the people of Iran will be able to take over from it and remove it from power. This is going to take time. The operational targets of hitting the capabilities, the military capabilities of Iran may take less time, but weakening the regime is going to take a longer time, and people in Israel are ready to wait until it's done. Because if we manage to bring about this collapse of the regime and replacing it with a reasonable regime, democratic regime in Iran, then we've completed the job. And we've been in the war now for 2.5 years, so we want to make sure that the results we get are the results necessary in order to make sure that this is not going to be reopened again within a short period of time. That's we are ready to wait. In the United States, the story is a little bit different. They didn't live throughout this war of 2.5 years that we did, and so it's a different approach. And more criticism on the American administration for going for that war, but they don't suffer the way we do, and that's to be understood. Anyhow, I think both the Americans and us are saying that we are not under time pressure. We shall do what needs to be done, and we have enough patience, and we have enough force to make sure that we reach our goals.
Gentlemen, stay with us. We're turning over to Lebanon next for some updates. As the Israel-Hezbollah conflict intensifies, thousands of families in Beirut have been left homeless. The escalating violence has forced residents to flee their homes, seeking shelter in makeshift camps as the bombardment continues. The Lebanese capital is facing a severe humanitarian crisis, with displaced families struggling to find adequate housing, food and medical assistance. Local authorities and humanitarian organisations are calling for urgent aid to address the needs of these vulnerable populations. The situation is becoming increasingly dire, with no immediate resolution in sight. Let's in fact listen in to some of the displaced Lebanese residents in Beirut.
نايمين هون بالطرقات، شي نايم بالسيارات وشي نايم على الطريق، شي على البحر، يعني مشردين، هن شردونا وطلعنا. هذا بيقولوا لها مثل التشريد، يعني أنا بحياتي ما نمت نومة الأرض هيك. مجبر يعني نامها. بس على إنه غطا ما حدا جاب، قال بكره وبعد بكره، بكره وبعد بكره.
أكيد شيء مش مقبول. وكلبناني صراحة ما اللي أكتر شيء بحير الواحد ما بيقدر يعرف مع مين يكون، يعني ما فيك تكون لا مع هالطرف ولا مع هالطرف، اثنيناتهم مثل ما بيقولوا ظالمين أكتر من بعض، ظالميننا نحن كلبنانيين أكتر من بعض. فكرمال هيك العالم ما عم تلاقي طريقة تقدر تواسي حالها ليش هي وصلت لهون.
Saul, I want to come to you on this. Lebanon, now a new front opening in this conflict after Israel saying that it is targeting Hezbollah infrastructure in the capital of the country. Yossi, I believe Saul has lost connection. Yossi, I'm going to come to you with this. How do you think the situation in Lebanon might develop? Of course, obviously, we know that Hezbollah capabilities have been limited over the past 2 years. We now have seen the suburbs of Beirut be targeted by the IDF. Tensions really seem to be escalating there, especially with those Israeli strikes, which are raining down on those areas of the Lebanese capital. How central is Lebanon in this conflict?
Well, it's the sideshow, but it's an important sideshow. It's not totally negligible. And the Hezbollah, in spite of the damage done to it throughout this war, is still capable of launching missiles and drones towards Israel, as they do on an hourly basis ever since they decided to join the war. And we take the necessary measures in order to retaliate and charge Hezbollah with a heavy price. And the price is paid by not only the members of Hezbollah that are being targeted by us, but also by their neighbors who have to flee from their neighborhoods in southern Beirut and in the southern part of Lebanon, because we asked them to leave in order to keep them out of harm's way. And that's what's happening right now. They complain a little bit too much. It's only one day, but yes, a lot of damage is being done to the neighborhoods where they operate from. And the southern suburb of Beirut is the major headquarters of Hezbollah. And we take action against these headquarters. And The neighboring buildings are also hit a little bit. And this is the situation in Lebanon. And I hope that by weakening weakening Hezbollah even further, we shall create the conditions that would enable the Lebanese government and the Lebanese armed forces to take finally the necessary steps in order to disarm Hezbollah. They do show a little bit more backbone, and they took steps against the Iranian presence supporting Hezbollah in Lebanon, and they are showing that they are determined to make sure that there's only going to be one weapon in Lebanon that would be used, and this is these are the weapons of the government. But they've not confronted Hezbollah yet. Once they confront Hezbollah and force it to disarm, then all kinds of opportunities open up, including some better relations between Israel and Lebanon. So far, it has not been the case, and we still have to take severe measures. One of the things we did was to expand our presence along the border with Lebanon, because we know they have special units that are supposed to take action against us along the border. So we have to deploy on the northern part of the border inside Lebanon and make sure that
Hello and welcome. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching The World Report on NewsXWorld. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. Azerbaijan's Foreign Minister Ceyhun Bayramov has said that Azerbaijan is evacuating its diplomats from Iran for their own safety. This comes a day after Baku said 4 Iranian drones had crossed its border and injured 4 people in the Nakhchivan exclave. The Trump administration is urging aerospace companies to immediately ramp up production as strikes on Iran depletes U.S. munition stocks. A drone strike on Raf Akrotiri in Cyprus has triggered widespread demands for the removal of British military bases from the island. The attack, which damaged a hangar housing US spy planes, has stoked public fears that the UK presence is dragging neutral Cyprus directly into the Iran conflict. The Kremlin reports a significant rise in global demand for Russian oil and gas. As the war in Iran disrupts traditional supply chains, Moscow has reiterated its role as a reliable energy partner, positioning itself to fill the void left by the near-total shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz. Despite a lack of progress towards a peace agreement to end their 4-year war, the Russian Foreign Ministry has said Russia and Ukraine have exchanged 300 POWs each today. This announcement follows their exchange of 200 POWs yesterday. The Kremlin warns that Finland's plan to lift a ban on hosting nuclear weapons would raise tensions in Europe and make the Nordic nations more vulnerable. The United States and Venezuela agreed to re-establish diplomatic and consular relations in a major shift aimed at promoting stability, economic recovery, and political reconciliation. The U.S. Justice Department releases new FBI records from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, summarizing interviews with a woman who accuses President Donald Trump of sexual encounter in the 1980s when she was just a teenager. Now we move on and we start with the breaking news from Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's defense ministry has announced that it had successfully intercepted and destroyed a cruise missile near the central Al-Harj area. The missile was intercepted east of the Al-Harj governorate, marking another significant defense achievement amid heightened regional tensions. The Saudi authorities did not specify the missile's origin, but reassured the public that the attack had been thwarted without causing any casualties or damage. Now we welcome Mr. Martin Saivrides. He's an international affairs expert, joins us live from Ecuador. Thank you very much, Mr. Rides, for joining us again. Good to see you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Now, do we know the capacity of Saudi Arabia in defending themselves? Does it also rely on defense stuff from US?
Yes, so basically Saudi Arabia, they're dependent on American and also allegedly Israeli intelligence. They have this allyship. So Saudi Arabia, they have a very good economy due to the fact that they're an oil country. They have a lot of reserves of oil, and they have a really great economy, but their capacity of intelligence, of retaliation, of airspace defense is very limited. So they're dependent on the help of the US, basically the biggest Western ally, and in the region, Israel. Even though Saudi Arabia and Israel they do not have official relationships, it's well known that Israel provides a lot of these Sunni countries that are aligned with the US the capability to defend themselves against the threat of Iran.
Right. And how is Saudi Arabia going to be moving forward? How will Saudi Arabia view US's partnership and the significance of holding or allying with US, the risks that they carry as a host of US bases, since if it did not have had US bases, it would not maybe have been targeted in this attack, right?
You're absolutely right. They are being targeted because of the fact that they have American bases. However, this allyship between Saudi Arabia and the US comes with their pros and cons. One of the pros has been that the free trade, their economy that has been growing because of the American support, and they have been witnessing a growth in their public system, in their economy because of the oil companies and the US support. But it also comes with the cons. In this case, the cons of this allyship is being subject of attacks because of the fact that they have these American bases on their ground. So I think the development of this relationship between Saudi Arabia and the US is gonna keep going forward, and it's gonna be getting stronger because they don't have another option. They have the bases there. Their only option is to trust that they will be helped by the US to defend themselves. And politically talking, and the best strategy is to keep going with this allyship. They cannot go back at this point.
And how do you think that, President Trump, now that he has said that there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender, has said this in his Truth Social, I believe. So what now? Do you think that Iran will surrender? Since from the beginning, Iran had been pressured so much with sanctions and many things, but Iran had always been so bold. Do you think that is this kind of pressure works on Iran?
It doesn't work. It doesn't work because we're dealing with an Iranian regime that is fully authoritarian, and not only that, but fundamentalist. They are not thinking with logic. They think with a fundamentalist, middle-aged ideology that is killing people, that is destructing their country, but they will never surrender. They prefer to die instead of surrender to the ideas that they have, which is going forward with the Islamic project. They will never surrender, and I think also neither the US, also Trump has a very authoritarian behavior, so he will never surrender or try to deal with Iran, because that will mean that Trump lost the war. So Trump will never try to surrender or to go to a deal. So I think we are in the beginning of a very long war.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Wright, for highlighting that. Please do stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, staying in the region, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has visited the site of an Iranian missile attack in southern Israel today and vowed to complete all missions in retaliation. The attack, which hit a residential neighborhood in Beersheba on March 2nd, left 19 people lightly injured. Standing by the crater caused by the missile strike, Netanyahu has reaffirmed Israel's commitment to targeting the Iranian regime and Hezbollah in Lebanon. On the same day, Israel has reported that 50 of its warplanes has struck a bunker beneath the destroyed Tehran compound of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, who was killed earlier. Israel also conducted airstrikes on Beirut and ordered the unprecedented evacuation of the city's southern suburbs, marking a significant escalation in the ongoing conflict.
ביום השביעי של מבצע שאגת הארי, אנחנו מכים באויב, גם בהנהגה שלו, גם במשטר הדיכוי שלו, וגם במטרות שונות, כולל התפעל מכושר העמידה האיתנה של האזרחים. בהגנה, מה שצריך זה משמעת ברזל, ועמידה איתנה. יש לנו את זה כאן בשפע. בהתקפה, מה שדרוש זה שלושה דברים. קודם כל נחישות, שנית יוזמה, ושלישית תחבולה. כאלה יש לנו בשפע, כפי שהאויב כבר גילה, ואני מוסר לכם, אזרחי ישראל, הוא יגלה ביתר שאת. אנחנו בדרך להשלמת כל...
Now we would like to welcome first retired Major General A.K. Sivachi. He's a geostrategic expert, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Major General, for joining us. Now, looking at the Israel situation, as some missiles have penetrated into Iron Dome and, caused damage in Israel, how do you analyze the current capacity of Iran and also the capacity of Israel? Do you think they were ready for all kinds of retaliation towards themselves from Iran, since some of the missiles did penetrate into Iron Dome?
The point is, first of all, if you see it as far as the US and Israel is concerned, I suppose they underestimated the strength of Iran. And that is the first point which is coming. And they thought that once Ayatollah al-Khamenei has been eliminated, along with the top 40 commanders, which including the defense minister, as well as the top military IRGC commander, that the regime may collapse and they will be amenable for some talks. But that has not happened. The Iran is striking back. And now the point which come is that the 12 days war which took place last year, there were almost 10 to 15% missiles which were able to hit onto the target. This time, Israel, what they did, they made a multi-layered air defense system, which has got Iron Dome, which has got Iron Beam, which has got David Sling, then it has got arrow system, it has got Patriot missile, it has got THAAD. But that has not deterred the missiles and rockets being hit on the target. Still 10%, 5 to 10% are hitting, and they are damaging. But what what Iran had done this time, that it has enhanced the war zone. It started hitting the military bases of US in the Middle East. And that is where the whole thing now takes a turn, in the sense that all these countries, whether it is Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman, Jordan, Bahrain, Qatar, their oil fields have been also struck, the energy sector, their supply chain hit, and they are the one which will be now forcing US to stop the war because they are adversely affected. Once upon a time, the Americans have come there to give them protection. Today, they have become a liability for these countries because, after all, Iran is attacking on them because they have allowed the American to come. And why they are selecting basically Middle East to be struck by the Iran, they are closer to Iran, it's surprise factor. The chances of hitting in Middle East are higher than Israel because these Middle East states do not have multi-layer. They only have a THAAD, terminally high altitude area defense and Patriot missile. So therefore, as far as Iran is concerned, it has made this war a regional war. And regional war in the sense, it has also close the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world oil goes. So the economy is being affected badly all around the world. You remember, the oil prices have gone from $60 per barrel to now almost more than $83 per barrel. So it is affecting adversely everyone. In addition to that, Hezbollah and Houthi rebels have also become very active. They were to become active in case Iran was attacked. Hezbollah is attacking from Lebanon on the northern portion of Israel, as well as Houthi is hitting or is disturbing and disrupting the line of communication, as well as the ships which are going toward Mediterranean to Europe. So overall, the strategy of Iran this time is to increase the scope of this war, make it a regional war, and hit where it hurts, and it will keep on fighting till the time it has got arsenal of missile, rockets, and drones. It is standing alone. It doesn't have too many friends. As far as Russia and China are concerned, they have helped Iran basically in drone, missile, as well as in real-time intelligence.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, Major General, I must also welcome my other guest as well. Thank you very much for sharing that. Mr. Irais, thank you for staying with us. Building on Major General Siwachi's answer and insight, how dangerous is this escalation or the strategy of Iran that if I go down, we all go down together, it seems?
Absolutely. I think we're at the beginning of the Third World War, and I'm not exaggerating, because of all of the facts that we have the U.S. president, which has this expansionist vision of the Western Hemisphere, and that according to his vision, the Western Hemisphere belongs to him. We have this lunatic terrorist regime from Iran that they want to Islamize the whole Middle East. They want to engage in basically funding terrorism throughout the world. We have these Sunni countries that are in an allyship with the US, which are a target for the Islamic regime terror, and they're just next to them. So I think we have a lot of actors. The West, Europe is also engaging. We have like a major division between the European Union. Spain is rejecting the war. Germany is focusing in strengthening the allyship with Trump. We're seeing that in the NATO allyship, we're also seeing a lot of actors that are breaking their allyship. So I think we're in a boiling point in this time that the whole world is becoming a dangerous place and is only going to escalate.
Thank you very much to both our guests for sharing that insight with us. Now we have some more updates. Now, Israel's military spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Nadav Shoshani, has reported that Iran and Hezbollah has launched coordinated missile attacks aimed at overwhelming Israel's aerial defense systems. The attack occurred on 5th March, marking a significant escalation on the ongoing conflict. Although the military has confirmed the missile launch was intended to breach Israel's defenses, they stated that there had been no significant hits on Israeli territory in the last 24 hours. The military continues to monitor the situation closely as tensions rise. In another statement, Shoshani has confirmed that Hezbollah had launched approximately 70 rockets towards Israel the whole day, with many coming in from southern Lebanon. Since Israel's strikes on Lebanon began earlier this week, Israeli forces have hit over 500 targets across Lebanon, killing 70 Hezbollah fighters. Lebanon's health ministry has reported that 217 people have been killed in Israeli strikes, many of whom were civilians. Now we welcome back Mr. Martin Irais. He's joining us live from Ecuador. Thank you very much, Mr. Irais, for staying with us. Now, you know, as today earlier I mentioned that Israeli minister has warned Iran that they will be completing all its missions in retaliation to Iran. What is the mission that he's talking about from Israel's perspective? You know, do you think that it wasn't just destroying the hierarchy and the top commanders of Iran?
So for Israel, this war means an existential war. We need to remember that Iran openly and widely has been speaking about erasing Israel from the map. So for Israel, this war means their future existence, even if that means going to a full war against the regime, the Iranian regime. I think what the Prime Minister of Israel wanted to actually I speak Hebrew, so I understood perfectly what he said, is that he's going to be determined and they need to hit Iran with determination, with power and strength, and they will not give up until the threat is over. What is the threat? The Islamic Republic, which is the regime. It's not Khomeini, it's not the person who's going to replace him, it's the whole ideology of the Islamic regime, which needs to be erased for the interests of Israel, for its future existence in the region. So I think it's pretty clear Israel is going to go to a full war against the regime, and they will try to change the regime to another one that is not a threat to their existence.
Thank you for highlighting that. I would like to also welcome back retired Major General Ike Siwachi. Thank you very much, Major General, for staying with us. Now, building on Mr. Wright's take, what do you think is the motive here or the goal here for Israel, and what do you think is the goal for US? Do you think they are aligned 100%? What's your take?
You know, the problem as far as US goalposts are concerned, and it is being changed. You know, initially when Trump has attacked, they're talking about 3 goalposts. One is regime change. Second thing is completely destroy the nuclear installation of Iran. And third was to basically to contain the missiles, the number as well as the range. And to some extent, even the Israelis also have the same aim. They will want that the nuclear weapons of Israel must be destroyed, because this is the right time when Iran is the weakest, because Iran regime is weak after 12-day war last year, and it's the proxies, Hezbollah, Houthi and Hamas are also very weakest. So possibly main aim of Israel is to ensure that no nuclear weapon as far as Israel is concerned. Whereas the US wants, in addition to nuclear, a regime change, a regime which is pliable to American decision. Because actually what is America looking for basically oil. Because it went, what happened in Venezuela? It went in Venezuela. They kidnapped Nicolas Maduro. They have put Delcy Rodriguez. Now she's cooperating with US. It is the oil which the American want. Now the complete oil is being monitored and exported through America. Here also, America real interest is the Iran oil, because the rest of the Middle East is totally in control of US. So the point is, as far as America is concerned, that a government which is pliable to US is must. At the same time, a nuclear also, that Iran should not be nuclear in future. But one thing is very clear, that you can't have regime change without boots on ground. And boots on ground, America will not do it. What the lesson which they have learned in Iraq and Afghanistan. So now the goalpost is being changed. What US is trying to convey is that the nuclear facility should not be there, missiles should come. But regime change, they are now changing their stance. They are not saying that this regime will be completely changed with some new regime, which is not possible without boot. They say that regime, someone in this regime only who is palatable, who is able to listen to the demands of US. I think that is a thing. That's why every analyst is telling that America is changing goalposts too many times. One does not have a plan. What is the end plan of US? No one knows it. That's something which is worrying everyone.
We are indeed thinking about that. Thank you very much to both our guests for joining us today and sharing that insight with us. Now we have a breaking news coming in from France. In response to the ongoing Middle East conflict, France has deployed an amphibious helicopter carrier to the Mediterranean, strengthening its military presence in the region. A spokesperson for the French military has confirmed the move today, highlighting the increased need for reinforcement amid rising tensions. This deployment follows earlier decisions to send France's flagship aircraft carrier and a frigate earlier in the week. A similar ship had previously been stationed off of Lebanon's coast during the 2024 war between Israel and Hezbollah, offering a precautionary measure for repatriation. Now we have another breaking news from North America. Canada's Foreign Minister Anita Anand has announced that approximately 3,500 Canadians have requested assistance to leave the Middle East and Gulf regions. She has confirmed that 108,000 Canadians in the region had registered with Global Affairs Canada. Of these, 3,500 individuals have reached out for help in departing the area amid growing tensions. Anand has outlined 3 options for Canadians seeking to leave: charter flights, block bookings, and ground transportation, when feasible and safe. She has stressed that the situation in the region remains volatile and unpredictable, which has made evacuation efforts challenging. Regarding Canada's stance on the ongoing conflict, Anand has clarified that Ottawa has no intention to participate on Operation Epic Fury. She has further confirmed that Canada was not consulted on the operation and has not participated in it, signaling the country's decision to remain uninvolved in military actions in the region. Now we move on to news from Germany. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has called for the preservation of Iran's territorial integrity as the war involving Israel and the United States against Tehran threatens to spread across the Middle East. Merz has warned that the collapse of Iranian statehood or proxy conflicts on Iranian soil would not serve anyone's interest and could have far-reaching consequences for Europe's security and stability. As said, Germany is working with international partners to formulate a common stance to end the hostilities, while Merz has stressed that maintaining public order, basic services, and a functional Iranian state is essential, has highlighted the need to prevent uncontrolled migration from Iran, has added that sanctions could be eased and aid provided if certain conditions are met, reflecting Berlin's emphasis on stability and humanitarian concerns in the region. Let's in fact listen into what he has shared on this.
Hier auch deutlich für die Bundesregierung sagen, wir teilen die Ziele der Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika und auch des Staates Israel, die das iranische Nuklear- und Raketenprogramm genauso wie Teherans Bedrohung des Landes Israels und seiner Nachbarn, die Unterstützung von Terrorismus und der sogenannten Proxies in der Region betreffen. Und ich will das auch deutlich sagen, das iranische Volk hat das Recht, frei über sein Schicksal zu entscheiden. Das ist mit ein Grund dafür, dass wir so sehr darauf drängen, dass die Eigenstaatlichkeit des Iran erhalten bleibt. Wir möchten hier kein syrisches Szenario erleben, sondern wir möchten, dass dieser Staat aus sich selbst heraus funktionsfähig wird. Und deswegen auch mein Appell sowohl in Washington als auch in allen Gesprächen mit der israelischen Regierung, so schnell wie möglich die Voraussetzungen dafür zu schaffen, dass dieses Land stabilisiert wird, dass es eine demokratisch legitimierte Regierung bekommt und dass es eben auch als Staat weiter bestehen kann. Es ist ein Land mit über 90 Millionen Einwohnern und wir haben natürlich auch insofern ein hohes eigenes Interesse daran, um auch neue Flüchtlingsströme.
Now we move on to North America. Mexico has announced that it will deploy 100,000 police, military, and private security forces to ensure safety during the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The country co-hosting the event with the United States and Canada has unveiled its security plan ahead of the tournament starts this summer. This move comes just days after an explosion in Guadalajara, one of the 3 Mexican host cities, following the death of drug lord Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes, alias El Mencho. Now we stay in North America. U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright has clarified that allowing India to purchase Russian oil is a temporary move, with no shift in the overall policy towards Russia. has explained that the measure is short-term, aimed at stabilizing oil prices in the global market. Wright has emphasized that this decision is designed to keep oil prices manageable, though he has reiterated that it does not signal a broader change in the U.S. stance towards Russia. The move is seen as a brief adjustment to address immediate concerns related to energy markets without altering long-term foreign policy objectives. Now, my colleague and senior editor Uday Pratap Singh has spoken to the former chief of RNAW on India's position on the Middle East conflict and what's next for the conflict hit Iran. All this and more at the Raisina dialogue being held in India's capital, New Delhi. Let's take a look.
Well, with us now on NewsX is former head of RAW and advisor ORF, Mr. Vikram Sood. Many thanks for speaking with us on the sidelines of Raisina Dialogue 2026. We are seeing in a lot of sessions over here as well the Middle East conflict being discussed extensively. How do you view things, the hostilities between both sides, which are only increasing with each passing day? Where do you see this conflict going? Do you believe we are in for a prolonged conflict?
I think it is going to be much longer than what the Americans thought. They thought it'll be a quick in and out battle, but the Iranians are not going to give up so easily. It is their land. They're fighting for their existential battle, so it will last longer than expected. I don't know whether we've seen the worst of it yet, because President Trump keeps saying that there are tougher days ahead. You haven't seen the big wave and stuff like that. So I don't know how or where and when it will end.
Regime change, do you believe is the goal of the Americans, or is the goal to hit their nuclear enrichment sites the most and inflict maximum damage in terms of their defense capability?
Regime change cannot be done by air. You have to have boots on the ground. You have to have institutions on the ground that will work for you and bring about that change. If they have that, then it is possible. Otherwise, it won't happen.
But do you believe the US is ready for boots on the ground politically?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
As far as these Middle East tensions are concerned as well, sir, we are seeing, of course, Iran target multiple bases, and because of that, multiple Gulf regions. A lot of our Indian diaspora is there. How many days do you see that happening? Because that is leading to airspace closure. That is leading to many people being stuck and stranded there as well.
I can't give a comment on that. I don't know how many days it will last, and I'm sure the government is fully aware of what we need to do about it. So I don't think I can give any advisory or any conjecture on that.
Also, let me ask you, do you believe the Israel and the US were expecting the kind of retaliation that has come in from Iran? Were they anticipating that according to you?
I don't know whether they were or not, but they should have. Thanks.
Okay. My final question to you, also on India's position now. India, of course, has our foreign minister has spoken with the Iranian foreign minister. Our prime minister spoke with the Israel prime minister as well. We've also been in touch with multiple Gulf states already. How do you view India's viewpoint and position on this?
What we are doing is quite the correct thing. We don't want the war to continue. We want them to settle their things across the table. How long or whether it will not is not something I can guarantee, or even the government can guarantee. But that's what we want to try.
But it's a correct position, of course, according to you. All right, thank you very much for joining us. With journalist Dinesh Uday Pratap Singh in Delhi, NewsX.
That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome, I'm Ellie Richardson and you are watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the top headlines of this hour. Heavy attacks were reported in Tehran after Israel said it was hitting regime infrastructure in a new phase of the war it launched with the United States against Iran. President Donald Trump said it would be a waste of time currently to consider sending US ground troops into Iran, dismissing Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi's earlier remark that Iran was ready for US or Israeli ground invasion was a wasted comment. Lebanese militant group Hezbollah claimed responsibility for a wave of strikes targeting Israeli forces in retaliation for Israeli strikes on Lebanon the day before. The Iran-backed group said in 3 separate statements that its fighters had launched rockets and artillery shells at border positions. There were no reports of casualties. 3 Australian military personnel were on board an American submarine that sank an Iranian Navy ship off of Sri Lanka this week. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has said the personnel were on the submarine as part of a training arrangement under AUKUS, a multi-decade defence pact with Britain and the United States. The US House of Representatives on Thursday rejected an effort to curb Donald Trump's authority to wage war against Iran, as the president faces fierce criticism over launching the conflict without seeking approval from Congress. Lawmakers voted down a bipartisan resolution that would require Trump to obtain congressional authorization before continuing military operations against Iran. Hong Kong pro-democracy media mogul Jimmy Lai will not appeal his national security conviction that saw him sentenced to 20 years last month. His legal team said without providing a reason, the 78-year-old founder of the now defunct Apple Daily newspaper was found guilty in February of charges of foreign collusion. Venezuela and the United States are restoring diplomatic ties. The two countries have announced in a new sign of thawing relations after Washington ousted former President Nicolas Maduro. The announcement came as the U.S. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum wrapped up a 2-day trip to Venezuela, part of U.S. President Donald Trump's push for a greater access to country's mineral wealth. And for your top stories this hour, amidst escalating tensions in the Strait of Hormuz and the ongoing conflict in West Asia, the United States has granted India a temporary waiver to continue purchasing Russian oil. This 30-day exception, announced by US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, is designed to stabilize global energy markets, particularly as oil supply routes through the Strait of Hormuz remain under threat. The move also comes as energy security remains a top concern for India, which relies heavily on oil imports passing through the strait. Indian officials have stated that the country's energy position remains stable, with almost 2 months' worth of stocks and diversified supply chains, but the government is closely monitoring the situation. As a precautionary measure, Australia and Canada have also stepped in, offering additional gas supplies to India amid the growing geopolitical uncertainty. Meanwhile, responding to US's waiver for India, Russia's envoy Kirill Dmitriev has said that this move highlights Russia's significant role in global energy markets. Dmitriev has also noted that despite political pressures, Russia remains committed to maintaining stable global oil supplies. We are now being joined by Dr. Ajay Dua, who's a former Secretary of Commerce and senior economist, joining us from New Delhi. Thank you so much for joining us here today on News X World. What does the US's decision to grant India a temporary waiver to buy Russian oil reveal about pressures of the global energy markets during this conflict?
Thank you for having me in this discussion. I think the move by the United States administration yesterday to allow India to continue to buy, I shouldn't use the word continue because in between India had reduced its supplies, procurement of oil from Russia. But yesterday, India did buy a couple of tankers which were otherwise meant for going to the Far East, but since they were passing near the Indian coast, India did take the liberty of buying 2 such oil tankers. Thereafter, I believe the US move has come subsequent to India explaining it to the United States, the circumstances under which it bought these 2 oil tankers, the stuff under these tankers yesterday. The reason being very evident that for India, the Strait of Hormuz, which is currently technically open but otherwise not functional, it's a very important passage to India with as much as 40 to 50% of its needs passing through the Strait of Hormuz. This is as far as the crude is concerned, but also gas, CNG, as well as the LPG. They were coming from Qatar, and mainly from Qatar, but also from a couple of other sources in that region. Those have also been impacted. The prices in India have not yet gone up, but the government has already sounded out the signal for crude oil by saying our strategic reserves can cover about 2 months of requirement in India, but certain vendors, including a company called the Gujarat Gas, yesterday itself announced rationing. That means reduced allocations to its customers, particularly the industrial consumers of the gas. So yesterday's developments have been very good for India, that India was able to prevail upon and convince the United States that it's not sourcing new oil from Russia, but the oil which is already on the high seas and may be allowed to be used by India and the Indian customers, if the Russians are willing to sell it to it rather than the destinations of whether it's in the Far East or elsewhere. Similarly, the move yesterday by Australia as well as Canada that we can also help India with respect to gas, natural gas, or whether it's the CNG or it is the LPG, that needs to be, I think, watched, that they can bail out India during the current difficulty it's experiencing. And I think the good political relations which now we enjoy with Canada as well, with Prime Minister Carney's visit to India last week, I think the past has been buried, where there were certain suspicions about India's involvement in a particular incident in Canada. And with Australia, we've already signed, as you know, a low-hanging fruit terms of a trade deal, while we might be negotiating a larger deal. So Australia also has come up with made the announcement that it would like to help out India in its requirement, in its current situation. And for that, I think India is grateful to them.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay, but please don't go too far, as we'll be back with you very shortly. Japanese Foreign Minister Toshimitsu Motegi confirmed in Parliament on Friday that 2 Japanese nationals have been detained in Iran, but the government has verified their safety. Motegi strongly demanded their swift release. One of the detainees, Shinosuke Kawashima, a Tehran borough chief for NHK, had been arrested by Iran and transferred to a Tehran prison. The Japanese government has been in contact with both individuals, working to secure their freedom. The government is coordinating with the relevant parties to ensure the safety of the Japanese nationals in Iran. Listen in.
イランのテヘランで、法事1名が現地時間の1月の20日にですね、現地当局に拘束されたことを確認をいたしております。また、現在イランにおいては、同法人を含めまして、2名が拘束をされております。これら、2名の法人とはですね、連絡が取れておりまして、現時点で安全であるということは確認をいたしております。
A US judge will meet behind closed doors on Friday to discuss the process for refunding up to $175 billion in illegally collected tariffs. Judge Richard Eaton of the US Court of International Trade will meet with government lawyers to work out a refund plan for over 300,000 importers after the tariffs were declared unconstitutional last month. The refund process is unprecedented and will require a manual review of tens of millions of tariff payments. The case, initiated by Atmos Filtration, is set to shape how refunds will be handled for thousands of other cases, potentially offering a quicker resolution for importers without requiring further litigation. We are now being rejoined again by Dr. Ajay Dua. Thank you for joining us back here for this. What is the significance of a judge calling for these tariff refunds tied to Trump's actions, and how might this signal the strength of the legal challenges that the US is undergoing, and how could this outcome of this settlement process affect US businesses and consumers who have been paying higher tariffs?
Thank you for calling me back into this on this discussion. I think it's very significant. If you would recall, when about 20 days ago, or 20 odd days ago, the US Supreme Court had ruled by a verdict, a 6-3 verdict, that President Trump's actions of levying tariff were not legal, or probably, I think they used the word unconstitutional. It had left open the question of what happens to the tariffs which have already been collected since President Trump's second term began, and the month of April, I think, he he revised the tariffs, including when he brought up the Liberation Day tariffs. Before that, he had levied already flat 10% tariff on all the imports coming into the US, and from the Liberation Day onwards, he started off country by country revision upwards of the tariffs. The Supreme Court, however, had not taken a call on what happens to the tariffs, whether it's $160 billion or $175 billion. There are estimates that it could even be over $200 billion. The fact remains, whatever be the number, the fact remains that it is a huge sum the US government has able to collect. So, and it was probably rightly that the case was taken up immediately at the lower levels, lower than the Supreme Court, to decide whether I don't think the judge yesterday mentioned whether, how. The question was the process. How do the people who have paid, the importers who have paid the duty, get it back? And he's now called both the sides. That means the US Treasury and the Commerce Ministries, probably Commerce Departments of the US, as well as the importers who have paid the duty to work it out. The US government has already made a statement before, it had made a statement before yesterday's decision of the court that it's not returnable. So I think that was probably a starting point, and we shouldn't be surprised if President Trump says it's not, or his administration says that it's not returnable, because this money is coming very handy for the US to ensure that the inflation in the country as a result of the higher tariffs paid by the importers does not cause too much of an inflation, and he's been able to use this money for other budgetary purposes, as well as giving relief to certain sectors and certain segments of the society. But the fact remains that if a thing is illegal, it has no legal basis, and that's what has been said, that unless President Trump seeks and obtains the US Congress's approval, whatever action is taken under the name of under IEEPA, the emergency powers which vest in the president in the case of a national emergency, that those are not valid. I would say that it's going to be it will be hotly contested. On one side, the importers demanding it, importers and the governments which have been impacted, consequently the foreign governments, they would be supporting, because they have to, more than a refund, they actually are seeking to make a point, and including India, saying that President Trump, you cannot levy arbitrarily, arrive at a figure and levy this, and without your being empowered, and with what kind of shackles the Congress imposes these or allows him to do it, is to be seen. So for future trade deals, for future actions by US President, the decision of yesterday's decision of the judge is highly significant, and I do hope that he doesn't go into the constitutionality or the legality once again of a matter which has already been kind of ruled by the Supreme Court, that he would confine himself to the process and installments, etc., if the US government seeks how these refunds could be effected, without at all questioning or making any observation whatsoever about the legality of the issue, since it stands settled.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ajay Dua, for joining us here today on NewsX World. Thank you. US Senator Mark Wayne Mullin of Oklahoma has been elected by US President Donald Trump as his nominee for the next Homeland Security Secretary. Responding to the nomination, Mullin has said that his top priority would be to focus on protecting the United States and securing its borders. Mullin has also commented on Kristi Noem, who was removed from her position by President Donald Trump. He has acknowledged her efforts in the role, saying that she had done her best under difficult circumstances. Let's now listen in to more of his statements.
Yes, I'm a Republican. Yes, I'm conservative. But Department of Homeland Security is to keep everybody, regardless if you support me, if you don't support me, regardless of what your thoughts are. I'm here to enforce the policies that Congress passed, and right now I'm part of it, but once I make that transition, my focus is to keep the homeland secure. That's going to be my focus, and we're super excited about this opportunity. I was excited. The president, first of all, the president, I have a really good relationship. We talk all the time anyways. I've got to be honest with you, I wasn't expecting the call today, but super excited. And I'm more excited about just ready to get started. There's a lot of work we can do to get Department of Homeland Security working, working for the American people. The Department of Homeland Security has a very broad jurisdiction. And I think there's a lot of work that we need to do, and I'm excited.
Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto has reassured local Islamic groups that he will withdraw from US President Donald Trump's Board of Peace if it does not benefit Palestinian interests. The decision to join the board and contribute troops for a Gaza stabilization force has faced criticism at home, particularly from Muslim groups. President Prabowo met with leaders of Islamic groups on Thursday, stating he would withdraw if the platform no longer serves Palestine or Indonesia's national interests. The Indonesian Ulama Council had already called for exiting the board due to the US role in the Iran conflict. We're now being joined by Professor Rohan Gunatna, who's an international affairs expert. Thank you so much for joining us here today on NewsX World. So obviously we've heard a lot about the Board of Peace, and now Indonesia's saying it may withdraw from the US, from the US-led Board of Peace if it doesn't benefit Palestinians. Does this signal growing skepticism among global South countries, especially about these peace initiatives led by Donald Trump?
Ellie, as you said, the US-Israel war against Iran has created some unhappiness among the Muslim groups in Indonesia. And that is why President Prabowo Subianto met with the Indonesian Islamic groups and give them an assurance that unless it is in the interest of Indonesia or the Palestinians, that he will withdraw. But I want to share with you that it is unlikely that he will withdraw, because one is that President Prabowo is very keen for Indonesia to play a bigger role, not only in the ASEAN countries, but also globally, as Indonesia is the largest Muslim country. Second is this agitation and unhappiness is largely because of the war. And I believe that in the coming weeks, that the conditions will once again emerge for the Gaza peace plan to be revisited, because at this point there is no progress in the Gaza peace process because of the war with Iran. And during that time, President Prabowo will most likely come back and explain to the Islamic groups that it is in the interest of Indonesia and also the Palestinians that Indonesia play a very important role in the international stabilization force.
And with discussions on the peace initiative reportedly paused due to what's going on in the Middle East with US, Israel and Iran, does this highlight how the broader Middle East conflicts is undermining international peace frameworks?
Very much. As you mentioned, the conflict in the Middle East has had an impact on the peace process. So with regard to Gaza, phase 1 is release of all hostages that Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad and the other terrorist groups have done. Now phase 2 is the disarmament phase. This is the most difficult phase. So I believe that this particular topic of disarmament will be revisited in the coming weeks. And at that point, there will be greater commitment on the part of a number of countries that have committed troops to form the contingent in Gaza that will maintain peace, and that will also ensure the disarmament of the terrorist groups in Gaza, because without disarmament, there will be no peace process.
Thank you so much for joining us here today on NewsX World. It's a pleasure speaking with you as always. The European Union Foreign Policy Chief, KJ Kallas, and her Swiss counterparts, Ignacio Cassis, have signed a joint declaration that sees the EU and Switzerland have agreed to strengthen their cooperation on foreign policy, security and defence. Switzerland's Foreign Minister Ignacio Cassis has said that with the conflict in the Middle East, stable relations with EU-Switzerland are the closest partner and European Union are strategically important for Switzerland. Let's listen in to what they had to say.
The recent military escalation between the United States, Israel and Iran shows one thing very clearly. Today, no regional conflict stays regional. Tensions in the Middle East affect Europe directly, our security, our energy supply, our trade routes, and our economic stability. In this context, stable relations with our closest partner, the European Union, are strategically important for Switzerland. We also signed a framework participation agreement that will make it easier for Switzerland to take part in EU civilian and military peace missions.
Fair to say that in 1 week we delivered more progress in our partnership that we have seen over many years. EU and Switzerland are long-standing partners. Your contributions to EU operations in the Western Balkans and Africa are immensely important. And those who want to harm our democracies are not standing still. Neutrality is no obstacle to closer cooperation. That is also why the Swiss Parliament decision to ease arms export rules is a step in the right direction. This will support both Swiss industry and European security, and for EU it is important that Swiss experts can also reach all member states.
Clashes across Sudan's southern Kordofan region killed at least 51 people, as the army has said that it has recaptured the city of Bara on the road to Khartoum. Kordofan is currently the fiercest battlefield in the war raging between army and the Parliamentary Rapid Support Forces since April 2023. According to reports, the South Kordofan city of Dilling was rocked throughout the day on Thursday by artillery fire and drone strikes. The Sudanese authorities have reported that 28 people killed and 60 injured, including children and women. Vietnam's police-owned telecom operator Mobifone is in talks with the Chinese tech firms over new contracts to build parts of its 5G network, despite US warning of security risks following earlier deals. According to reports, the talks precede a planned visit to China by Vietnam's top leader to Lam in coming weeks. Any deal by Mobifone would follow market leaders Vitel and VMPT, which signed 5G supply contracts last year with ZTE and Huawei, in a notable shift from years of caution towards Chinese 5G technology amid warning bilateral ties. That's all we have time for this hour. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
Our job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
Hello and welcome, I'm Ellie Richardson and you are watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the top headlines of this hour. Heavy attacks were reported in Tehran after Israel said it was hitting regime infrastructure in a new phase of the war it launched with the United States against Iran. President Donald Trump said it would be a waste of time currently to consider sending US ground troops into Iran, dismissing Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi's earlier remark that Iran was ready for a US or Israeli ground invasion, and it was a wasted comment. Lebanese militant group Hezbollah claimed responsibility for a wave of strikes targeting Israeli forces in retaliation for Israeli strikes on Lebanon for the day before. The Iran-backed group said in 3 separate statements on Telegram that its fighters had launched rockets and artillery shells at border positions. There were no reports of casualties. 3 Australian military personnel were on board an American submarine that sank an Iranian Navy ship off Sri Lanka this week. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has said the personnel were on the submarine as part of training arrangements under AUKUS, a multi-decade defence pact with Britain and the United States. The US House of Representatives on Thursday rejected an effort to curb Donald Trump's authority to wage war against Iran as the president faces fierce criticism over launching the conflict without seeking approval from Congress. Lawmakers voted down a bipartisan resolution that would require Trump to obtain congressional authorization before continuing military operations against Iran. Amid rising tensions in West Asia and disruptions to global energy supplies, the United States has granted India a temporary 30-day waiver, allowing it to purchase Russian oil, a move aimed at stabilizing global energy markets during the ongoing Iran conflict. Hong Kong pro-democracy media mogul Jimmy Lai will not appeal his national security conviction that saw him sentenced to 20 years behind bars last month, his legal team said without providing a reason. The 78-year-old founder of the now defunct Apple Daily newspaper was found guilty in February of charges of foreign collusion. Venezuela and the United States are restoring diplomatic ties. The two countries have announced in a new sign of thawing relations after Washington ousted former President Nicolas Maduro. The announcement came as US Interior Secretary Doug Burgum wrapped up a 2-day trip to Venezuela, part of US President Donald Trump's push for greater access to the country's mineral wealth. And we start this hour with some breaking news. UK police have arrested 4 people in connection with a counter-terrorism investigation into suspected National Security Act offences as part of a pre-planned operation. 1 Iranian national and 3 dual British Iranian nationals were taken into custody. The investigation is believed to be related to Iran, with authorities focusing on national security concerns. No further details have been released yet regarding the individuals or the specific nature of the investigation. And now for your top stories this hour. The US House of Representatives rejected an effort to halt US President Donald Trump's air campaign against Iran. The vote, which took place on 5th of March, turned out 219 to 212, backing President's recent operations in Iran, with Trump's Republican Party holding a narrow majority in the House. The vote means that any future military action by Trump against Iran will not require congressional authorization. Meanwhile, in a related development, US Undersecretary of Defense Elbridge Colby has faced bipartisan criticism during a House Armed Service Committee hearing. Lawmakers have questioned Colby about the Trump administration's military strategy, including the latest operation, Epic Fury, against Iran. Colby has defended the operation, which he said is aimed to degrade Iran's missile and military capabilities, but offered little evidence on the operation's progress. Moreover, lawmakers have also raised concerns about the administration's readiness for simultaneous conflicts, accusing the White House of prioritizing private sector briefings over congressional oversight. This comes as Democratic Senator Mark stated earlier that there was no imminent threat from Iran to the US. In his previous remarks, Warner also called on President Trump to explain his actual goals of taking action against Iran. We are now being joined by Matti Zweig, who's a geopolitical expert, joining us from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much, Matti, for joining us here today on NewsX World. If the US intelligence did not confirm an immediate threat, and Senator Mark Warner said that there isn't an imminent threat from Iran to the United States, does this raise questions about the justification for the military strikes ordered by Donald Trump?
Well, Senator Warren, I suppose they have also political motives for saying that, because all the facts are showing that they were from the last clash between Israel and Iran in June. They not only start to recovering for all the blows that Israel did to them and also the United States, but they were trying again and again to build their nuclear capabilities. They show it, all the documents, they show it even from the declaration of the IAEA of the non-proliferation of nuclear bombs and all their checkings and everything. So if the negotiations didn't well, you can be for the war or against the war, but the facts are that they were trying to recover all their nuclear capabilities and continue strengthening them. So it's a political motivated accusation, of course, in the middle of all the internal disputes that you have inside the American politics. And this is a clear show that clearly they are showing that this is politically motivated. I'm not talking about if it's Trump is right or wrong. This has to decide the American people, the American Congress, etc. But from the point of view of the facts, all the world agree that they were breaching all their agreements and they were not trying to get to any peaceful solution. So we are in the place that we are now.
And with lawmakers divided in Washington, could the debate over the Iran strikes deepen political polarization in the US and affect America's credibility on the global stage?
The polarization, it's a very useful word depending who is using it. So the polarization comes from other things that they are from internal politics in the US. It comes from the laws against immigrants, from all the maybe popular outrage for what are the politics of and the way that is implementing these laws against immigrants inside the United States, about the economy, about the different way of developing the economy and the way that he's treating the world. So this is polarizing inside the US. You are going to see this in the midterm elections in November, but for now, for good and bad, Trump is implementing exactly what he said he's going to implement, and this is called policy. It's his policy, and you are going to see the votes in November if his policy were right or wrong.
And the US Constitution gives Congress the authority to declare war. So did the administration bypass Congress in launching these strikes against Iran?
In the same way that several themes were brought to the Supreme Court or to the different courts in the U.S., and some of them it was a blow for Trump, like the last decisions about tariffs, etc. The same they have to bring to the Supreme Court if they think that they are unconstitutional. They have a law in the United States, and the law in that he is the supreme leader for giving orders about war and peace. And that's what he's doing now. If there is a limit to that, they have to bring it maybe to the courts. But I mean, they never say anything, the Democrats, I mean, when they went to conquer, you know, at the beginning, different places when they were trying to eliminate Bin Laden, or all kind of military actions that they never had a word about this, and this they think that this is unlawful. So if it's unlawful, try to prove it through the court, and try to prove it especially through the vote.
Thank you, Matty. Don't go anywhere, as I'll be joining back with you very shortly. Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Saeed Khatibzadeh stated on Friday that Iran must put an end to the US presence in the Persian Gulf region. Speaking at the Racine Dialogues conference in Delhi, Khatibzadeh condemned the US military presence, claiming that the US has multiple bases and assets targeting Iran. He emphasized that Iran's priority is to resist what it calls aggression from the US and Israel. The ongoing war has seen Iranian targets extended across Israel, the Gulf states, Cyprus, Turkey, and Azerbaijan, with Iranian casualties rising, including the tragic death of 175 school children in Minab. We're now being rejoined again by Matty. Thank you, Matty, for joining us back here for this. Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister saying US must put an end to its presence in the Persian Gulf. Is this a strategic warning to Washington or a broader message to the US allies in the region?
Well, I think we are beyond that line. What the Iranians say or don't say, it doesn't matter a lot in this moment, because this regime, which is an oppressor regime of their own people, which is a regime that has been exporting terrorism to many countries in the world, putting bombs and killing people around the world by themselves or through them proxies, they are not really legitimate after all the massacres they have done. And then the United States decided what they decided, and they put more and more forces in the Persian Gulf and all around in the Middle East. This is nothing new. It's just more quantity of the same to try to do the best, to have the best outcome of this war. So in this moment, this is irrelevant. United States are going to continue giving a lot of blows to the military infrastructure and the political infrastructure of this non-legitimate regime that more than 85% of the Iranian people, it's really against it, and everybody knows that. So it cannot be that all the world is outraged by breaching international law only when it comes to the United States trying to do this regime change. Of course, United States is not going to do a regime change. The people of Iran, they have to do it. And they are doing this for something that I said in previous interviews, that they are going to come from regions. It's going to come from local people oppressed by this regime, like the Kurds, maybe the Baluchis, maybe the Azeris and others. So one declaration of Iran in this moment doesn't change the picture of what is happening. Iran also decided on a strategy of war, and it was to shoot to everybody, and not only to American bases in the area, but also to civilians, also to hotels, also to resorts, to hospitals, everything. And of course, if these girls that you say that they were killed in Iran, they have also to prove this, because until now, nobody knows about it. Only the Iranians and their accomplices in all the Western world are talking about something that they cannot even show. So let's, unmask the masks and say what is going on. There is a current war that serves the United States, they serve Israel, and it's also serving Europe, even that they are not talking about that. They are hypocritical, and they are just saying that they are defending their bases in Cyprus and so on, but they want the same outcome as Israel and the United States.
Thank you, Matti. Again, please don't go too far, as we'll be back with you soon. We have now some breaking news. Several blasts have been reportedly heard over Tel Aviv earlier today. The Israeli Defense Forces have informed that new missiles have been launched from Iran towards Israel, which triggered a response from the country's defensive systems. The military has also confirmed that defensive measures are in place to intercept any threat coming from Iran. We're just being joined back again by Matti. Matti, thank you for joining us back here for this breaking news. We've just heard that the Israeli Defense Forces has informed that these are new missiles from Iran, and it's triggered a response from the country's defensive system. How do you, there is just more and more strikes going, and it started with only targeting military bases and military personnel, and now these targets aren't really a thing anymore. It is just missiles dropping. How do you think that this conflict is now escalating?
The conflict is not escalating from our point of view. And first of all, for us, it's not breaking news. We are running 6, 7, 8 times a day to the shelters. Now you are talking to me between the shelters that I am going every time that I have to run. I mean, and there is no escalation. From the beginning, the Iranians are trying to reach mainly civilians. They are 95% of their missiles, they target civilians and civilian areas, and not even civilian areas close to military bases, just civilian buildings trying to kill Israelis. That's all. And that's what they are doing. That's what they continue to do. Thanks God, there are 3, 4 different layers of defensive systems in Israel. So we had casualties, we have killed people, injured people. We are suffering from this very much. But from the other side, we see that from the beginning, 6 days ago, they succeed in launching about 90 missiles to Israel, then 50, then 20. Then, I mean, they are all the time going down because Israel is destroying all their launchers and all their capabilities of launching missiles. So people is suffering by confidence and resilient that from the next week, their capabilities are going to be grounded to near zero. We hope for that. And then it's going to be a good outcome for Israel that the Iranian skies are completely clean because they have no defensive systems anymore, and the Israeli Defense Forces can finish the work as was promised.
Thank you, Matti, for joining us here on NewsX World. It was lovely speaking to you. Hungary has threatened to use every means to resolve a dispute over Ukraine after Russia's oil supplies to Budapest was stalled. Prime Minister Viktor Orbán has announced Friday that Hungary has halted gasoline and diesel deliveries to Ukraine while still supplying electricity. Orbán also said Hungary will stop transit items import to Ukraine unless approval for oil deliveries is received. Ukraine's foreign minister accused Hungary of hostage-taking after a group of Ukrainian bank employees were detained while transporting $40 million and gold. The US House of Representatives Oversight Committee has voted to subpoena Attorney General Pam Bondi. The committee is seeking her testimony on the Department of Justice's handling of records linked to the investigation into the late sex offender and paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. In a rare bipartisan move, the motion passed 24-19, with 5 Republicans joining Democrats to support the subpoena. The committee is particularly concerned about missing evidence in the Epstein case, including videos, audio, and documents alleged withheld by the DOJ. In a related development, the US Justice Department has recently released missing FBI interviews from the Epstein investigation, including documents from a woman who made accusations against President Donald Trump. These FBI records detail 4 interviews that were conducted in 2019, in which the woman claimed that Epstein introduced her to Trump in the 1980s when she was a teenager, and that he tried to force her into a sexual encounter. The White House has denied the allegations, calling them baseless and lacking credible evidence. However, the Justice Department has still admitted that these records were among documents which had incorrectly coded and had not previously released. We're now being joined by Roshan Girwani, who's a correspondent for NewsX World, joining us from the newsroom. Thank you, Roshan, for joining us here on this. As we know, there is a lot of controversy surrounding the transparency around these Epstein files, and especially from Bondi. Is there anything more you can tell us about this and how you think America and the rest of the world is going to take this?
Yeah, I mean, you already set it up, right? Essentially, Jeff Epstein in this case did not just try, he essentially raped a 13-year-old. Just going to take a pregnant pause there. In a follow-up interview in some of the files that were released yesterday, the woman added a host of other claims, including that Epstein had schemed to have her mother sent to prison, beaten her, arranged sexual encounters with other men, and once flew her to either New Jersey or New York. So of course Washington is going to deny this, and of course Washington is going to deny any sort of involvement with Trump in all of this. This is a huge blow to essentially Trump's reputation as a world leader and as president of the United States. So the key word to remember right now is the fact that this is a probe. Pam Bondi has been probed and subpoenaed to essentially release more files, because from what I've just shared, this information is extremely controversial, like you mentioned, and it's very bad news, for lack of a better word. It's extremely discriminatory towards Trump, and of course now Epstein is dead, but for whoever else involved in these Epstein files, it could bring down their entire life's work. Back to you, Ellie.
Thank you so much, Roshan, for joining us here and for giving us that insight from the newsroom. Thank you. We have some breaking news. China's Commerce Minister has laid out ambitious plans for the country's trade development, stating that service trade will be a key engine for growth. He announced that the expansion of imports of agricultural products, high-quality consumer goods and advanced technological equipment. The minister also emphasised the goal of achieving balanced development between imports and exports. China is paying close attention to its $1.2 trillion trade surplus and the opinions of its trade partners. With geopolitical tensions rising, China is adapting to the new global economic environment and will roll out more policies to support trade and supply chain cooperation. Some more breaking news for you now. The United Nations reported that 56 Afghan civilians have been killed in conflict with Pakistan since last week, including 24 children. The fighting between Pakistani and Afghan forces has intensified, and the civilian death toll for the year now stands at 69, with 141 others injured. UN Rights Chief Volker Turk called on both sides to end the conflict immediately, highlighting the devastating impact on innocent lives. He urged both the Pakistan military and Afghan security forces to prioritize humanitarian aid as millions of Afghans rely on assistance in the region. The UN also highlighted the need for both countries to stop the violence and focus on improving conditions for those affected by the conflict. Support for New Zealand's ruling National Party has fallen to its lowest level in more than 4 years, and Prime Minister Christopher Luxon is no longer voters' preferred leader. According to reports, the monthly taxpayers' support for the Conservative Nationals dropped 2.9 points to 28.4%, the worst showing for the party since late 2021. Luxon and his coalition government, which has been in power since the 2023 election, have lost popularity over the past year due to a weakening economy and higher unemployment. The decline exposes the centre-right bloc to strong competition from the Labour Party, which has seen its polling numbers improve in recent months. Indonesia announced that it will ban social media access for children under 16. The government cited concerns over the online pornography, cyberbullying, online fraud and internet addiction. On high-risk platforms including YouTube, TikTok, Facebook and others will be deactivated starting March the 28th. In a similar move, Karnataka, a southern Indian state, has banned social media for children under 16, becoming the first state in India to do so. Chief Minister said that this measure aimed to protect children from the adverse effects of increased mobile usage. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rashan Gidwani and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines for this hour. Heavy attacks were reported in Tehran after Israel said it was hitting regime infrastructure in a new phase of the war it launched with the United States against Iran. President Donald Trump said it would be a waste of time currently to consider sending U.S. ground troops into Iran, dismissing Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi's earlier remark that Iran was ready for a U.S. or Israeli ground invasion and that it was a wasted comment. Lebanese militant group Hezbollah claimed responsibility for a wave of strikes targeting Israeli forces in retaliation for Israeli strikes on Lebanon the day before. The Iran-backed group said in 3 separate statements on Telegram that its fighters had launched rockets and artillery shells at border positions. There were no reports of casualties. Amid rising tensions in West Asia and disruptions to global energy supplies, the United States has granted India a temporary 30-day waiver, allowing it to purchase Russian oil, a move aimed at stabilizing global energy markets during the ongoing Iran conflict. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement detained a Colombian reporter outside a Nashville gym without providing an arrest warrant. The journalist, known for reporting critically on ICE, remains in custody as her lawyers file an emergency petition for her immediate release. Fears of an escalating conflict have prompted wealthy Asian investors to begin moving their assets out of Dubai and back to safer regional hubs like Singapore. The recent drone strikes on Emirati infrastructure have shattered the Gulf's reputation as a secure financial haven for global capital. Damascus has opened a strategic air route connecting the Mediterranean coast to Aleppo to bypass disrupted regional ground routes. Officials claim this corridor will facilitate emergency aid and stabilize logistics as the broader conflict paralyzes traditional supply lines. Border forces from Pakistan and Afghanistan have engaged in violent skirmishes near the Torkham crossing. The UN reports that over 100,000 people have been displaced as both nations exchange heavy artillery fire. Blasts have been reportedly heard over Tel Aviv after missiles were detected coming from Iran towards Israel. The Israeli Defense Forces have confirmed that these missiles had been launched from Iran, which triggered a defensive response from Israel's military systems. Meanwhile, Israel has previously carried out a series of airstrikes earlier today, targeting Hezbollah-controlled areas in Beirut and also launching a broad-scale attack on Tehran. The Israeli military has reported multiple waves of strikes that it carried out in southern Beirut, hitting command centers and weapons storage facilities linked to Iran-backed Hezbollah forces. Responding to the attacks on Hezbollah, Iran hit regions in the central of Tel Aviv, as reported by Iranian authorities in a recently shared statement. And now joining us is Peter Baum, editor of the Weekly Blitz. He's joining us live from London. Mr. Baum, do you believe that Iran will go as far as completely destroying Tel Aviv and all the religious sites in that area as well? To what extent do you believe, now that we're in the 7th day of the war, essentially, Iran will completely obliterate Israel? Please.
Well, I think that would be the preferred objective of the totalitarian theocrats that currently are still in power in Iran. But I don't think militarily that they have the capabilities to do that, because they're of the way they're being targeted by both Israel and the United States, and because of their own stocks and supplies of the necessary missiles that would be able to achieve that objective are running down, and they don't have the production facilities to resupply. So although that would be their objective, they would dearly love to do that, especially being this is a religious war, let's face it, from their perspective. It's very, very doubtful whether they have the capabilities to do that. Had they have done, Roshan, I think we would have seen a much more comprehensive response to their attacks on Israel than we've already seen. It's 7 days in the war now. I think there's been one, if I'm not mistaken, one building in a town called Bet Shemesh in Israel, which resulted in the deaths of 9 people. I think one other Israeli may have been killed from falling shrapnel. Overnight there have been cluster bombs, but they don't seem to have caused any deaths, and the only buildings they've been hit, I understand, are residential buildings. So to answer your question, although the Iranian authorities, I'm sure, would love to achieve the objective of obliterating Israel from the map, as for decades they've pronounced that in various parliaments, death to Israel and death to the United States. We all know what that means. It's highly unlikely that that aim will be able to be achieved.
What intel do you have on how far Iran can replenish their supply load of missiles, ballistic missiles, and artillery? Do you have any intel on that?
Indeed, I do. This is very interesting. The leading up to the even the war in June, one of the military aims through intelligence within Iran was to dilute the ability of the Iranians to launch rockets, and also to disrupt their supply chains, the production supply chains, because many of the rockets, the drones, for example, are produced in Iran. Now, from what I understand, although it was absolutely impossible for the Israelis and their assets within Iran to fully achieve that objective, the Iranian rocket launchers were, let's say there were 100 of them, I think 60% were wiped out. And the continuing bombing that we've seen in the last 7 days has severely further damaged the rocket launchers, which are obviously needed to fire into Israel. Now, the supply chains, the desolation of the supply chains, the manufacturing plants for the supply chains were also hit by a combination of Israel supplying intelligence to the United States, and it's clear from the trajectory, the falling trajectory of the numbers of rockets coming into Iran, that those supply chains have been hit. Now, when it comes to the Iranians hitting the Gulf states with missiles, this is interesting because there are two different kinds of missiles. There's the short-range ones and the medium and long-term ones. Now, it seems that the short-term missiles, which are being used to hit Bahrain, Oman, United Arab Emirates, they seem to be in decent supply. Although, to be fair, I don't think the Iranians expected that their Gulf state former allies had the capabilities to challenge that weaponry, and indeed they have. With the longer range missiles that are obviously hitting Israel, I think that those are decreasing as each day goes past. So it looks as if the objectives that the Israelis had of disrupting the supply chain and also the rocket launchers has seemed to be pretty successful.
Sir, please stay with us. We'll be right back with you. Now, next up, the Kremlin says the war in Iran has led to a rise in demand for Russian energy as global markets look for reliable suppliers amid disruptions caused by the Middle East conflict. Moscow also affirms it is in dialogue with representatives of Iranian leadership, but declined to provide further details on the talks. Russia stresses it remains a reliable supplier of oil, gas, and LNG, and can guarantee deliveries despite global uncertainty. The Kremlin warned that if Finland hosts nuclear arms, such a move would threaten Russia's security, and Moscow would respond accordingly. Russia's statements come as energy markets remain volatile and geopolitical tensions grow worldwide. Next up, the ongoing conflict between the U.S. and Iran has taken a more intense turn, following the sinking of the Iranian frigate Iris Dana by a U.S. submarine off Sri Lanka's coast. The Iris Dana, which had just participated in India's multilateral naval exercise, was returning home in a non-combat configuration when the attack occurred. At least 87 Iranian sailors reportedly lost their lives in this incident. Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister, Saeed Khatibzadeh, who is currently in India attending the Rasina Dialogue, has condemned the U.S. attack, describing it as a severe violation of international law. Khatibzadeh has made it clear that the Iris Dana was a ceremonial vessel, which was unarmed and unloaded, and had no combat role when it was struck. He has further stressed that this attack could not go unpunished, and that the U.S. actions were not only unlawful, but also aimed at exacerbating tensions in the region. In response to questions regarding India's position on the West Asia crisis, Khatibzadeh has highlighted the importance of unity in the region, hoping that global players would support Iran's right to self-defense against external aggression. And now joining us again live is Peter Baum, editor from the Weekly Blitz. He's joining us live from London. Sir, what do you make of these comments? Essentially, yes, that vessel wasn't a combat vessel. Do you believe that the U.S. had the right to strike it down with their torpedo? What do you make of the situation, sir?
If what the Iranians are saying is true, that it was not a non-combat vessel, then clearly this, by any account, would have been a breach of international law. Let's be absolutely frank about that. And from what I understand, the Americans aren't even investigating whether it was or wasn't. Now, unlike the story a few days ago of the bombing of the school in Iran, where supposedly over 100 school children were killed, that story created global attention every hour, every day for about 4 days, and still is, especially on social media. This particular story, the torpedoing of the Iranian ship, has garnered very little attention. It's a non-story as far as the global media is concerned. They've dropped it. A couple of anti-Trump media outlets are referring to it very occasionally. But I think this particular act, whether it was in breach of international law or not, is going to be weathered quite well by the Trump administration. So, as I said before, in this current conflict, we will see various media outlets concentrate specifically on certain stories and ignore others of equal or more importance. But again, to answer your question, sir, if what the Iranians are reporting, that it was a non-combat vessel and it was sunk by a torpedo, then yes, clearly there's a breach of international law. What the repercussions of this will be are very hard to say, because all your listeners and viewers will know, as we both do, that various good faith and bad faith actors in these conflicts always cite one party breaching international law and the United Nations having their say, but at the end of it all, nothing actually, there is no punishments are given out. So I think the Americans, whether or not they breached international law or not, will wear this story with ease.
Would you not say this is essentially American propaganda, that they are still talking about it? Pete Hegseth did discuss it. It's really interesting to me how one story gets more attention than the other. Where do you feel like news agencies should essentially place their importance on stories?
Very, very, very good question. I have to say, your own news channel is exceptionally competent and professional when reporting on these news channels, more competent than some of the better known global media networks such as CNN or even the BBC, two channels that in the last couple of years have been called out for their continuous bias on the agenda that they follow. So going back again to your question, what do the news media channels do? I can assure you, if there was a situation today, God forbid, where either the Israelis or the Americans bombed a civilian apartment building, whether it was in Iran or Beirut, let's say, and there were non-combatants there, only women and children, this would attract global attention, and it will be questions asked by every news channel for hours, for days, at every news briefing. But there are other stories, such as the one we've just seen, the torpedoing of the Iranian ship, that for some reason don't attract the emotional attention of certain news media outlets. And I think for the last couple of years now, I think the general public have become fully aware of which news channels have certain agendas and back certain sides. So we know, for example, that the CNN, a global media outlet, has nothing but an anti-Trump agenda. We know that the BBC, for decades now, has been very anti-Netanyahu. So the public, thank God, are turning more to news outlets like NewsX World, where they can absolutely rely on impartial and professional feedback.
We'll talk again soon, sir. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you.
And now we have some breaking news coming in. Ukraine's foreign minister says Kyiv is preparing its next steps on the international stage, including at the European Union level, as tensions with Hungary escalate over the detention of 7 Ukrainian citizens. Andriy Sybiha has demanded that Hungary immediately release the 7 Ukrainian bank employees it has taken hostage near Budapest while transporting cash and gold. Kyiv says it will push the issue with its European partners as it seeks support and accountability for its citizens held abroad. Next up, a group of 24 U.S. states has filed a lawsuit against President Trump's new 10% global tariffs, claiming they are illegal. The Democratic-led states, including New York and California, argue the tariffs violate a recent U.S. Supreme Court ruling that invalidated most of Trump's previous tariffs. The states say the tariffs imposed under the Trade Act of 1974 are intended for short-term emergencies, not routine trade deficits. The states are asking the court to block the new tariffs and refund payments made under the previously applied Section 122 authority. White House spokesperson Kush Desai defended the tariff, saying Trump is using authority granted by Congress to address the nation's trade deficits. And now, joining me to discuss this further is Dr. Jayjit Bhattacharya, economist and policy expert joining us from New Delhi. The first thing that comes to my mind, sir, is essentially when will these importers in the U.S. and exporters alike around the globe essentially receive their refunds? Do you have any intel on that? I believe the number is in the billions.
Yeah, it's about $250 to $300 billion that we're talking about. And the interesting part to the question is that who really paid for those tariffs? At the end of the day, this was actually, a lot of it was actually paid by the US citizens, the US consumers. And a part of it was subsidized by the importers and the exporters and between them. And so fundamentally, yes, the money needs to go back to whoever paid for it, which in this particular case is the importer or the exporter, or a mix of both. And then the next question comes in as to whether that money will ever get refunded to the US citizens. And the answer to that clearly is no, that will not happen because there is no regulatory basis for doing that. So whoever gets the money, the US consumers still end up losing that amount from their pockets.
Are the funds even there? I was listening to a White House press conference the other day, and essentially Trump was boasting about the construction going on outside in the White House, and that a $400 million ballroom was being created and set up with curtains made out of gold, supposedly, and Melania Trump was upset about it. Do you believe that the tariffs contributed to that ballroom? Is the money even there? I know the U.S. essentially has like a debt, like $1 trillion debt. So yeah, is the money there to be refunded at all, or how does all of this work?
So US is having two things going on in parallel, which is construction in the White House and destruction in the Middle East. Both require a large amount of dollars and large amount of funds, and that fund has to come from the taxpayers willy-nilly. What I mean by willy-nilly is that what the Trump administration is claiming is that the White House upgrade is being funded by private financiers. Well, private financiers will always have a quid pro quo, and that quid pro quo comes from the government, which eventually means it comes from the taxpayer. Also, all the missiles being fired at in Middle East also comes from the taxpayers' funds, and that fund has been routed through as tariffs through the importers and exporters. And as you rightly said, that money seems to have been spent. So the only way to refund is to borrow more money and then refund. And well, the US is pretty good at borrowing money, so they might just go ahead and do that.
So you are saying then, and you can confirm that essentially the taxpayers will pay for that construction in the White House and for this war, yes?
Well, the qualified answer is that willy-nilly, because, and I explained what willy-nilly would mean, is that the US administration is saying that that construction is being funded by private pockets. But as I said, in any such economy, when the private pockets fund such a construction, they are expecting some quid pro quo, something in return from the government, which puts them at an advantageous situation, which then helps them not just recover the money, but get more in return. Because funding that upgrade in the White House is an investment for these private pockets, and therefore there has to be a return. And if there is a return from the government, then that is eventually funded by the citizens of US.
Thank you very much for your time, sir. Much appreciated. Next up, South Korea has announced plans to receive over 6 million barrels of crude oil from the United Arab Emirates. The arrangement comes after instructions from President Lee Jae-myung following talks with Khaldoon Khalifa Al Mubarak, chairman of Abu Dhabi's Executive Affairs Authority. 2 oil tankers will be sent to a UAE port that does not require passage through the Strait of Hormuz. The UAE state oil company will fill the vessels with 4 million barrels of crude. Additionally, the UAE has promised to supply an extra 2 million barrels from reserves already in South Korea. This move is expected to stabilize South Korea's domestic energy supply and ease pressure on oil prices. Listen in.
따라 칼둔 행정청장과 원유 도입 방안을 협의하였고 총 600만 배럴 이상의 원유 긴급 도입이 확정되었습니다. 600만 배럴 이상의 규모의 UAE 원유 긴급 도입은 에너지 수급 안정화는 물론이고 최근 과도하게 반응하고 있는 유가 안정화에도 기여.
Kosovo's President Vjosa Osmani has dissolved the country's parliament following a failed vote to elect a new president. After the vote ended without a candidate reaching the necessary majority, Osmani announced the decision for a snap election. The political instability surrounding the election has raised questions about the country's future governance. It marks the first time in Kosovo's history that a presidential vote has failed to pass. The snap election is expected to take place soon, as political leaders prepare for another round of campaigning. The call for a snap election signals a critical moment for Kosovo's democracy as political tensions escalate. The upcoming election will be a pivotal decision for the country's future leadership and stability. Next up, Romania's President Nicrușor Dan has said that Romania will not host nuclear components on its territory in the medium term, in response to French plans to expand nuclear deterrence and collaborate with European partners. Earlier this week, French President Emmanuel Macron has said that France would expand its nuclear arsenal and potentially allow European partners to host French warplanes on nuclear deterrence missions. According to reports, France and Germany have established a nuclear steering group to discuss deterrence issues and will start concrete cooperation this year. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Thomas Porteous and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's dive into the top headlines leading this hour. Israel carries out heavy airstrikes on Hezbollah-controlled southern suburbs of Beirut and launches a broad wave of attacks on infrastructure in Tehran. Iran responds by saying it fired missiles towards the heart of Tel Aviv as the conflict between Iran, Israel and Iran-backed groups continues to expand. Iran launches fresh missile strikes towards Israel, according to the Israel Defense Forces, as the conflict enters another day of escalation. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia, Qatar and Bahrain say their air defense systems intercepted attacks overnight. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says American strikes on Iran are about to surge dramatically, warning that Washington is preparing to intensify its military campaign. He adds that access to the UK's strategic Diego Garcia base in the Indian Ocean could help the United States scale up airstrikes against Iranian targets. President Trump says he is not considering sending US ground troops into Iran, calling a move a waste of time and saying Tehran has lost everything they can lose. The comments come as the United States and Israel continue air and naval strikes against Iran in a widening regional conflict. In other news, the United States and Venezuela agreed to re-establish diplomatic and consular relations in a major shift aimed at prompting stability, economic recovery and political reconciliation. The move comes after US forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in a surprise raid in January. The Kremlin warns that Finland's plan to lift a ban on hosting nuclear weapons would raise tensions in Europe and make the Nordic nation more vulnerable. Finland, which shares a long border with Russia, abandoned decades of neutrality by joining NATO in 2023 after Moscow's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The US Justice Department releases new FBI records from the Jeffrey Epstein files, summarizing interviews with a woman who accuses President Trump of a sexual encounter in the 1980s when she was a teenager. The White House dismisses the claims as completely baseless, saying there is no credible evidence, while the documents come from 2019 FBI interviews. Pakistani and Afghan troops exchange fire at dozens of points along their border as the United Nations says more than 100,000 people have been displaced in a week of fighting. The clashes mark the worst violence between the two neighbours in years, adding to instability in a region already shaken by the war involving Iran, the United States and Israel. Those are the headlines. Now here on NewsX World, we are continuing to cover the unfolding war event by event as the clock ticks. We have some breaking news coming in to start this hour. The country of Azerbaijan has announced that it was withdrawing its diplomatic staff from Iran following Iranian drone attacks on an airport and a school in Azerbaijan's border region. Azerbaijani Foreign Minister Yehun Baryamov confirmed the evacuation, which includes personnel from both the embassy in Tehran and the consulate in Tabriz. Baryamov added that the process was underway and that work in this direction was ongoing. The decision comes amid rising tensions between the two countries following the drone strikes. Next, we turn over to another country severely affected and implicated in this conflict. The Israeli military has launched a fresh wave of airstrikes targeting Hezbollah positions in southern Beirut. The Israel Defense Forces confirmed that they are hitting Hezbollah infrastructure in the Daya area, a stronghold of the group. Meanwhile, the Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam has raised alarms about a looming humanitarian disaster. He warned that mass evacuations ordered by Israel have led to widespread displacement, particularly from the southern suburbs of Beirut and southern Lebanon, areas heavily controlled by Hezbollah. Salam told foreign ambassadors that the situation could lead to unprecedented humanitarian and political consequences. Thousands of residents are fleeing these areas as the region faces growing instability from the ongoing conflict. Joining us now to discuss all the developments coming out of today is Mohammed Khatibi, a Middle East affairs expert. He joins us live from Tehran. Thank you so much, Mohammed, for joining us here on the broadcast. It's a great pleasure to talk to you from the Iranian capital. We've just listed all the developments over the past day. There are, of course, plenty more coming. However, joining us from the Iranian capital, as this war ticks over into its second week, what is the feeling of the American people? Whereabouts are you situated in Tehran? Have you been hearing some of the damage caused there by the predominantly Israeli strikes that have been conducted in the heart of it?
Thanks for having me. I have been hearing many noises and many explosions from the morning, and a nearby neighborhood of ours was hit with airstrikes, and I think that several people have been killed and injured. The airstrikes are continuing despite being a week or so, and the Israeli strikes are now not just targeting the military sites, but the civilian areas inside Tehran, and there are no notice beforehand when Israel carries out these strikes. The United States and Israel are targeting smaller military bases, police stations, Basij headquarters, and everything related to the Iranian government. The United States and Israel thought that if the leader of Iran is assassinated, their state will collapse. But as we are seeing right now, this has not happened yet, and the people, many people, gather in the main squares of Tehran daily, day and night, to support the state, and they are urging the government to retaliate and not back down. Many people now have left Tehran because of the airstrikes, but I don't think that this will continue, and people may come back to Tehran. So the situation right now is really tense, and people are furious about the United States and Israel's attack on civilian areas. There is no safe place right now in Tehran, and at any moment it can be hit. I'm not sure if, as I'm doing live, I will be get hit or not, and this is really intense.
Well, Mohammed, I'm very glad that you're in a safe spot right now. Within the first couple of days, of course, the announcement was made that the supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, had been killed. The United States, as well as other world media agencies, reported that there were celebrations on the streets of Tehran, hearing the news of that. If so, as the conflict goes into its second week and explosions still continue, civilians are still reported to be getting killed, how has that mood changed, if at all, from the start over the past 7 days to today?
So the Western media depicts the diaspora more than what is happening right now in Iran. And the celebrations inside Iran were relatively small, and compared to the pro-government rallies and also the gray zone or the neutral people who don't care about who will be the leader or no, they are against any attack by United States and Israel. And despite what Trump claims and what Netanyahu claims, no one in Iran wants a foreign entity to rule Iran or dictate its will on Iranian people. The Iranian people are the ones who should decide for themselves, and this is really clear about the will of the people of Iran. And the civilians are being killed, and this was not the things that anyone wanted in Iran. And this attack has brought people together to fight back United States and Israel. As I said, the plan is to divide Iran into 3 or 4 smaller states, and the Israeli side is actively pursuing this. And the United States, as in the news, is starting to provide weapons and training to Kurdish separatists, and this is not just for the Kurdistan region. There are many other separatist groups inside Iran which are now have become more active, and this is the reason that the United States attacked Iran. It wants a smaller, more controllable Iran and a divided Iran. Iranians know this, and they are fighting against it. And this is why the regime has not collapsed yet, because there is a great support for the state.
What is the political divisiveness like in Tehran right now? As you've mentioned, those protests, which of course saw thousands and thousands of people take to the streets throughout all the provinces of Iran, saw thousands of people killed in the country. But in terms of appetite for a new regime, is that there from the majority of people? We of course saw a vocal amount of people come out on the streets at the start of 2026. But in reality there, on the ground, what is the situation now that Khamenei is dead?
So about the protests in January, I should say that that protest started because of the cost of living problems, and that was hijacked by Israel and United States clearly, because former and current officials told that the Mossad agents are besides the protesters. And I know that many people are angry with the government, and that's true, because the living situation is really hard, not just for ordinary citizens, but everyone. Everyone is dealing with cost of living problems, and this is not just because of the government or its failure to rule, but because of the US sanctions and the US pressure on Iranian economy. So the people have a economic grievances, and because of that, they took to the streets to protest. But soon, this was hijacked by some violent people, and there was a call from opposition groups outside of the country, including Reza Pahlavi, which urged people to act violently. Violence never seen before. The protests in January was really violent. No Iranian have seen such violence in recent history, because people burned supermarkets, they burned banks, they maimed people,
Mohammed,
and
of course, apologies to interrupt. 30,000 people were killed. Some are saying that that's a low estimate figure. If it did start in terms of the severity of the cost of living, it surely transpired into something much more than that. We saw images of the supreme leader being burnt. We saw, of course, an internet blackout, which remains partially in place across the country. Are you saying that it is only due to the Israeli and the American interception that the protests got in the way that they did?
Because of the Israel. No, I'm not trying to say that it's only because of the United States and Israel. As I said, people want some change in the government, but saying that all people in Iran are wanting a regime change is false and inaccurate, because the people who took to the streets are not the majority of Iranians. If that was the case, the regime would have collapsed back in January. The crackdown, or what so many people are saying, and they are announcing 30,000 or more, does not have a factual basis, and many anti-Iranian propaganda channels and Trump are suggesting high numbers, but without providing any proof. And Iran's government have issued 33,000 people who were killed, and that number may be a little bit higher, but the issue is that no one other than the government has been able to provide names and identities of those who killed. And if that was the case, the other people like Trump or the anti-Iranian propaganda channels should have provided names and identities of those who were killed. 30,000 people in 2 days is really much. And I think that the reason is to compare this to the genocide in Gaza, and Israel and the United States are trying to use these numbers as a reason to attack civilian areas right now in Iran.
Okay, Mohammed, do stay with us. Thank you very much as well for taking the time, but we are moving on to our next story, so stay with us as we turn over to Egypt, where the President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi has revealed that the country is embarking on an honest and sincere mediation effort to end the ongoing Iran war, warning that the continuing conflict will come at a high price. Egypt, alongside Turkey and Oman, is trying to convince parties to accept mediation and avoid escalation. The key issues include Iran's nuclear program, its stock of enriched uranium, and maritime security in the Gulf. Reports say that the mediation effort is in its early stages, with Egypt also trying to persuade Gulf Arab states to exercise restraint. The economic impact of the war is being felt in Egypt, which is struggling with economic challenges and the sliding value of the Egyptian pound. El-Sisi has warned of possible price increases and urged authorities to combat price manipulation. Mohammed joins us once again to discuss this. Mohammed, we've now seen 13 countries, I won't say dragged into this war, however, 13 countries have now seen military action taken inside them, whether that be a US base, a US consulate. Nonetheless, 13 countries have had some could say their sovereignty violated as a consequence of this conflict. Are you concerned about Iran alienating people in the region, even due to the fact that Iran did warn that if the United States or Israel did take military action, this would indeed be the response?
So, as you said, Iran has warned that any attack on its sovereign territory will be responded like never seen before. And the assassination of Islamic Republic's leader was a great escalation, and this is important to all of the Iranians, whether being pro-regime or anti-regime. They all are confused and they want angry as well, and they want retaliation, because this what has to end, because if Iran does not respond to these aggressions, there will be more. And Iran is conducting these kinds of operations in order to deter further escalation. Iran has not yet attacked economic infrastructure in the region, and it has not violated everything, but it has conducted strikes against US bases and Israeli interests, as well as US assets in the region. Iran could have done much more, and it could have launched attacks against the infrastructure in the region, but Iran does not want a regional war. It wants the war to stop and its honor to be restored, because the dignity of Iran has been damaged because of the US and Israeli strikes against Iran, as well as assassination of its leader. These will continue as long as it takes, because people in Iran are still angry and furious because of the assassination of the leader. So if the United States and Israel stop these attacks, Iran may consider a ceasefire. But right now that United States and Israel are continuing to attack Iran, Iran will not stop right here. And if the attacks start to escalate, economic infrastructure in the region may be targeted by Iran or its allies. Its allies have joined the operations, and Hezbollah has been carrying out operations against Israel. Yemen could join the fight, and the oil prices will skyrocket if Iran starts to attack economic infrastructure in the region.
So how do you see this ending? The United States, of course, the world's military hegemon, and Israel, of course, has an extremely advanced military. Regime change here, it could be seen as a crucial aim to the American and the Israeli objectives here. Do you see that at all possible, given the current status of Iran, how its people feel?
So I don't think that without a troop deployment, I mean ground invasion by United States or its allies, there will be no regime change in Iran, because everyone knows that airstrikes are not able to do a regime change. But I think that the United States and Israel are betting on Iranian people, and they think that Iranian people will take up arms and fight the government and do a regime change. And this has been the case all along. As I said, during the January protests, this was the case. And now it's been much more clear by the US helping Kurds, and Israel may help other separatist groups inside Iran to carry out operations. I don't think that this war will have a clear winner, because as the day by day, as it passes by, the economic pressure on region and also the global economy is becoming more and more. I don't think that the United States and Israel, without operating on the ground, can do a regime change. And I don't think that Iranian people will let some separatist groups to act inside Iran and Iran to be divided. Everyone knows that the aim is to divide and control Iran. Iranians are against this and will continue to fight separatism.
Thank you so much for taking the time here on NewsX World. It's a pleasure to talk to you, Mohammed Khatibi. Do stay safe as we move forward. To our next story, we continue to cover the fallout overseas and in the Middle East. London police have arrested 4 men on suspicion of aiding Iran by spying on the Jewish community in the UK capital. Counter-terrorism forces detained 1 Iranian national and 3 dual British-Iranian nationals early on Friday as part of a long-running investigation under the National Security Act. The suspects allegedly conducted surveillance on locations and individuals linked to the Jewish community. Searches are ongoing and 6 other men have also been taken into custody on related offences. Police urge the public, especially the Jewish community, to stay vigilant and report any concerns to authorities. We have more reactions coming out. The United Nations Human Rights Chief Volker Turk has called for an immediate de-escalation of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. Turk urged the warring parties to give peace a chance and stressed the importance of cool heads prevailing to prevent further civilian devastation. In a separate statement, Turk also emphasized the need for a prompt, transparent and impartial investigation into the deadly school strike in Iran, urging the United States to move quickly with its probe. Let's take a listen in to his statements.
I urge the states involved to take immediate steps to de-escalate, to give peace a chance, and on other states to call clearly on those involved to pull back. Cool heads must prevail if we are to prevent further terror and devastation for civilians.
We move on now, and according to Russia's defense ministry, Moscow and Kyiv exchanged 300 prisoners of war each. This marks the second round of swaps, bringing the total number of exchanged soldiers to 500, following a previous exchange of 200 POWs on March the 5th. The swaps are part of an agreement reached in Geneva. The effort aims to ease tensions and support humanitarian initiatives between Russia and Ukraine. Joining us now to give us the latest on this is Roshan Gidwani, a correspondent for NewsX World. Thank you very much, Roshan, for joining us. What more can you tell us, and how important are these prisoner of war exchanges in the grand scheme of things when bringing an end to this conflict?
I'm not sure that this is essentially going to be the end of the conflict. What I can tell you is, whilst this is very fortunate for those prisoners of war, essentially it is a political play. Viktor Orban is the Prime Minister of Hungary. He's set to, essentially run for elections very soon. His elections, however, aren't going very well. I'm literally looking at an article right now. Viktor Orban is going down swinging, but he is an ally of Vladimir Putin from Russia. Now, these two essentially individuals, leaders of their countries, since they're allies, want to work together to kind of curry favor to Viktor Orban so that he can say, while he's running for his elections, look at what I did with the Russia-Ukraine situation. So whilst it is very fortunate that these prisoners of war are essentially being given the opportunity to go home, it is just a political play at the end of the day. Back to you, Tom.
Roshan, thank you so much for giving us the latest on that. Great pleasure to speak to you, as always. We now move on to further updates coming from Europe's east, where the Kremlin has warned that Finland has been hosting nuclear weapons and that would pose a significant threat to Russia's national security. This comes amid growing tensions between Russia and the West, particularly following Finland's accession to NATO. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov emphasized that such a move would escalate military tensions in the region. The warning underscores Russia's concern over NATO's increasing presence near its borders, which it perceives as a destabilizing factor. However, Finland has defended its decision, citing its right to secure its own defence. This standoff reflects the broader geopolitical struggles in Europe. Well, that is all that we have time for this hour. Keep watching NewsX World for more international news updates.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
The job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
Hello and welcome. I'm Thomas Porteous. You're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top stories of this hour. Israel carries out heavy airstrikes on Hezbollah-backed controlled suburbs of Beirut and launches a broad wave of attacks on infrastructure in Tehran. Iran responds by saying it fired missiles towards the heart of Tel Aviv as the conflict between Iran, Israel and Iran-backed groups continues to expand across the region. Iran launches fresh missile strikes towards Israel, according to the Israel Defense Forces, as the conflict enters another day of expansion. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia, Qatar and Bahrain say their air defense systems intercepted attacks overnight. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says American strikes on Iran are about to surge dramatically, warning that Washington is preparing to intensify its military campaign. He adds that access to the UK's strategic Diego Garcia base in the Indian Ocean could help the United States. President Trump says he is not considering sending US ground troops into Iran, calling such a move a waste of time and saying Tehran has lost everything they can lose. The comments come as the United States and Israel continue air and naval strikes against the country. In other news, the United States and Venezuela agree to re-establish diplomatic and consular relations in a major shift aimed at promoting stability, economic recovery and political reconciliation. The move comes after US forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Despite a lack of progress towards a peace agreement to end their 4-year war, the Russian Foreign Ministry has said Russia and Ukraine have exchanged 300 POWs each today. This announcement follows their exchange of 200 yesterday. Azerbaijan's Foreign Minister Yehuv Baranov has said that Azerbaijan is evacuating its diplomats from Iran for their own safety. This comes a day after Baku said 4 Iranian drones had crossed its border and injured 4 people in the Nichchivan enclave. The US Justice Department releases new FBI records from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, summarizing interviews with a woman who accuses President Trump of a sexual encounter in the 1980s when she was a teenager. The White House dismisses the claims as completely baseless, saying there is no credible evidence, while the documents come from 2019 FBI interviews conducted during the wider Epstein trafficking probe. Now, we start today with the escalating situation in the Middle East, which has seen in total 13 countries bombed, Tehran and Beirut at the center of the Israeli campaign today. We have some response coming from the Israeli side in the most recent comments. A senior Israeli official has said that the Israeli-US campaign against Iran is progressing much better than anticipated. The official highlighted the smooth execution of the operations, noting the complexity of the coordination and the heavy payloads being dropped. While stressing that much work remains, the official described the early achievements as quote-unquote epic. Meanwhile, the US Central